it's still connected to the divorce thing from years ago. Dude, how long ago did I get divorced? I think it was 1999.
2, 3, 4, 5 years ago?
5 years ago, things started, and I'm still dealing with it. Like, I have to carry insurance.
Now, let me
I
ask.
have to get my ex-wife insurance. So if I drop dead, she gets paid. Can you believe that? And there I was yesterday, writing another check. It's painful.
It's amazing.
Guys get
Screwed.
fucked.
Is there a certain amount of time you have to write checks for in a divorce, or is it
Ready
like
for this?
forever?
It's all negotiable.
Ready for this? Anthony, can I say this? You were married 10
fair.
years,
Yeah.
and you will be paying for more than 10 years technically when it's all said and done.
Yeah, it seems like I got another 7 years to go or something.
How is that possible?
7 years. Like, just writing the checks. Hello. I sign her name, and it's still my last name on there. It's so annoying. So can't you change that back? Why do ex-wives feel compelled to keep the name? Some of them don't.
Because they can't do anything on their own.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Wants to make it easier. Like, keep the name. And
Can't do anything
easier.
on their own and don't want to do anything on their own.
I guess.
I know a little bit of something about your ex, and she doesn't do anything except spend your money. That's all she does. That's it. She hasn't done anything to better herself because she's living off your dollar.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, all women.
Like hitting the lottery.
Wouldn't all women be ashamed to just take a check for doing nothing? I mean, any woman.
Who knew marrying me was hitting the lottery? Who saw that one coming?
Who saw it? I did.
You saw that one coming? Man, when I was knocking tin up in an attic,
Can you imagine?
who knew the investment in time would really pay off? You know?
Yeah, that's pretty wild. if
There
you
I
think
was
about it.
making my $27,500 a year in attics.
And now she gets paid for a decade because she was married to you.
I thought I won the lotto because she was a bartender. I got free drinks. To me, that was winning the lotto.
Wrong.
I get done with work, hop down to the bar in Greenlawn, and just start chugging beers and shots. Mm-hmm. That was lotto to me. You mean I don't have to pay for booze ever again? This is fantastic.
Oh, you're going to be paying for that booze, my friend. Are you going to pay?
Those free shots were about $1,000 a piece.
Yeah, why don't you do the new math now and figure out how many those shots, how much those shots actually cost you?
Gonna do the new math.
I bet you if someone out there was handy with a calculator and a pen and we gave them a few figures, I think those same shots you did for free way back in the day would cost you about $1,000 per shot now.
I don't even need a calculator. I can round it off and pretty much figure it comes out to a lot.
A lot.
It comes out to a lot of cash. Guys just get reamed, man. And you know something? I'm just thankful I do have something. You know? Because if I was just some guy that's working for a living, and you know, you're still paying through the nose, ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Well, you know, at this point, I
still got the roof over my head and, you know, food.
At this point, I don't even understand why people get married. I don't.
I could never do it again.
I don't think I'll ever get married at this point.
I don't know why I did it the first time.
I had a shot at it and it failed miserably, obviously. But
Aww.
But I don't think it's just not worth it because you're putting too much trust in the whole damn process.
You could be in, you know, complete love with somebody, and the worst thing you can do is get married. Why have the paperwork? Why have the legal binding contract that all it can ever do is bite you in the ass?
Right, that's all it is.
It's all it can do. If you're in love with each other and you're living together or, you know, sharing your life together, that's fine. All good could come from that. What's the paperwork for? Why do you need this friggin' document that will turn around and cost you money and pain down the road? And no reason for it.
And in most cases, the guy gets screwed, obviously. I mean, when we talk about divorce, you'll get a few guys call and say, no, I actually, you know, made out in my divorce.
Oh, you get ladies that call up and say, it was horrible. I got screwed. I was the one that bought the house. Right. Exception to the rule, ladies.
But in general, it's, let's be honest, the guys get screwed. So you're getting married just to throw this contract in a drawer somewhere where someday it's going to haunt you. And a lot of guys end up staying in a marriage because they know they're going to get screwed if they try to get out of it. Mm-hmm. So then they have to, you know, live and be miserable.
Yep.
knowing that they really want to get out of the marriage, but they just can't afford to do it.
Ben's smiling.
We had a
he
guy
was just telling me the other day about some of his friends that are just getting screwed. His friends got married, and it's the typical story. You just change the names. It's awful.
We had a guy, a sales guy at WNEW, who was making a really good living, good living, but he got divorced, and his wife got everything, like the really nice house in Westchester.
Oh, you get out of the house,
and he had to take care of the children as well, which he had no problem with. When it was all said and done, he was living in a little box here in Manhattan.
Yep.
Still making a ton of money for WNEW, but it was all going to his ex. The only thing he could afford was like a tiny one-bedroom apartment.
It's got to be great for a man to get married, work his ass off, buy that dream house for him and his bride, and for whatever reasons, guys or girls, could be their fault, either one, whatever. I'm not even getting into that. But whatever the reason is, he has to move out, get some shithole apartment somewhere, as his ex now lives in the house that his sweat and blood bought, as she's, maybe now banging some guy in his bedroom that he bought and paid for. It's just, there's no reason.
Yeah, so why would you do that?
Why would you do that to yourself?
It doesn't make sense anymore. There probably was a time it really made a lot of sense until the lawyers got their greasy hands involved in this whole process.
There should be
no
reason.
You're just taking way too much for granted. You're just assuming that you're going to be in a really happy, loving relationship for the rest of your life. Mm-hmm. And in most cases, that's not going to be the case. So you're signing away your life as you know it.
This was from the olden days when women were incapable of taking care of themselves in the world. What they did was they hooked up with a strong man who worked, and she raised the family. And if something happened to the guy and he wasn't insured, or they got a divorce, the woman was pretty much left out in the cold. So all kinds of laws were made, and divorce law was made, and now the women have to be supported by the guy. But it's 2004 now, people. And we're still living with this system that, the woman can go out and support herself as a human being. You don't need the guy paying for you to live now, but still happens. What about the guy? He's got to work and support himself. That's not easy. 99% of the people out there aren't, earning enough that they could pay for two people separately. And there he is, buying a little or renting a little shithole as the woman gets the house, the cars. You got to sell everything. Anything fun you might have had in your life, that boat that you had, the motorcycle, that all has to get sold. It's a disgrace. It's awful. Why would you do it?
Why?
If you're getting married, there are some guys right now listening going, oh, my God, that have a wedding right around the corner. Right around the corner.
Dude,
and right now,
your wedding.
Cancel
it. I mean, in the end, you're going to lose. Simple as that.
If you're
what is the
truly
divorce
in
rate
love,
up to like
you'll
70%?
get over it.
And trust me, God will understand.
Yeah.
If you're getting married because of the whole, you have to be married in God's eyes or whatever, he'll understand in the end.
I'll tell you why people get married, especially guys. It's because of their families. They're getting married for their families. That's one reason. For the girl, that's another reason.
It's her day.
A lot of guys don't want to get married. They get pushed into it. Guys would rather live with the girl, and that's it. Send it right there. Girls want to get married, and the families want their children to be married, and that's why people do it. When you're walking down that aisle, when you're ready to give those vows, you're not thinking this is great. You're thinking, holy shit, what the hell is going on? I'm signing a legal binding document that can only hurt me.
In the end. And most weddings just stink, let's be honest. They stink.
Well, that whole tradition.
You pick out a reading. You don't even know what it is. You just know it sounds good, and
oh, that stupid letter to the Corinthians thing. Some sap gets up and starts reading it.
Half those readings, what? You don't mean this? You just picked it from a book. Just so your aunt could start crying in the front row.
And a love that will last forever. And
shut up. She's up at the podium shaking, with
Right.
shaking, nervous reading hands. Oh, and you're sitting there looking at your watch. You shouldn't look at your watch if this is an event people, put on, taking years to plan. And Yeah, but everyone's looking at their watch because it's just boring as hell. It's the same crap you've been through 1,000 times. Oh, here they come. They're lighting the candles together. Oh, look at them light the candles. Take some pictures of that.
Right.
So we can tear them in half when they get the divorce.
Here's something for the people getting married out there. Most people don't want to go to your wedding.
Right.
They
It's
have
an
no
inconvenience.
fucking desire to go to your wedding. You've been friends with them forever. Yes, I understand that. They don't want to be there. They bitch the whole time to other people going, oh, man, Saturday, it's a long weekend, and I have to go to blah, blah's wedding. I know I've been friends with him since childhood, but I don't want to freaking go. I'd rather play golf. I'd rather do this. I'd rather do anything but.
How many times do you say that? I got another wedding to go to.
Another
Son
wedding.
of a big- And then you go. I'm at the point now in my life, if I get invited to a wedding, it's got to be somebody really, like, close to me. And I don't go to the church. I refuse. I show up at the reception. Give me a couple of drinks. I'll come, couple of drinks, hang out. I'll goof on the people, and then I'm out. Will you ever see me on the conga line that goes through the kitchen of the reception hall? Look at them. They're doing the conga. There they go. Oh, look, Grandma's at the end.
What a mess.
It's nothing spontaneous.
It's the same
Nothing
wedding.
fun. It's this cookie cutter, stamped out thing with just new victims, new future courtroom victims sitting up. Cling, 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 cling. Oh, look, they're kissing.
Same music played.
The same dopey DJ.
Daddy's
playing
little
the same
girl. All right, we
music.
get it. Daddy's little girl.
Oh,
Great.
everyone's crying. Now, if we could
Okay.
get everyone up to dance, no. I will not entertain you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, let's hear
Let's
for
bring
Mr.
'em out.
and Mrs. Block.
Oh, look, the bridal party's holding their arms up to make a little tunnel.
Right.
Here they come, running through. Get the picture. The photographer is taking all the pictures. We want to get the bridal party outside on the grass. It's a beautiful day. Now, guys, could you roll your pant leg up and kick? What the fuck is that?
And
What
here's,
is that shot?
and here's something else. Don't waste your time on getting the pictures done because you'll never look at them.
You'll never look at them.
You'll look at them, once, and then you'll throw them in a drawer
Oh, they'll
somewhere.
just be, no one wants to see them. No one wants to see them.
And you see the happy couple that just got married. Give them maybe a year, and then they're going to be just as miserable as all the other couples,
Right.
looking on at the wedding.
Because they're together? No. Because they're married. Because they're married.
I think as soon as you get married, I don't know because I haven't done it, and that
I'll give you any info you want on it, Al.
and at this point, I just don't see the point at all. But
There's
I think
no upside.
I think that if you're not married, you keep the excitement going.
You do?
I think so.
You absolutely
because
do.
I think there's always that thing like you're not really, the person, excuse me, the person can leave the relationship at any given time, so it makes you work a little
Danger
harder.
factor?
Makes you work a little harder. Maybe you won't cut your hair and start looking like your buddy Phil all of a sudden. Maybe you won't gain those 15 pounds just because, we're married now. It don't matter anymore.
Do you think...
Maybe, you'll close the door instead of taking a shit in front of your husband.
It's just over at that point.
Right, but if you're still living with someone, I think the excitement's still there, and you got that in the back of your head. They can leave at any time.
Do you think that bull dyke haircut is attractive? And hey, ladies, of course, there are millions of instances that girls could give of their guys getting out of shape and ridiculous.
Oh, and you know what? It's fair to say it works both ways, is what I'm saying.
Right.
You live
Works
with a
both
girl or
ways.
something, I think the guys are working a little harder, too. Like, well, hey, she could be leaving for, someone tomorrow.
Right.
There's something about it, I think, that just makes you try a little harder.
Try
to
a
keep
little
yourself
harder.
in shape, try to be a little more romantic.
That friggin' mom haircut.
Don't leave your streak stained underwear just laying around.
There you go.
You clean up a little bit better.
Right. And when the moms cut that hair, when these wives they reach a point and give that haircut where they look like their husband's friends that he plays cards with. You think that's good? Oh, they put on those clothes that try to cover up the world of hurt that's going on.
For all the young guys out there thinking they want to get married, here's something. Take the Long Island Railroad from Huntington to Penn Station on matinee day. What is matinee day?
Oh.
I think it's Wednesday, right?
Wednesday.
All these older ladies getting together to go to a Broadway show. They're all going to a Broadway show.
We're going to the show.
And a lot of these women aren't even that old yet.
No, they're not. And I said to my husband, I'm going to matinee, and when I come home, this lawn had better be cut. Ugh.
Dude, there are these women that you see on the Long Island Railroad going to matinees. They're more manly than a lot of men I've seen. I don't know what happened. There's like some kind of hormone thing
Hormones
has happened already.
There's something going on where they are getting these huge doses of male hormones because, their bodies take on a masculine shape. They're very wide at the shoulders, narrower at the hips, and they cover it up with those sweatshirt things. And then their hair, they cut it. They get the Phil hairdo.
Phil hair. The Phil haircut.
And I don't know, their faces and skin have this more manly look to it. They've just given up.
Could be all the smoking they're doing.
Smoking.
Just drying out their faces.
They just give up.
I used to take that train when we were doing afternoon drive, and I'm like, I was horrified. It's like, this is...
Is this the future?
This is...
Is this the train to the future?
This is what's going to happen.
But if you're not married, and there's that out, like Opie said, both sides work a little harder.
I think so.
Both sides work a little harder to keep things going. They're not bound in a legal, binding, corporate relationship.
My dream was always to kind of have a rock star-like relationship. Settle with...
What is that?
Completely settle
Rod
with...
Stewart drinking out of Mick Jagger's mule until he's got to get his stomach pumped?
Settle with someone.
Yeah.
Know within both parties' hearts that you're not going anywhere, but you don't have to make it official.
Right.
I think that's a hell of a lot more exciting than doing the cookie-cutter wedding in front of your stupid family and friends.
Oh. I got married at a bar. I didn't even do the whole wedding thing. I got married at the bar that my mother worked at. That was pretty much it. No one was affording anything. And you know what it is now? It's a strip club.
Is it really?
The place I got married
Nice.
is now a strip club in Comac, on Comac, New York, out on Long Island. That's it. Speaks volumes. And I actually went to Bill Brady, Habil, Cowbell Bill, went to his bachelor party at that very strip club.
Really? The place you got married at?
But my wedding place, Opie. I was shoving dollar bills down Russian chicks' G-strings.
That's so cool. You had a horrific wedding, I believe.
Oh, it was the wedding, the marriage, everything. It was just a nightmare. I didn't know what I was doing.
The engagement ring.
Engagement ring.
One of my favorite stories ever.
I should have known then. I mean, it all adds up now. In hindsight, it all adds up. I, for some reason, decided it was time for me to get married. I think because my life was kind of not going anywhere, I thought that might have been a direction to go to kind of hook things up. Would have started the ball rolling.
Wait, yeah, why would you get married?
I had a shit job, right? I lived in a hovel. I gave you my best to Jerry, my spot online.
Yeah, why don't you give me that DVD back, all right?
You're not getting your King of Comedy DVD back. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
So I guess, I'm not even sure. It's psychobabble to me, but I guess I thought if I had gotten married that it would push me in a direction I had to be, which was a little more responsible. Maybe I'd get a better job because of it. Maybe a little more respect. I don't know. I thought it was what I should do. Apparently, I was wrong. Thought it was what I should do.
Yeah.
So I decide I'm going to get married. So what do you do when you get married? You get a ring.
Were you into it ever?
Let me seriously assess this. No. I really wasn't into it.
Did you like do it because you felt like, I don't know, everyone else was getting married?
No one else was really getting married.
So why did you get married if you really weren't
Like I
into
said,
it?
I thought it was one of those things I should do. I had reached a
man.
point in my life where it was like, oh my God, I'm acting like this irresponsible kid for my whole life. And boy, that didn't stop, did it?
No. Thank God.
It just never stopped. And I thought if I got married, it would be a way that I would go to the next level, where I would get, you get married, and then I would get the good paying job, and then I would get the house. It was like a piece that of a puzzle that had to be there for the other pieces. You know? It was a rung on a ladder, Opie. It was time for me to do that. Stupid move. But what did I know? So you're ready to get married, you got to get the ring. That's the first step, right? I put this off, and it shows what was going through my head. I put things off. I put it off. I didn't put money away for a ring. I had no money.
No offense to this day, you still do exactly that.
Oh, I do. I put
everything.
things off. But the good thing is now, Infinity Broadcasting has afforded me the opportunity, by paying us for sitting and doing nothing, where I can put things off, and then just, like they say, you just throw money at a problem, it tends to go away. That's kind of what it is. I could pay for things, which is good. And that helps when you're irresponsible. At the time, I didn't have the proverbial pot to piss in or window to throw it out of. And I had to get a ring. I had to get a ring. So where do you go? Where do people go to buy wedding rings? Tiffany's. People go there.
What was that place in Huntington on...
Bailey, Banks, and Biddle.
Wow.
They go there.
The place on...
That's where Trump's son went.
The place near the mall on Jericho Turnpike.
Ooh, the Diamond Exchange?
No. Carrot Shop or something like that?
Something like that?
Whatever.
Even if you wanted to get a maybe lower-end diamond, you would go to one of the lower-end jewelry stores, but you go to a jewelry store. I was getting on a train to go up to Massachusetts to propose on Christmas Day.
That sounds like a very romantic thing.
In front of her entire family for the first time me meeting them. Now, I have never met the family. I am ready to meet the family for the first time. I'm driving up to Massachusetts in my Volkswagen Beetle.
Nice.
With it was a Baja Bug, which had been, take the fenders off, put the fiberglass Baja kit on for off-roading. Because I was such a responsible adult, I had a dune buggy as my mode of transportation. My mode of transportation, dune buggy, which I'm driving up. Now, if you've ever been to Massachusetts in December, it's cold. It's cold now in Massachusetts. December, I had no heat in this dune buggy, and the cold air just blew in. I had to cover myself and drive in blankets. Here's the prize that's coming up to the other prize that is going to, hook up.
Wow.
Here's the guy coming up saying, wow. I'm going to take your little girl.
Right, wow.
And
were you excited?
I had a Link from the Mod Squad afro at the time, too. I mean, my hair was just...
When I first met you, you still had the crazy hair.
I looked like a walking mushroom. Yeah.
Looked like you should be playing for the band Boston.
Right. I looked like Sib the drummer.
Yeah,
from
big time.
Boston.
Big time. If you got that old album laying around, that's Anthony's hairdo. Right up until I met him, matter of fact.
Yeah. So I drive. That was when I went to propose, but I had to go to the when I drove up afterwards. But to propose, I took the train to go to Penn Station. Ready to get my ring. I don't have it yet. I don't have a ring, Opie. So what do? There's a jewelry store in Penn Station. Yeah. There's a jewelry store in Penn Station.
Yeah.
And I walked in, and I found something that resembled my impression of an engagement ring. It was, I don't even know what it was made out of. It could have been silver. I don't even know. It's supposed to be gold. And had this little alleged diamond.
A chip.
This piece of glass
yeah.
was in it. What are you supposed to pay for a diamond? It's supposed to be 3 months' salary. 3-month salary.
Yeah, well,
For a
they
wedding ring or engagement?
for an engagement ring.
they put that in the girls' heads.
Right. 3 months salary.
The diamond world has they
Now,
all got together and said, look, if this lady's worth it, you need to
I'm making
put
3
months of your salary into a ring.
27,500 a year. What's 3 months salary?
Well, it's about-
Let's say 30 grand.
Well, then that'd be about $6,000.
Be about $6,000. Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, 6,
No,
12.
10.
Yeah.
3, 6, 9,
Wait, we're
12.
going
No,
on
3 months.
7.
Third of your salary.
A
which
third
would
of your
be
salary, 10,000.
10,000. So it would be
Wait,
a
what
little
were you
under
making?
10,000.
27.
27.
Oh, so all right.
6,800.
9,000.
Yeah.
$9,000 on 27,000.
6,800. We stink.
No, it's a third, right?
Yeah.
27,000 you were making?
Yeah.
A third of that is 9,000.
Okay. 9,000, Jim.
When we do this.
That's easy. That's easy math.
Wait,
Yeah.
27,500 divided by 12.
No, that's 1 month.
Jim,
Divided by 12 is just 1 month.
you just keep being quiet over there. We're doing fine right
Now
now.
times it by 3.
Put your calculator away. It's not working.
Aw.
Oh, Jimmy.
Looks so dejected. He's trying to do some math.
Look, he brought in Rent Boys. Great.
Yeah. 9 grand, we decided?
$9,000 is a third of your salary.
So me making 27.5, I should have put so much thought into this and thought about it so much sooner and planned for this.
you know what kind of
and put
jet
away
ski you could have got for $9,000
$9,000.
back
I know
then?
what kind of, because I did.
All right. So go ahead.
9 grand it should have been.
All right.
What did my engagement ring cost? Opie, I spent $800. $800 on an engagement ring. And that was overpriced. Believe me. If I would have went out to Long Island or something and thought about it before
that's-
I was leaving,
That same ring probably would have been $500.
about 500, maybe even 3.
Because I think they
In Penn Station?
they jack prices up at Penn Station.
Of course they do. But I picked it up, and here I was, ready to make my trek up to propose.
In the Baja.
In the Baja
In the
Bug.
middle of winter. Or
In
the
the
start
middle
of
of
winter.
winter.
It was December.
So, I go back to my house, pick up the bug, and took my trip up there. And the family, her family it was Christmas Day. So there'd been let's just say, plenty of Christmas cheer. Plenty of Christmas cheer was in the air at the house. The whole family was over. And there was scotch and Captain Morgan and boxes of wine, more than you could ever imagine, all over the house, and all the family was there. And the first thing I did was downed 2 giant water
Tumblers.
glasses. They were like what you would give these huge water glasses.
Wait, so you drove up in the Baja,
Yeah.
the 200 plus miles,
Yep.
freezing your ass off. You get to the door, and then what? I think you skipped ahead here a little bit.
Well, yeah,
Did they greet you with open arms, the family? Were they drunk?
Yeah, it was
What
a couple of
going on?
cousins. A couple of cousins just hammered, all red-faced, going, "Hey, glad to meet you. Why don't you come to fucking and have a goddamn drink?" And I did.
And who
Walked
knew
in.
you were proposing? Just you?
Just me and her.
Run! Run!
I know. I could have bolted right then and there.
Run!
I could have bolted. But any reservations or anything went out the window after I downed 2 huge water glasses full of Captain Morgan. Captain Morgan. "Ar, matey! Don't matter. You can get married. Ar, the captain says it's okay." Quite the crappy little bounty you got there in that ring box. I wouldn't bury that treasure in a cat box. Ar, matey. But you're here. You're here anyway. You weathered the storm to come up. You might as well take the plunge. Ar. I was hoping a rapier would go through my chest at that moment, but the captain said, "Go ahead." The captain said it was okay. He had his leg up on the little box, and he was going, "Ar, matey, have a nither." And,
So you got the $800 ring in your pocket.
yep.
You're hammered now.
I had quite the little buzz on.
The family's there.
The family's there.
The
They're
lovely
all
lady
buzzing.
is there
Yeah.
with hope in her eyes, wanting in her
Oh,
eyes.
yes. And I gave her Christmas present. I did what a lot of guys do. They could save money by, doing the engagement ring and the Christmas present. It's all in one. It's an all-in-one.
Did you place it in a really big box and then a smaller box and then a smaller box and a smaller
I had this
box?
original idea. This funny look. She's unwrapping it. Ugh.
So what, everyone was opening up presents?
Everyone was opening up presents.
And all of a sudden you just casually... Did you make everyone stop?
No, which is red flag number 2. If I really wanted to do this, I would have wanted everyone around. If I was proud of my ring, I would have wanted everyone around. Believe me, I wanted to do this down at a drugstore down on the corner. You want to step out a minute here? You want to come down to the garage? Yeah, it was time. And I don't even remember exactly what I said. Oh, I know. Could I have another drink? That's what I said first. Keep 'em coming, matey. Arr. Yeah.
Wow.
I think I just did the standard, will you marry me?
Was there tears?
Will you marry me?
There were
No.
There were tears
No.
in your eyes.
I remember her mother, gasped.
You know that ring has now cost you a good mill. Probably.
Oh, dude, that ring's very expensive.
That's
very expensive.
that's the point we're trying to make to the guys out there. See, you think it makes sense at the time,
Yeah,
but you're
Yeah.
still paying for that ring.
that ring, very expensive.
Don't you wish the Baja crashed on the way to Massachusetts?
It might have been easier to deal with had it just spun out on the Mass Pike, rammed into an abutment. Burst into flames. Would have been warm.
So then, did she run around the room showing everybody the ring?
Yeah. And everyone was like, well, congratulations.
Anyone give you the look like, you cheap bastard?
I never saw that look. Maybe I just didn't want to see it. But that was probably the most pathetic engagement ring I've ever seen in my life. And then you get friends, that go, oh, look, and they show their engagement rings, and they're just these huge rocks. You can't even understand how anyone could afford it. And there was that little, what size was it? I'm trying to think of something that's that size, but I really can't. It was so small. A little grain of sand, like a little pebble.
Wow.
It was nothing. Oh, let me see. Is that, yeah. See, there's the Boston picture. We ought to put that up on the website.
Yeah, that's how Anthony's hair looked.
Yeah.
The first Boston album.
Sib from Boston,
Right.
the drummer. And that was, that was the beginning. I had a little, for the wedding, I had a little party at the house that I was living at where everyone came over. Had it in the backyard. Talk about just white trash.
One guy's screaming on the phone. It's a quarter of your it's a fourth of your salary, not a third, you tool.
Hey, ass cock! I saw the commercial 8,000 times. It said 3 months salary, you jerk off. 3, 6, 9, 12. That is a quarter. Okay.
That's
It's a fraction, idiot. A quarter. 3, 6, 9, 12.
Anthony you didn't come close to a tenth.
No,
all right?
I didn't come close.
That's
to
the point
a
of this
tenth.
story.
That's the point, John. Don't worry about fractions. We don't. Yes, it is a quarter.
All right.
So what was a fourth?
You don't listen to us because we're math
Jim
majors.
probably right.
Let's
then.
relax, everybody.
Jimmy was right. Jimmy knew he was right too.
Wait, you were right the whole time?
Yeah,
and I told you
he
to
knew.
shut up, and that's why you
He
gave me
told
that
Jimmy
look
to
like you
shut
wanted to
up.
kill me? I'm sorry, Jimmy. I'm not reading out of your book, though.
Oh, for your lack of math skills, he took my cock.
Yeah, everyone's writing. It's 6,870. Isn't that what you said? Jesus.
Yeah, exactly what Jimmy said.
And I'm berating you like, you ass, shut up
You
and just eat your
idiot!
cereal.
Put your calculator away, Mr. Calculator.
And I'm all confident. I'm like, I know, man. It's coming through like a million
Oh,
times.
people are just angry.
Jimmy, I'm sorry. Will you accept my apology?
Math wasn't the point of the story, people.
You don't listen to the show because we're math majors. We stink at math and
What
many
a-
other things. But go ahead.
Yeah, it was. We had a little party, had the wedding at my mother's bar, and then it was, we did the whole actual ceremony thing in front of a justice of the peace down there in Northport. Had to drive into Northport and go to the justice of the peace, and then it was it. Then it's like, holy shit, I'm married.
And when did you realize you? I already know the answer.
Made a mistake?
Yeah.
The night of the wedding.
See, the story never changes. I'm always testing.
Oh,
you.
the night of the wedding.
The night of the wedding, you knew you made a mistake, and then 10 years later, you finally got out.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
10 years. I hung in there for 10 years. Nine and change. I don't know why. Why would I do that? Why would I torture myself? But I did. I hung in there thinking, maybe the better job's around the corner. And you know something? It was. The better job was around the corner. Maybe my plan was working. I had gotten married, and then I guess 5 years, 4 and a half, 5 years later, I got the better job. I was going up to Massachusetts to do radio. What a coincidence and what a convenience, Opie. Thank you so much that our first gig was a mile away from my mother-in-law's house. Could have been anywhere in the United States. Is it safe to assume that the Opie and Anthony show, in its birth, would have gone anywhere in the country had we gotten a good offer?
Yeah, if you remember.
From New York to L.A., from Montana to Texas, we would have gone anywhere to start the show.
If you remember, I don't think we've ever talked about this on the air, but when we were working at BAB and I started sending out tapes when you and I started working together, we were getting hit. People were interested all over the country right away, which is crazy. Yeah. I'm going to bring in our first show someday. And that was after only working together for like 3 months.
Uh-huh.
And Dallas wanted us really bad.
Dallas.
You remember?
Could have been Dallas.
It was between Dallas. In the end, it was between Dallas and Worcester.
Could have been
Worcester / Boston.
Let's say anywhere from Spokane, Washington to Miami.
Yeah.
Bangor, Maine to San Diego. Anywhere in between, we could have ended up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a mile away from my mother-in-law.
Yeah, the radio station was a mile away.
A mile away.
Mm-hmm.
How did that happen?
It was the better offer.
And there I found myself in my Dodge Aries K car. Oh, yeah, I was stepping up. I'd gotten rid of the bug. I got a Dodge Aries K car. Driving back up.
That was on blocks when I first came to your crib.
Yeah.
Your awful crib.
Yeah. I remember turning on the air conditioner once and white smoke came out. Thought I was in a James Bond movie.
So you realized that you made a mistake the night of the wedding.
Yeah. There you are on your wedding night, which is supposed to be a night full of romance, right?
Well, hardcore sex.
Night full of romance.
Hardcore sex.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Those cute little panties that the women get at their bachelorette party and all that. Yeah, those are just torn off, and then you get down to just bumping uglies.
Well, Opie, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. Sometimes it works out where maybe there was a little too much partaking in some alcoholic beverages, and maybe somebody's not in any condition to get a little romantic. And maybe the other person's laying back, staring at the ceiling, thinking, oh, my God, what have I done? Oh, my God, what have I done? Yeah.
So why didn't you get out at that point? Because it wasn't like you were going to lose a lot of money.
I don't know. That was not part of the plan.
And you told me once, like, you were staring at the ceiling and, dare I say, there was a little tear in your eye, Anthony, a little tear in your eye.
Rolling down going, oh, my God, what have I done? Yeah, it was.
That is just tragic.
It was not a good day. But I hung in there for another 9 years. I hung in there.
So you didn't have sex?
Because it was not part of the plan.
You didn't have sex on your wedding night?
I have no recollection of that, sir. I'm not going to cross certain boundaries in this conversation.
Oh, okay.
That might get me into
all right. More trouble?
Problems. Yeah.
You can't get in more trouble, can you?
Hey, who knows, huh? All I'm saying is certain parties were, partook a little too much, and other parties were regretful.
Wow. Wasn't there fights, too?
Oh, there were plenty of fights.
No, I know that. I know that personally. I used to get whatever. I used to get so freaking pissed off. But anyway, no, I'm talking about it during the wedding.
Yeah, there was some kind of
the reception.
There was there was something going on. My brother was trying to pick up on my brand new wife's cousin or something, or just even talking to her. I don't even know what the story was. And
well, your brother's here.
She took offense to it.
Yeah.
My brand new bride took offense to it and started yelling at my mother, calling my brother an asshole. And I'm like, oh my God, oh my goodness, this is just not good. This is just not good. And,
she's calling your brother
years.
an asshole to your mom on your wedding night or the reception, whatever?
Yeah, my mother's just kind of staring back like, oh, this is good. This is great. Picked a good one there. Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah. 9 years I hung in there. 9 more years.
No, you've hung in there longer because you've been paying for an extra 5 after.
Well, no,
I don't want to
I
remind
hung in
you.
there for 9 years, though. I hung in there for 9 years.
So this nightmare has been going on 14 years. So for all the people out there thinking of getting married, take that with you today.
Yeah.
14 years later, you're still dealing with that.
I got the good job, though.
Yes, you did.
So the plan kind of worked.
So she was responsible for your.
Could you go
your
down
career.
to Sears? Could you go down to Sears and get a garage door opener and put it in my garage?
Sounds like a very easy thing to do.
Okay. It's my Christmas vacation. This one, before I was in radio, I'd knocked in, and then I would have to go up every Christmas. We'd have to visit every Christmas. And there was a new thing for me to do.
I need some. We don't get any heat at all down in the basement.
Really?
Not no hot air, and it's freezing down there. Really? Would you be able to run some ductwork from the furnace into the TV room in the basement?
Okay. There I am, Mr. Okay. Mr. Okie Dokie. And during my Christmas vacation from knocking tin, I was knocking tin and hanging garage door openers. I'm so happy now. I'm in such a happy place now. I don't have to do anything anymore.
It's very peaceful. No fighting.
I
bet you don't vacuum anymore.
I don't remember the last time I pulled out a vacuum. And you know when it was? I don't remember when it was, but I know the situation. When I wanted to. I looked around and said, I think I'm going to push a goddamn vacuum around the house. Boo! There you go. Back in the closet with you. See you whenever. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do now. I don't have to do anything. Anything I don't want to do anymore. But during that time, I had to do it all. I was taking the garbage out all the time. A lot of guys take the garbage out. But it was just that yelling thing about it. That point made that it's my job.
There was a lot of yelling.
Oh, there was a lot of yelling.
There was a time Anthony and I hung out a lot. A real lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember one time that didn't have yelling. Not you and I.
Mm-hmm.
There was always yelling.
There's no more yelling now.
And I hate yelling because I was brought up with yelling.
There's no more yelling now.
You yell at me, I don't even listen to you anymore. I don't even listen.
I don't yell.
My brain goes blank.
I don't yell.
No, you don't yell at all.
I don't
It had
yell
nothing
anymore.
to do with you.
No.
You would get yelled at over the stupidest things. And
You know what it's like to get yelled at as a grown man? Do you understand what that is, ladies? You don't yell at your husband. Yelling.
And you were a good.
Ah.
And this is what used to piss me off.
She spilled my coffee.
This is what used to piss me off. You
Yeah.
were a good guy, a really good guy.
What a great guy I am.
No, you were. I'm talking about even back in those days. And
I'm very passive. I really put up with a lot of
you
shit.
were a really good guy. It wasn't like you were banging broads or doing. You were like a normal, nice guy doing
That is how it ended.
doing what you thought was right.
Maybe I should have sooner.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, but it was about time.
It certainly was.
And then you're doing the right thing, and you're still just getting yelled at.
Yeah.
Over the stupidest things.
You just said, though, Ant, that you
Brother
don't
Joe.
do-
Hey,
you-
Brother Joe.
kids.
We told you to keep the
how's
mic away from
everybody?
him.
Brother Joe.
Good job, Ben.
You said, I know, you should have blocked me.
Brother
Mike
Joe.
blocked me. You said that you can do anything you want, though. Now you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do.
Pretty much.
And I just can't believe that. That is the reason. That's the reason I live alone.
Oh, right.
I live with nobody. I can truly do whatever I want or not do whatever I want whenever I want. Just thought I'd bring up
can
that
too.
point.
I got to tell you, I am in an amazing relationship. I love it. I've been with the same girl 5 years, and I can do whatever I want. It's amazing. Whatever I want to do. I really do. It's not like marriage. I'm not being yelled at ever.
So then you wanted to go see that No Doubt concert.
Actually, I did. I did.
Now it's cool to say.
There were free tickets. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know. I felt like coming in and busting.
Jesus Christ.
Busting your chops.
All right. You want to start, asshole?
Let's go.
How about your fucking girlfriend? Every 2 seconds I got to hear, fucking bitch, fuck this, fuck that, fuck. You get more aggravation not living with someone than I've ever seen with anyone that does fucking live with somebody.
When do I bitch? When do I ever bitch about my girlfriend?
You're constantly bitching about your girlfriend.
Never.
Constantly.
Never.
Dude,
When?
always.
When? I don't have to bitch about her.
And I told
She's
her,
not there. She's not there often enough.
You kick her out of the fucking house sometimes.
Damn straight.
I've heard that.
Damn straight.
I've heard more shit from you about a girlfriend you don't live with.
Have you ever had the feeling that you wanted to but you couldn't?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm in a great place. I'm content. I sit. I don't have to yell. I don't have to be yelled at. That's my.
Then you're in a
fucking
happy
life.
place.
And
I'm just
I
saying.
love it.
I'm just saying. I can't live like that
I know.
anymore. Divorce has completely ruined me for women.
Well, that's
completely
true.
ruined.
He had
me.
an even worse nightmare than I did.
Oh yeah.
Even worse than I did.
It sucked.
Chick smacking her face with a frying pan as she's looking at him in the face, and then calls the cops.
And then
says,
call the cops. Had me
Imagine a
arrested.
girl
Went to
smiling.
jail.
Picture your
Went to
wife
jail.
smiling at you,
I
and then
went to
bashing
jail.
herself in the face with a frying pan as she's looking at you, and then going 911.
Oh yeah.
Hello, my husband just punched me in the face.
By direction of the same lawyer that was involved with
Fun. And then Joe had to leave the house.
Allegedly.
Joe had to leave the house.
Oh yeah.
That he
wasn't
had
allowed
bought.
back. Wasn't allowed back in. Nightmare.
Yeah.
Like,
Anyone?
like
anyone get
9/11.
married
Never
out there?
forget. We will never forget.
Anyone get married out there?
And I know both these guys really well. Trust me, she hit herself in the face with a frying pan.
Oh, Joe's like me. It wouldn't. There's no way by any stretch of the imagination.
We were raised by our mom.
You
we
lay
were
a
raised
hand
to
on a woman.
ever lay a hand on a woman, ever.
Not even shake their shit out of bitch. Nothing.
All right.
Although you do get some kind of satisfaction out of watching those Canadian PSAs, don't you?
Oh, she spilled my coffee.
We could play that going into the break.
Yeah.
All right, Joe.
You could dream.
All right, well, wow, that was an hour of radio. I don't know if it meant anything to anybody, but
It was a public service announcement. That guy got a worse ring than I did.
Yeah,
Impossible.
yeah, Tad, stay on the line from San Francisco. We'll talk to you in a few minutes.
Possible.
And, wow, the phones have exploded, so we'll go to them next. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Hey, Ralph, what's up?
Hey, I just called to thank Ant for helping me save my life.
I saved some. Did I hit the OnStar for you after an accident, sir?
Nope.
How did I save your life?
I got my divorce finalized on Thursdays. I heard all your stories, and other than you being a radio rock star,
Right.
it closely emulated mine, so I had to go.
Wow. You got out before it got hot and heavy?
About 8 years of marriage.
8 years, okay.
But how did Anthony help you?
He just pushed me over the edge and said, no, I can't do this no more.
So he would have stayed in that marriage probably, being miserable. Are you a successful man as far as your business goes?
I do about 70 a year. I'm a truck driver.
All right, he's a truck driver, so yeah, you never know. Do you have any dreams or aspirations to be something else?
Yeah, but I got to work on paying off all my debt first that she made up for me, so.
Oh, great. See, but then if he achieves this dream of his, he doesn't have that big money pit called a wife to take all his money. Well, congratulations, sir.
I got off a little better than you, though.
Yeah, you did.
She's only getting 10% for 1 year, and then I'm done.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Look at you.
God, you lucky bastard.
How did that happen?
I don't know. How did that happen?
I talked to her, and I said, look, you got two choices. Either I'll pay you alimony for 1 year, or I'll pay all the money I was going to pay into alimony to a lawyer and make sure you get nothing, and I'll take all the household goods.
Yeah, I love when you can make those threats.
Is that a Connecticut threat? Because that's not a L.A. or a New York threat.
New York threat. I don't know.
Divorce is actually in Tennessee, so all my stuff's in storage down there. I got to get it back up to Connecticut. So
I just found all my because I'll be moving shortly, so I'm trying to get my shit in order. You know, I'm going through boxes of stuff and found my transcripts from the last day of my divorce proceedings, where they sit you both down after you've settled, and everything is like the court reporter takes every word down, and I'm flipping through page after page, you know, like it was yesterday, and just reading what the settlement is and Dominic Barbara's little statements and can we go off the record? And then I remember like what he said off the record there, and then he has this whole thing about where I can talk about certain aspects of the divorce if it's for the show, because they can't rein me in. This is part of the show is me talking about my life.
Sure.
So they couldn't make a stipulation in there that I couldn't talk about the divorce, but I can't talk meanly. I can't be mean about Dominic or my ex-wife or anything like that. I could talk about my life, which included, you know, some things that weren't fun.
Who's Dominic?
Dominic Barbara. A stupid fat fuck attorney. And
one of Howie's best friends.
If you want to sue me for calling you a fat fuck, I'd let any jury try that case. They'd look at you and say, well, he is a fat fuck. Son of a bitch.
Unless he lost a lot of weight in the last month.
Yeah.
Last time we saw him, he was still a fat fuck.
I know.
You don't like him because he lost some money for you? Or he
the
lost
guy was my wife's lawyer. He was my ex-wife's lawyer.
Okay.
Oh, my God. And I had the lawyer that the Benny Hill music should have been playing with. They came in, I swear to God, Dominic, you know, for as much of an asshole as he is the perfect divorce lawyer. If you're getting divorced...
Jesus, don't give the guy a free commercial.
I endorse the guy.
What is wrong with you?
Because he is the biggest prick when it comes to divorce. And I had a guy who'd come in with, like he reminded me of me in high school, coming into class with a sheet of paper and not a pencil and asking, you got and meanwhile Dominic is wheeling in hand trucks with boxes of paperwork that I paid every penny for.
Anthony.
Yeah.
Well, if we look back at the year 1973, that's when you started your joking. It was only enhanced when you met your wife, and she...
Are you still paying her out?
Of course.
Until when?
I was married 9 years. I'll be paying 9 years.
How long ago was this?
2000. So I'll be paying until 2009.
Oh, you're almost there.
Well, it's getting close.
You're almost there.
It's getting close. The year goes by, and I go, another year. Tick-tock, tick-off. But
if she gets married, though, you don't have to pay anymore, right?
Oh, no, I do.
Even if she gets married?
Even if she gets married. Dude, I had to fight to get this out of there. They wanted to write into the deal that if she died, I still had to pay her heirs and her estate. And if she had kids, I had to pay the children if she died. I got that taken out. I don't know how.
In what state? New York?
New York. Because you know why? It's a settlement. You can make up whatever rules you want. If I sign it, that's how it goes. And it reached a point where this was going on for 3 years. I'm paying legal fees, so I'm pumping money into Dominic Barber's pocket.
Where's she getting money?
From me!
To pay for the
whole time, I'm paying what is called support. So during the whole thing, before you're even divorced, I have to keep paying. Pay. Pay her lawyer bill. Pay. When it's over, I gotta pay. Pay. 9 years.
And she wiped out the joint account.
Oh, and then I go to take out half of our joint account. I had $40,000 in my account. All I ever had, everything I worked for up to that point in my entire life, 40 large. I go to Fleet Bank in Manhattan where I was.
I went.
Me and Opie, I go, you know something? I better.
It was actually my idea. I go, things are getting a little ugly. I would go down to the bank and see what you could take out of your joint account.
I go, I better take
I swear to you,
out.
And I say this every time we bring this up, This guy is a nice guy. He goes, you know what? I'll go down and I'll take half. It's a joint account.
I go, I'm going to take 20 grand
I'll take my half out, leave the other half for her.
I go down there, I write out a big withdrawal slip for $20,000, go up to there, I go, give me 20 grand. They're like, could you talk to this gentleman over here? I talk to him. You go, sir, there's about $86 in that account. It's oh my God, 40 large.
And never got the money back.
Never got that
never
back.
got that back
Never
either.
got that back.
You're fucking
And
joking.
get this.
What was the grounds for the divorce? What was...
Get this. She took the 40 grand, and above and beyond that, even though I went into court and said, Your Honor, she took $40,000. She should be able to live on that for a while. Day one, I had to still start paying her. So she took everything I had, and I still had to pay every month. Could you believe it?
How can you look another bitch in the face?
It's divorce. No, it's not how can you look another bitch in the face. How could you look another bitch in the face and go, I do? That will never happen.
Now, are you at the... Your girl's cool. I know your girl.
There's no common law shit.
Is she on some shit to get off the pot thing? Is she feeling it?
She don't want to get married either.
That'll change eventually. How long y'all been together? Like 5 years?
7.
7? And it's not even she doesn't blink slow at all.
Nope. She knows she's taken care of, and she would be taken care of.
Yeah, that's fucking famous last words that she knows.
She knows.
Holy shit.
He got killed.
What was the grounds? Did bitch cheat on you or anything?
Dude, grounds, well...
Irreconcilable horseshit?
In New York, there's only 3 grounds for divorce. You can't get to... It's holding back sex for a year. That's one ground. The other ground is cruel and unusual punishment, or
which is redundant, which is also holding back sex.
Treating them cruelly. And the third one is adultery. Yeah, I gotta say, things were shaky for a few years before. You know, I left the house.
Now, who was holding back sex, you or her?
Well, it was
mutual.
Well, see, I'm the worst person at cheating. I've brought this up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really bad at cheating.
Right.
Because I bring my girlfriends home with the wife there. Like, I don't care. When I find somebody that I'm really into, I'll just bring them home.
So
hey, baby, this is my girlfriend.
So you left that part of it. So you used to bring a bitch home.
Like,
no wonder she took on you, but she was...
My wife, this is my girlfriend, and I guess we're through. It's, but, you know, regardless.
Jesus, I was feeling all bad. I was on a campaign to just, you know.
Dude, I was in 9 years of shit.
You should feel bad for this man.
It was just the worst.
Was she hot?
Let me tell you something, you son of a motherfucking
She was
bitch.
a drunk?
I will not...
Let's just put it in these terms. There were days where everything was fine. And when we would go out to the bar, I would have the pre-bar speech, which would be like, hey, could we just keep cool tonight? Let's have a good time. Do some shots if we want. But please, anytime we get into these drunk arguments, they're always about nothing. So let's just not get into them.
So he was the reverse Eric Clapton song. She would have to sing, he puts on his makeup, brushes it, plucks his pretty eyes, then he asks me.
But then by 11 or midnight, what the fuck do you think? And I try to rationalize. I'll be like, you know, listen, we've been, and by we've, I mean you. We've had a few tonight. We're drinking. It's just like I said earlier. This would happen. So could we just? This argument is about nothing. So let's just have a good time. It's just, you know, you fucking have a good time, and I'll do what the fuck I want because you. It was me thinking I could rationalize with somebody that wasn't in any condition to be rationalized with. But you honestly think when you're leaving to go to the bar and she's going, yeah, no, baby, no problem, man. It's not going to happen. Whoosh, Jack, Jack.
And what was you whooshing down? Was you whooshing down anything?
Yeah, Jack, beers. Oh, yeah. I'm a great drunk, Patrice. I can drink like a motherfucker and the cops won't know it. I swear to you, I am one of the best drunks you will ever see. I could be drunk right.
So why not a movie
this
or
club
theater
soda,
or
you think I
something?
like club soda? This is vodka. Every day I drink a bottle of vodka on the show. No, I'm a great drinker. I could drink and no one even knows. She would drink, and after
her whole personality
she'd cross a line, and man, did it just get nasty.
Now, was she following you, or you feel me? Like, could y'all have gone, let's say, power gliding, or whatever, skateboarding together if you made that what you was gonna do? So basically, I'm trying to put you at fault a little bit. Is by saying,
I hear you.
Could you have made this bitch do something other than drink?
No, it was pretty much
in her blood.
And it was, I enjoyed going out to the bars too, If I decided maybe, hey, we're not going to the bars anymore, let's, go to museums or something.
Right.
I don't know. No, I think, you like to tip them back, but so did I. We'd be at the bar. I was one of those typical white guy suburban bar dart league, fucking like drinking beers, playing darts every Tuesday and Thursday.
You walk in,
of course, everyone. Hey, Johnny, what's up? Hey, Anthony, sit down. Hey, beer. All right, and upside down shot glass in front of me. Hey, you're backed up by Petey, Billy, Bobby. Like all night, we're backing each other up, drunk,
Mary.
watching the game.
Hi, Tony. Hi, Frank.
It was great, yeah. The girl behind the bar, everybody. It was one of those situations. So, and she was a bartender, so she would be tending bar. I'd get done with the show, and or before I was even doing a show and I was working for a living. I'd get done with work. It's like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd go to the bar. It was off Broadway out there in Greenlawn.
Greenlawn, sure.
I'd sit at that bar until she was done, about 8 o'clock. Then she'd go on to the other side of the bar, and boom, 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 pounding, get home about 10, 11 o'clock, smashed, get up for work the next day. That was pretty much...
That was your lifestyle.
The way the life went. Wake up late, call into the radio in my truck.
16 to base. I'm on my way in. I just had to stop for gas. The battery was bad this morning, and I had a flat tire, and the tranny won't engage. That's why I'll be an hour late today. I'll think of some new shit tomorrow when I'm late, but that's what I'm sticking to today.
And this is the radio. This is even more.
No, that was pre-radio.
This is the air conditioning.
That was pre-radio.
That's unbelievable.
Then I got into radio. I fall into fucking radio. Opie discovers Anthony. That's how it worked.
You almost didn't write the song. You probably was just like fucking like.
He was almost too hungover to write the song.
Come on, dude, let's write this song.
So then I get to the point where after a while, I'm not making $27,500 a year anymore. Mm-hmm. I'm doing a little better.
Right.
A little better in Massachusetts after a while. And then when we come to New York, I'm doing much better. And then that's when things really got shaky.
Now, did she come to Massachusetts with you, or she was...
Yeah, her mother lived up there, so she loved it. We lived a mile from my mother-in-law's house, which is another treat that I've talked about on the air.
Oh, man.
Let me tell you something. I know you're on vacation, but could you just hang a electronic garage door opener in my garage, please?
And that's how I'd spend my...
That's the mother-in-law.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk exactly like that.
You married the drunkies.
It was but I enjoyed. I would go over the house and I'd pour myself the biggest. It was like a water glass of Captain Morgan and Coke, and wham, this shit would go down, and I'd be fine with it. Hey, whatever.
And let me tell you, we're going out. I want to go get some lobster tonight.
And this was just me. That's my life. And it started getting a little shaky there. And then we came to New York. And, we started really doing much better. And it wasn't so much a cash issue at that time. And when I left, it was before we signed our what we call our big contract, the one that was reported in the paper. Mm-hmm. And years went by before Dominic would settle. He wanted us to sign that deal before I was already out of the house. I was out. working on a divorce. He postponed, delayed,
She got
delayed,
some of that.
postponed,
She got
delayed.
some of the fucking church money.
Got some of the big money.
Yep.
Yeah. That's how lawyers work.
Wow.
They're ruthless.
Wow.
Ruthless.
Let's go to Dave in Boston. Dave, what's up?
Hey, I actually witnessed one of the bar fights with Anthony's wife.
Nice.
I used to work in Metro West, and there was a bar in Framingham, and I can tell you what it is because it's not there no more. Ebenezer's.
Ebenezer's, right. I used to go to Ebenezer's all the time.
You used to fight, too?
Oh, she would. I would just try to, like, I didn't like scenes. I still don't. I don't like a scene being made. Right. So I would try to, you know, sit down, just sit down.
Listen to these guys. They used to make me laugh. I go to the bar, and here's Anthony with his head in his hand, sitting on the table, and I'm going, what is this guy so miserable about? And here she is yapping in his ear.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
I witnessed a lot of them.
Are you serious?
A lot. Ebs. I used to love Ebenezer.
So you knew his wife?
The old train station.
So did Opie ever try to figure out how to carefully cross the boundary of get this bitch out your life?
No one did.
Like tickle you first. Hey, Annie booty boop boop boop.
We're all like this until it's over. When it's over, then everyone comes out of the woodwork and goes, dude, what the fuck were you doing? It's like, dude, I was there for 9 years. You couldn't have chimed in at year 5, maybe?
Jesus, I wish I knew you then.
Oh, Patrice, brutally honest.
I've been like, why?
We had some talks on the commute from Huntington to New York City.
And I know you was all dude, because white guys, when they talk to each other, it's a lot of dudes who don't want to step over the boundaries, dude.
Yeah,
you know, dude.
Well,
dude.
Let's go to Dino.
Dude.
Dino, go.
Diane, you got to stop talking about divorce, man. You got me scared shitless. This is my cringe factor.
Yeah.
I'm a physician. I'm just coming out of residency. You know.
Are you married?
5 years. Got married in my intern year.
5 years. Do you know that she is entitled to your future earnings as a doctor? Dude, if you get divorced, they will figure out. They have these guys that come in that will assess your career. And, of course, you're paying for them. The guy that comes in, he's hired. He comes in, makes this huge amount of money, and he will determine, based on your past performance and where you are now, how much money you will make in the future. And based on that, you can get this flat fee you will have to dole out. So they're talking like, well, it could be $100 million, so you got to pay her $10 million cash right now, or we can work this deal. And I'm like, but I had $40,000. That's all I had. Where's this $100 million?
What you're worth. So it would have been better if you had got rid of her before you got into radio, because your future.
It would have if I got rid of her in 1990. It would have been better.
Because your future. But see, guys like this, it's like everybody thinks they have this plan. I mean, Opie's not married, but it's like this plan where I have to do this. Like, he can't be a single doctor, or people will think he's gay, or he won't be able to go to the functions or whatever. And guys like this, when you talk out here, you talk, these guys are the guys that get their wives killed. Like, you scare him to death, and then he'll have somebody fucking, all right, look, this is what you need to do. All right, make it look like an accident when you push her into the grill.
Right.
And close it and cook her.
My problem was I got successful in radio after I was married. So when I got married, I was a sheet metal worker making shit money, and then never thinking, what am I going to, I need a prenuptial agreement so she can't get my tin snips and hammer.
You should have sued her for the self-esteem that you gave her, because she married you thinking you was just going to be a fucking scumbag steelworker your whole life, and her fucking... her dreams went up when you decided that when this fell into your lap. It's like you should have brought Opie into this too.
You don't think all this was brought up in law offices?
I'm a goofy ass steelworker.
Everything was brought. I had my friends that were ready to be subpoenaed. My close friends of years, including Adam Ferrara,
and I was going to be
Joe
subpoenaed.
Curry. They were all going to come in to testify that I was a funny guy even before I knew her.
Because there was a claim that she was very responsible for his
my
funniness.
career.
Which
Yes,
just
to me being funny.
Amazed me where I sat. I'm like, what?
Wait a minute. But I made people laugh when I was like 5. That's what I did.
She sued you for your funniness?
My funniness. But that's how divorce works. The guy gets fucked. You are entering in a contract. If it was a business contract, any lawyer would tell you to run for your life. But for some reason, guys feel free to sign away their careers, half their earnings, and everything based on nothing. It's ridiculous.
All right, let's go to Rob in Virginia. Rob, what's up?
Hey, Anthony, just a thought, punching out.
He just went down in flames.
Waited a half hour to say that. Let's go to Mike in California. Mike?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey.
I got some sad news, man. Howard sucks. I was really excited. I subscribed to both services, and I've just been disappointed, and it's week 3. And I'm glad you guys are there because I'm just so fucking disappointed.
Yeah, he just doesn't have the passion to do this anymore. He took the money and ran, and that's God bless him for that. But as far as doing an actual entertaining radio show, fuck no. He's already going to spend another show today probably bitching about how the government is after him.
He's
getting old.
Recording old bits and fucking Backstreet Boys songs from 5 years ago.
Oh wow, that's
the
great.
revolutionary
You're a funny motherfucker, man.
new
You're 10
radio.
times better than Howard.
All right, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that.
That's
Let's go to
the
Gooch in
revolutionary
Cleveland.
radio.
Gooch!
Mr. Comey, can you please tell me when your wedding anniversary is?
Oh, yeah, that was great. They asked me that on the stand. Now, this is...
I got to hear your answer.
Dude, the worst part of this whole thing, too, was... The worst part of the whole deal was... And I know we've been through this, but there are some new listeners, so the old listeners, just bear with me on this one. Dominic is, like I said, a very good divorce attorney. Right. I hate to plug him, give him a plug like that, right. But the guy knows his shit. He knows how to get... So on the first day I am to take the stand, I look at the gallery... And there is a New York Post and a Daily News reporter there. Now, I am suspect that they were called and brought in because some of the testimony could be extremely embarrassing.
You're on the radio now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. We were rocking. We're at our peak, man. We are really rocking. We are meeting with our agent, and numbers are going around that are head spinning. So, yeah, we're at our peak on terrestrial radio. And there's the Daily News and the Post. Reporters are in there. And they start asking all kinds of questions. And one of them is,
Mr. Comey, when is your wedding anniversary date?
And I was so flustered. That was me. I'm like,
this is in the transcripts, by the way.
Not only the transcripts.
The big mumble.
Not only in the transcripts, it was in the Post and the Daily News.
The next day.
Stutter.
When Mr. Cumia was asked what his wedding anniversary was, he could not remember. I knew it was either March 19th or May 19th. Because March 19th, growing up, was very important to me because it was Swallows Day in San Juan Capistrano. And I used to live there, and it was a big to-do and parade and everything.
Isn't that great? He said March 18th or May 18th.
Or May, but I had no clue. And I just
he
said...
the whole month. It wasn't. It's either February 19th or September 3rd.
I had no idea. So I just went, I don't know. And there was like, Mr. Cumia didn't even remember what his wedding anniversary was. Oh,
and neither does 9 out of 10 motherfuckers in this world.
So they start asking. So Dominic starts asking about like sexual stuff, and now I'm like, oh shit. I go, Your Honor, I'd like to have a conference, please. So yeah, it was me and the ex out in the hallway. I'm like, okay. All right, what do you want? What do you need?
But what was the fear? Was sexual stuff on what level? What did you do, or the lack of?
Just certain things that might be brought up. That it could have been me and my wife, and then there could have been another girl there, and there could,
you cheated on.
There could have been things going on, Patrice. Let's just leave it at. There could have been things...
Answer the question, Mr. Cumia. All right, I had some side pussy.
There could have been things that didn't want to be brought up.
I rest my case. 3 points. Dun, dun.
So at that point, looking at the Daily News and the Post guy, who are now salivating, there's foam coming out of their mouths. They're so happy. I settled out. I went in, asked what she wanted.
When the cheating shit.
He tapped out.
I tapped out. I was like an extreme fucking fight.
Tapped out.
I was in the octagon.
The lawyer threw in the towel.
Tapped out. Fucker, why didn't you lie? You should have said, but we did it. You should have said y'all were swingers or y'all did threesomes. You should have fucking lied. There was no proof. No proof that you didn't.
There's enough shit that it was enough where I just said enough. Enough was enough.
You scared
I
cat
wanted
motherfucker.
over.
You could have looked. Damn it,
Dude,
man.
no, because even after all that, nothing's guaranteed in a divorce. The judge could come back and have given her more money than I have to give her, or less. Could work out. You just don't know. So when I asked, it was just me and her finally, after 3 years, it was just me and her in a hallway. Hammered out a deal. That I was okay with.
She had like a toothpick hanging out her mouth like, no. All right, what? What do you propose, pussy ass nigga?
That's good. I saw you tap out.
What are you gonna offer me that I ain't gonna take?
I can't just get.
Yeah, I mean, what you gonna give me, motherfucker? Because I was just gonna take it all. What you gonna offer me less than all?
What was also bothering me was the fact that I had to pay her lawyer. So I wanted that to stop as quickly as possible.
How in God's name do they make you pay the fucking lawyer?
Isn't that amazing?
It's the law. It's New York State.
That's how it is in New
That's
York.
how it is. The guy gets reamed up the ass.
Oh, this bitch I'm with, she's in deep, deep trouble. She's going to be my girlfriend for the rest
Any
of my life.
guy getting married out there needs a prenup. I don't care if you're a plumber's assistant and you're making $9 an hour.
And there's no going against the prenup, because that seems like something that lawyers could probably work around.
Yep. You need a prenup. I don't care what you do, because you never know where you're going to be.
The phones just exploded, and there were some great calls.
Oh, you mean like bad exploded?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there was a guy saying he's on his third marriage.
How do these guys...
It's loneliness.
How?
It's a thing. It's a lonely thing. It's a self-esteem thing for you to think, look, marriage is a one-time thing. Why not have 50 girlfriends? Then you say, I'm going to take this chance. Maybe, it's going to take at least 10 years of me being a woman for 10 straight years for me to go, you know what, you've been through enough. And it would have to be the shit I put her through to get her to the point where you go, you know what, she deserves at least to get a chunk of me, because I took a chunk of this bitch for 10 years, took some good years from her, maybe gave her a kid, maybe not, whatever, gave her a little bit, but you know what, at least I can give her a marriage. I can at least give her that fucking, because a marriage to a woman, if you ask a woman what marriage is, you think she would go, it's a union between two in front of God, and it makes us legitimate in the eyes of the Lord Jesus Christ. No, it's security. The bitch just wants to be able, in case you die, to continue to live and get money.
Right.
It's something. It's investment, and it's like, you know what? You'll get that when you fucking deserve it. And if you ask a lot of guys, man, their wife don't deserve. It's just they pussy motherfuckers get pushed up in a corner to that whole shit or get off the pot thing.
Yep.
But you're taking away my good years. He's like, I'm not ready to marry you yet. I'm not ready to marry you. You can go. You know what you can go do? Find another husband. And that's very hard to do, because a man is a lottery ticket. You know what I mean? It really is. That's why women are in a rush, because they like, look, lottery ticket. If you ain't a winner, I need to scratch you, see if the shit is bullshit, right? And then go try to find another lottery ticket.
That's really funny.
That's why they want to get married over a year or two. You're a scratch ticket, and it's like, you're not a... Look, if you ain't gonna marry me, man, this ticket's no good. It is an expiration.
You don't want to leave it unscratched in the glove compartment for that long.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then they go, if you don't do it, then I gotta go start playing the lottery again.
Yeah.
Because they don't have their own skill base to, go and get a man and make him want to marry her.
And the older the girl gets, it's not like she's getting the set for life tickets anymore.
Exactly.
She's getting those little, you win $2 here, $5 there.
It's athlete. Women have to look at themselves as athletes. It's an age. There is an age thing. There, like I said, you come into the basketball league when you're 19, you can jump over everybody, you can run faster than everybody. But when you get 30, man, you cannot. The games you play, you have to learn different skills. You have to learn a little stutter step. You have to learn how to cheat. You have to learn how to outdo. But if you trying to be 35-year-old woman and you try to run with LeBron James and you try to run with Kobe Bryant, you're going to lose and your age is going to show. So you have to learn skill levels over the years, and they never do. Your wife, you're doing better. You got a happier situation.
Mm-hmm.
You are happy despite paying her, and she's miserable because she doesn't have the skills to get another guy. She's not going to find another guy. Find another guy that's going to put up with her is the lottery. How many people will hit the lottery fucking twice in their life? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Just none. So you was it.
Let's go to Timmy in Southie. Timmy.
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's happening?
How are you, Timmy?
Hey, pretty good. First, I just want to say, Patrice, I love you, man, but something weird has happened to me since you've been on the show. I put the word motherfucker in every single sentence.
Yeah.
Motherfucker. Like, I'm talking to a regular person, I'll be having a regular conversation and go, motherfucker, that's what I'll do.
You know, when Patrice is in here, the cursing has gone up. And that's fine, though. Because it's just guys talking. You know, at first when we started this satellite radio, we were all cursing because it's like, hey, this is really cool. We could curse. Now it's just coming out in normal conversation.
Yeah, I don't curse,
and that's how it should be.
I don't curse because I definitely don't curse because I can.
But I listen to replays, and there's a lot of motherfuckers.
Yeah.
It's all motherfuckers.
I know. All right, what do you got, Timmy?
Yeah, I just want to say, man, that doctor, screw him, man. I've been listening to your divorce stories for I don't know, it's been at least since 2000. I can remember one time going out, we were either on BCN or AF, whatever it was, and I was going out of range and I actually pulled off the highway just to listen to the rest of the story. So screw him. Keep talking. It's probably therapeutic for you, man.
All right, Timmy, thank you. Yeah, those stories are great. Let's go to Scott in Jersey. Scott, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? I know the best way to get out of divorce.
Yeah.
You go uptown to Washington Heights, buy an ounce of heroin, bag it up, put it in the car, and have your girlfriend call the cops on it.
That old gag.
Yeah, you plant drunk.
Yeah, that's great.
Drunk.
You end up in prison and for planting evidence.
Listen to what.
Watch CSI.
Listen to
find that shit.
Listen to what happened to John. John.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Hey.
A friend of mine got a loan right out of college, took all the money, and built a house. He literally designed it from the ground up and went over there and worked on it every night after he got out of work. So he gets married a couple years later. His wife moves into his house. He comes home from work one night, finds his wife in his bed with another guy. She files for divorce from him. First thing the judge does is tells him, my friend, to get out of the house.
Get out the house.
Yep. So the woman naturally moves in with the dude. And by the way, my friend has to pay all the bills the whole time. He's got to pay the mortgage. He's got to pay all the utilities. So this bastard can live in his house that he built with his still current wife at that point. Divorce gets settled. Naturally, the woman gets the house, moves in with the guy, of course, and they got busted out. They couldn't pay the mortgage, couldn't pay anything. They moved back in with this dude's mom, and so the ex-wife and the guy are living with the mom. And his house is up on the market, the one that he built.
Broke.
Yep, totally.
Great.
Everybody's broke, right? My friend he didn't even want it anymore during the divorce because he couldn't even afford to pay the bills anymore.
Go from starting out, young guy, trying to be successful, to being broke. I was renting a house in Huntington. Thank God I didn't own a house, and thank God we didn't have kids. That's the two things that are like, thank you, God.
Or there would be a connection forever.
Yeah, forever. So we had a house out in Huntington, Long Island. And after the $40,000 thing happened, I'm like, there's no way I'm going to now call her up and ask her for my possessions in the house.
Right.
Because those things are now hostage that can be used to negotiate. I didn't have a lot of things, but there were some things I wanted, my computer equipment, a few toys, little things like that. So I waited till she was gone one day, went to the back door, smashed the little window out, and crawled through there and got my stuff, loaded it into the truck. But here's the kind of criminal I am. Here's the kind of bad guy I am. I swept the glass up, sealed the hole back up so the cats wouldn't get out, and left a note.
And she was pretty much raping him at the
I
time.
should have left the cats hanging on the shower curtain rod.
You did the right thing. You did the right. The one weapon against women that men don't have to understand, the one secret weapon is not to care. Even if you do, you pretend like the guy finds his wife fucking in the bed. You go, whew, thank God you did this. Now I can get out of this whole situation.
Oh, the not care.
It may backfire from time to time, but hey, you're fucking another guy. Oh my God, thank God I was waiting for you to get some more dick so I can leave you. It's just, they can't function when you don't have a drop of feeling about them. When you don't have if you had gone, oh, thanks, sweetie. You know what? I should have did this before. You deserve more. I'm just going to give you what the courts give you. But it really, it's costing me less in my soul than it is paying you. So it's like, freeze my soul, you can have the money, enjoy your life, and I could just get me another woman that I'm happy with. Woo! Thank you, Pumpkin, for being a cunt.
Let's go to Dugout Doug. Doug!
What's going on? Hey, Patrice, yeah, I kind of did something like that. I didn't involve the court or anything. When my ex-wife confronted me with the pictures of me leaving the hotel room with my current girlfriend,
wow,
she just looked at me in the eyes and said, we can work things out, baby, if you just sign these papers. As I signed the papers, she never, ever went to a single counseling session with me. She took me for everything, and I was a crushed, broken man.
Jesus. And
then I gave the excuse. It was great. I gave the excuse when she asked me just what I was doing in the hotel room because she had a private eye follow me. I told her that we were both tired during work, so we went and laid down at a hotel room during a lunch break.
I laid in her pussy.
And I fully expected her to believe
I had to rest it somewhere. As well.
Why's your face smell like a vagina?
Place.
Oh, I just fell asleep right on my face, right on her pussy.
I needed a warm, safe place for my dick.
I had a cheating incident once where I was cheating on a girl that I was living with, God, back in 88, I guess it was, somewhere around there. Trying to think.
Shit,
you
don't believe in karma? How can you be mad at it? It's like, you deserve it. You deserve a fat
Nah,
one.
this is going back, and this is like back when, it wasn't real relationships.
Right.
This is bullshit.
Right.
We were more like roommates. And I come home, and I'm like, I can't walk in the house like this. I cannot walk in the house like this. So I had a Volkswagen that used to break down all the time, and I popped the gas line out and just covered myself in gas, reached underneath the oil pan, oil all over my arms and stuff, and of course I was late.
Oil and pussy, yes, that's delicious.
So I come in all mad.
Smell like a sardine.
I come in all pissed off. Boom. Fucking car. God damn it. No, don't even come near me. I'm covered in gas and oil. I'm getting right in the shower. Motherfucking car. Son of a bitch. Right into the shower.
About cars is like, what car? What happens to a car with
gas and oil and
oil?
Yeah, what do you think?
Isn't there oil in the front and the gasoline is in the back?
I'm just it's all over. Brake fluid, tranny fluid. I got everything. I got windshield washer fluid in my hair. I gotta get to I need the shower. The ashtray went off on me.
Did the car explode? Shouldn't you have shrapnel on your back too, motherfucker? He was like coming with. I'm gonna tell you what this dirtbag. I can't say his name. This is the filthiest dirtbag move I've ever heard in my life. It was almost genius. It was so fucked up. He fucking cheats on his girl, right? Fucks, doesn't take a shower, right? Smelling like whatever girl is fucking.
Whore.
This son of a bitch runs home, right? He breaks in his door and acts like he's having a fit of passion with his woman, like he can't control himself, like, I'm gonna fuck you, baby, and fucks her so that the sex smell, he can think it's them. She can think it's their fuck.
Wow.
It was the dirtiest move I've ever heard.
What, he fucking put a clothespin on her nose first? And
he goes, you are so sexy. Oh my God, this room smells like, we fucking so well, it smells like other people.
Let's get him, baby, for the foreplay. Breathe through your mouth only. I've heard that's really good.
Let's go to Megan in Boston. Megan.
Hey, how are you?
All right.
I need to know how Anthony met this little charming douchebag.
Wow, jeez. A little harsh.
The ex-wife? Let's see. Let's say, oh God, it was through my brother. Yeah.
Who you have to blame for that?
Yeah, she was like banging my brother or something.
This was your brother's fucking
My
side?
brother's throwaway.
Your second? Your brother's seconds? You envious motherfucker.
I don't...
You was covered in, though, while he was fucking her, though, right? She was looking real hot.
No.
Even her drunkenness was hot when your brother was fucking her.
Where do you know? No. It just wasn't like that.
You gotta know not to marry a chick that would do that, dude.
Somehow, I didn't know shit back then. I was stupid.
How old was you back then?
Physically or mentally? I was about, just entering my 30s, I guess. I was still late 20s. Yeah. But, I was still, with me, my brother, and our band thinking, we were going to be the next rock stars and just working just enough to make enough money to have it crumpled up in my pocket for the bar. And, so I wasn't Mr. Responsibility. I thought being married would boost me to the next level where I would then kind of become like an adult. Because I still, no matter where I went, I was a kid.
Yeah.
My mother and all of her crowd that she hung out with at the bar she was tending at, like I would go there and I was always the kid. I'm almost 30 and I'm still like, hey, it's Rosie's kid, I was like, when am I not going to be a kid? And I thought maybe that would propel me to this level of manhood, adulthood. And it was just...
Do you feel like an adult now?
More so than I ever have, but...
Yeah, I don't...
No, but there are
absolutely not.
More, but
for some reason, we have decided never to grow up in it.
I feel more adult. Why? And the only reason is because I'm looked at by people as an adult.
Yeah.
Like, we got fucking, Derek and Than and fucking...
Yeah, we got youth.
Travis.
We got youth all around us.
They look at us like we're adults.
Right, the fact that you're running a show is like saying they're adult.
When it was just me and Opie, the Opie and Anthony show for many years was Opie and Anthony. Period. That was it. There was no other people. There was no third mic. There was no producers. There was no nothing.
Just me and Ann walking into a studio.
Walking in, that was it.
That was it.
And when you start having other people relying on you doing shit, which was, really glaringly apparent when we got fired, and other people also got their asses thrown out the door based on, what we did.
Right.
That
really
all of a sudden, that clicks you up again, like, all right, I don't feel like it, but what I do affects other people's lives.
See, I'm not there yet. I'm incorporated. I have a company with no employees. I'm a CEO of no employees. I have a company and that makes me feel like
everything.
When I fill up my gas tank, I'm proud of it. Like when I don't just put in $20 and it goes.
The corporation is.
Yeah, man. It's like Jesus.
Let's go to Chuck in Albany. We want to wrap this up because we have so much to do today. We got the Daily News coming in. They're doing a little feature on us today. It's an exciting day for the program. Chuck, Albany, what's up?
Hey, O&A.
Hey.
Shreese, you kick ass, man. Hey, file for divorce in March, real quick, fellas. Paternity test in April. Test came back on my 2 kids, found out they weren't mine in June. I have to pay that $684 weekly. Weekly.
For child support on kids that aren't even his biologically.
New York State law, man. New York State law. Once those kids, after the age of 4 years old, man, that's it. You're fucked. You got to pay till they're 18 or till they finish college.
For kids that ain't yours?
For kids that ain't mine. And I filed for the divorce and was granted a divorce due to...
You know who's writing a book on this whole divorce in New York thing is Alec Baldwin. He's had it.
Oh, that must
He's jumping up and down all over the place.
But he hates fucking Kim Basinger.
Yeah, but he's
her.
exposing all this stuff we're talking about in a book. He's going to get a lot of attention because of the book, too. He's going to talk about the system, the lawyers, all that shit.
Well, something needs to clean up, man, because I got granted a divorce on adultery and fucking mental cruelty, and she still got that cat.
Wait, do you love the kids, though?
Yeah, I love the kids, but goddamn,
But he doesn't love them that much.
Goddamn sense.
I love him enough to maybe get him some ice cream every once in a while, and they can go to Toys R Us for a toy, but I'll take him to Disney on Ice once a year, but fuck.
I love him, but I don't love him.
That's right, fuck that.
Kids, 24%.
I started putting cancer in their food. All right, Chuck.
Hey, guys, hey, you guys kick ass, man.
Yeah, we know that.
Thanks, Chuck.
No, thanks, Chuck. We appreciate it. Let's go to Danny in Jersey. Danny.
Hey, guys, you guys are awesome. Patrice, you rock. Listen, I got to thank Anthony real quick. Got out of a divorce, $2,500, no alimony.
Jeez.
But, Jersey's the best. Listen, guys, check this out. Anthony.
Yeah.
No bullshit. Hooked up with this Puerto Rican chick, right? Not sure. Haven't played the game in a very long time. I have to go home now to the wife, the ex-to-be. I'm saying to myself, my hands smell like cunt like you wouldn't believe. Figuring the shit out of her all night. What do? I use that spare tire in the back that I blew out, rub brake dust all over myself, and straight to the shower.
Straight to the shower. Don't come near me. Oh, I'm filthy. Don't come near me.
We have some talented listeners out there. I smell a new country song. Straight to the shower.
Straight to the shower.
I smell song.
Puerto Rican pussy and brake dust.
I went straight to the shower. It's coming in. You watch.
Well, thank God my truck was a leaking oil, 'cause I grabbed me a handful and I ran straight for the shower.
You were flammable.
I came in flammable.
You was a fucking bomb. You was a walking bomb just to cover up your horseshit
just in case,
infidelity.
if she figured it out, I could have just lit myself up like a Hindu protesting.
I know that old oil gas trick, motherfucker. You been fucking. No, I've been fixing the car. No, there's no physical way for you to get oil and gas on you, asshole.
All right, you're on to me.
I had the blowing tire to prove it.
All right. Thank you. Very good. Where did this come from?
What is it?
E-Rock hands me an old newspaper article.
E-Rock.
You know, because the new listeners don't understand how deep the hatred goes for Howard Stern. First of all, Howard's best friend was Ant's ex's divorce lawyer, so there were problems there. And there's a quote in this article, Stern gets personal. Opie and Anthony yanked off the air for getting Howard riled up again. Where'd you find this fucking thing? Oh, you brought it in? Who's that guy? Oh, he's a friend of yours, and he just happened to have this today?
Yeah.
That is so
wow, what
weird.
a coincidence.
No, because it's exactly what we're talking about.
Wow.
What, he wants us to sign this? Usually, like, fans come in and they want us to sign old newspaper articles and stuff. So this guy, who's just a friend of Ben's, who showed up out of nowhere, we're talking about Anthony's divorce, and hands an article that I guess he wants us to sign after the show. It's from the New York Post, and there's a huge quote here. It says, it's from Stern, "Shut your mouth or I'll bring your wife in here, the one you're divorcing that nobody knows about."
Ah, yeah, that's great. Go ahead. There is nothing she could say that I haven't said on the air.
And that's why
nothing.
And that's why we talk about Howard and his daughters. And
how about you talk about your divorce, Howard? How about you go on and talk about what a treat it must have been for that poor woman to live with your sorry fucking ass every day? Go ahead. There is nothing. I think I said this when this article came out, didn't I?
Yeah, this is great.
It's like, he's threatening. He was threatening like it's going to be some kind of John DeBella fucking scenario where some ex-wife comes on his show and spills her guts. There's nothing I didn't talk about on the air about that situation. I don't think he said word one about his divorce. How much you have to give her? Oofa! Now that must be some bill. That has to be some bill. And how much of that $500 million is she still getting?
Yeah, you got to think she's getting some of that. Clear the phones, and we'll start all over after the break here. But we're going to back up a little bit, play this in honor of Anthony opening up today about his wedding and his divorce and stuff. Check this out.
You're getting married.
No.
Here's Anthony from the Opie and Anthony Show to help you plan the perfect wedding.
I'm talking to you. Oh, are you listening?
First, you must carefully choose a wedding ring for your gal.
I went into one of those jewelry stores in Penn Station, and I think I spent $300 on it.
Right. Well, you should also make sure your betrothed gets along with your dear, sweet mother.
Your son is a scumbag.
Maybe not. Your wedding night, on the other hand, should be a magical one.
I believe I laid there looking at the ceiling with tears of regret and sorrow rolling down the sides of my face.
Just follow these simple steps and you'll have the perfect wedding. Just like... I got nothing.
I was shocked. I was horrified. I was broke. Hopeless. What did I get myself into? It only took 9.5 years for me to leave.
Never marry a wife.
I was a broken, beaten man. and I had been married for 6 hours.
Michael Strahan lost big time in his divorce. And, of course...
Holy mackerel, did he lose.
Of course, stating the obvious, he plays for Big Blue. So the New York Post has to write, blew his top.
Oh, I get it. Did they spell it B-L-U-E?
B-L-U-E, yes. Blew his top. Strahan throws fit at wife's mansion. Holy crap. I don't get this divorce crap whatsoever, man. I don't get it. I don't get it.
This is ridiculous.
This woman who was married to Michael Strahan and had a couple kids with him, she now has everything. Has more money than Michael Strahan, has his mansion, has everything. And she never played it down in the NFL. Well, this guy made all his money for his talent, and she now got everything he earned. Now, I know there's a lot of women listening, and how can you... I get it. If you're married to someone for a long time, you go through a divorce, I get that you should get something out of the marriage. I get that. But to go this far is just completely ridiculous. And how is this legal?
He's got to kill this bitch. I'm reading through this. He's got to kill this bitch.
Well, he lost his mind. I've been reading this story all weekend long, and the front page of the Post today blew his top. Strahan throws fit at wife's mansion. Grid star Michael Strahan last night turned into a giant bully.
A bully?
A giant bully, because he plays for the Giants, so it's...
Oh, I gotcha.
A giant bully. As he tried to confront his ex-wife, Jean, while dropping their kids off at their New Jersey mansion, sources said, cops had to be called to the home after the Giants defensive end allegedly went ballistic and apparently violated his custody agreement with his wife, who just sacked him for $15 million in their divorce settlement. I don't blame this guy. She got everything, and she was on the news the other night going... I'm going to Disneyland. Kind of just rubbing it in his face and everything, how excited she was.
The phrase is Disney World.
What effing pig judge or pig jury gave this baby producer, that's all she did was produce
baby. Of course.
But who gave her that much money?
Happens all the time. Doesn't matter what judge it was. All the judges are doing this.
She hit the field, right? She was out there playing, right? She put the gear on.
Little known fact, she knows how to sack the quarterback.
Of course, she's great at it.
She's terrific.
You bitch. You bitches.
Look, I get it. You don't want to kick her to the curb, and you got kids together. You know, make sure she's comfortable. But to actually walk away with more money and the mansion and everything else than Michael Strahan. It's just unbelievable that this is going on out there. Their 2-year-old twin daughters were in Strahan's car for part of the alleged confrontation. He's just losing his mind. And you can't blame him to a point. You can't blame him.
Wait, how did she was worth, Jean Strahan was worth $250,000 when she married the football player. She had a little bit of cash in 99.
Yep.
It's now, when they get divorced, say 2005 the marriage ended, right? So that's 6 years.
6 years they're together.
But she was awarded $7.5 million plus an additional $1.2 million in interest.
He should choke this judge. He should go over and choke the judge.
No, it gets even worse than that. Giant superstar Michael Strahan last night angrily tried to confront his ex-wife, who sacked him for $15 million in a divorce settlement.
It says a day after walking away with more than half of Michael Strahan's $23 million fortune. So he's worth $23 million. She gets 15 of it?
Well, that's what the Post is saying.
Holy mackerel.
So now she is worth more than Michael Strahan, even though she never played it down in the NFL. That just amazes me. That amazes me that this crap is going on. He's kind of stupid, too, though, because his prenup was ridiculous.
But
you bitches.
Here's why he lost. Yesterday, she said Strahan had been very tender when she was pregnant and finally recalled his gapped front teeth. I love the gap, she said. It was the first thing that made me fall in love with him. But she said he became cold and unkind after she gave birth. She also accused him of ignoring their daughters. So that's worth 15 out of $23 million.
Yeah.
For a living, he tackles other men. How much tenderness do you need, stupid? You hit the jackpot.
And Michael Strahan, as he's outside the mansion that he used to own, by the way, and now he's not allowed to set foot in, he's dropping the kids off and he yells, if Gene's not here in 5 minutes, there's going to be trouble. He has lost his mind. He's going to have a nervous breakdown.
So she gets $7.5 million plus an additional $1.2 million in interest
based on the prenup. So the prenup just said she gets $7.5 million.
Right.
That's what the prenup says. When they write up a prenup, it's like, all right, things go wrong. I have a lot of money. He probably didn't have $23 million back then, but he had a lot of money. I give you $7.5 million. Even that, a lot of money. An additional $1.2 million in interest. So that was thrown in on top of the prenup. And then a New Jersey judge also granted her half of the couple's joint assets. The prenup is the prenup. How does she get half his other crap? About $6.6 million. Another $250,000 in annual child support payouts, as well as their lease caddy Escalade. And she can buy the couple's $3.6 million dream house from her ex for $1.4 million.
Why?
Because she's a bitch and he's a guy. That's how it works.
But I more fault the system and the judge, because she's just doing.
Of course.
She's just a greedy pig.
Hey, what's she supposed to do? She hates the guy.
Sure.
He hates her. She's supposed to sit and go, well, let me be nice. You know what? It's the system. It sucks. It stinks. You know what? If anybody gets married, you're insane. You're insane! I hear people all the time, oh, you'll do it. People say, you'll do it again. You'll get married. I love my girlfriend. Deeply in love with my girlfriend. Never getting married. Never. It ain't gonna happen. You gotta be crazy. Look at this. They had a prenup, and she's walking away with more than half. This is so aggravating. It brings me right back. I'm sitting in that courtroom watching myself be raped. Under protest, she writes on the back of my checks that I send her. Under protest. Well, so that later on, when it's all over and the gravy train runs out, she could pull up and go, look, I signed them all under protest, which means I protest them, so I'm entitled to more.
Yeah.
You really think she's going to come back for more?
Why would she write under protest on the back?
She's setting the case up already.
You're right. If you just cash the checks.
For the new listeners, I mean, it's kind of obvious, but we do.
I was divorced
we do have a bunch of dopes that need everything spelled out for them. Yeah, you were married, and you realized you made a mistake.
I wasn't making crap when I got divorced, too. And then they stretched out the trial for years until I had to sign a new contract where I started making some good cash. And they raped me.
No kids.
They raped me.
No kids, no house,
nothing. And she's making a damn good living. And my checks that I have to send her every quarter on the back is written her name and under protest. You know why? Because if you just cash the check in some legal way, it looks like you're accepting this payment. Which, by the way, is completely legal, court-wise. This is what the court says I pay. Period. And in the whole thing, it says nothing else. That's it. Once this is done, it's over.
So some a-hole lawyer got her ear and said, look, right under protest.
Right under protest, so that way...
So you still get the money, it keeps the door open for a chance to get more money from him.
You cashed him, but it was under protest. You needed the money to live on. But since you wrote under protest, you could go back and dip into the till some more. Well, let me tell you, gravy train's over. I'd sooner go back to tin knocking. Well, okay, no.
The amount of money you have to give up, it's ridiculous. These laws have to be rewritten.
Rewrite them. You rewrite all these archaic laws to keep the women to boost them up. To get that glass ceiling out of the way, you make them speaker of the effing house. Everyone wants their rights. Women, it's the first time ever. Bang your little gavel with your limp wrist, you twat. Look, now you made me curse. Damn it.
That's right.
But she bangs that gavel with a little limp wrist.
Yeah.
All these women want all these rights, but when it comes to divorce court, oh, I'm the poor woman. I can't do anything. Give me money. Ugh. You disgust me. You money-hungry whores. That's what these divorce bitches are. Money-hungry whores. And don't try to turn it around. Don't give me the 1 in a million times where the woman's making more money and the guy finally gets his due and maybe rapes you out of your cash. Because 99% of the time, it's the guy getting screwed. This Strahan settlement is a travesty.
It really is disgusting.
I feel bad for this guy.
But he's
there
done
should be a bite mark taken out of her neck with a big gappy piece of flesh left in the middle.
Michael, why would you give her $7.5 million in the prenup?
He probably thought he was going to make a lot more money than that, right?
Yeah, probably.
Or it comes out to 20%. I don't know. I don't know all the details, but it just sounds completely just.
But the prenup
says $14,000 a year in child support for 2 kids. I don't know much about that. But
I don't know
that's
about
not that bad for an
child
NFL
support.
star to give for whatever for the kids. You got to give
the lifestyle for which, because the lawyers use words like she needs to live in the lifestyle she was used to. Why? How about you go and live? He gives you enough to eat and get a roof over your head and transportation, and you get a effing job, and you work.
Well, how about they can have sex whenever he wants?
There you go.
He was accustomed to getting what he wanted when he wanted.
There you go. Walk in anytime he wants and just
zip it.
Well, that's one of the problems, by the way. He was getting sex whenever he wanted.
Oh, did he get caught?
Good for him. Good for him.
But still, I mean, you should lose half your.
That's some $15 million.
Oh my God. That is some expensive.
Wow.
A lot of people calling in, but I want to go to Keith. Keith from Long Island. Keith, what's up?
Hey guys, what's going on? Great show.
Yeah, we know.
I gotta tell you,
I'm just kidding.
Half these people that are getting divorced, my parents, everybody I know, one of the main reasons why women get divorced is because they know they're going to leave with that money, and it's a way out. If they change the rules, I think more people might stay together. I'll tell you, because that's the way this...
No, man, I think you got it all wrong. I mean, when we go down this road a lot, because Ant's been through it, and a lot of guys will call and say, you know what, I have to stay married. I can't afford to get divorced.
They call it cheaper to keep her.
Yeah.
That's what people were telling me when it was like, I'm getting divorced. Dude, cheaper to keep her, cheaper to keep her. Oh, so I'm supposed to be miserable my whole life, so I could, it could be cheaper for me?
Yeah, and in a way, Michael Strahan's kind of lucky. He still has a bunch of millions, so he'll be kind of okay, all right?
But he was only supposed to give that bitch $7.5 million.
I understand, and he has every right to be outraged, and he should be outraged. I remember when we were working at NEW, there was a guy over there, I don't want to give his name out, but he went through a divorce. He was making a really good living, selling. He was a sales guy for our radio show. Had a really nice house north of the city here in New York, really nice house, kids, the whole deal. After his divorce, he could barely afford a one-bedroom apartment in a bad section of New York.
Yeah.
And the rest of the money, even though he was still making a good living selling advertising for our show and other shows, he didn't have enough money. He had to pay his wife, the child support, the upkeep on the house, blah, blah, blah. The guy was screwed.
When it comes to kids, it's different. But I don't get with Ann's situation. Yep. They have no children. How about
none?
For maybe a year or two, somebody gets on their feet, but it's like she's an adult. She should be working. Like what?
Dude, you're telling me anything?
I know it's.
You're telling me anything?
Really sickening.
Why does that give somebody the right to then live off of someone else? Not work anymore. Just because you were married to somebody does not give that person the right to just write like they won lotto.
Yeah.
Why
they won the lotto.
Why should you be connected to this person for the rest of your life?
Why should I have to?
You decided you don't want to be part of this person's life anymore.
A few more years.
But the stupid courts see it differently. You're attached to this person no matter if you get divorced or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you be mad if you had to? I don't even know what you pay her. Say you had to pay her half of what you do have to pay her for half the time. If that had been the settlement, let's say you're paying her $10 a year for 10 years. If it had been $5 a year for 5 years, would you be as mad about it?
No, of course not.
But I mean, not for just financial reasons. Would you almost understand?
I would.
Is it the amount that's getting you, the length of time?
It's the length of time.
And the amount.
It's the feeling now with the under protesting, like there's owed more, like there's shenanigans going on.
And if that doesn't remind you that you did the right thing, by the way.
Just bail out.
That doesn't remind you, like, oh yeah, that's right.
I was in hell.
I don't know her. I don't care about her. I have nothing. There isn't even feelings enough for hatred. There's just it's a bill I have to pay like Verizon, like my friggin' car payment and everything else. It's just more.
You're a car
That's
payment.
all it is. You're a car payment. You know what it is on my bank thing. You know, I do electronic banking.
Yeah.
So I have all my bills, Verizon, this one, that. With that bill, it just says The Leech.
Nice.
That's the name under it, which I click on and...
What's your password, by the way?
Oh, write it down. It's jackass.
Why Opie?
It's Opie. Oh, jeez, I got to change it now, Jim.
Opie-abs. That's mine.
I think I used you for one of my passwords. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I think I did.
Ask permission.
Let's see.
No, and by the way, the people that are calling up, I'm not going to have common law marriage. There is no common law in New York. Stop it.
Listen,
there was in Massachusetts.
And listen, for the ladies listening out there, I get it. You deserve something, but this is so
right.
Sometimes you deserve something.
Absolutely.
This is so excessive. Nothing. It's unbelievable.
Here's the case, quickly. If you're a guy and you hook up with a woman, you get married. She's working her balls off while you're going to medical school. You go through medical school, you get your practice, she's there, raising the kids maybe, doing that, or helping you pay for schooling. You become a doctor. You're making the big bucks now. Then I would say if you get divorced, you do owe her something.
A lot.
She was the one that enabled you to go to medical school. You wouldn't have been able to afford it. It would have been a different lifestyle, the whole deal. There was a partnership there. As I see it, had no partnership. It wasn't I'm not able to do impressions. I can't come on the air and goof with my friend Opie unless she contributed something. For me, that didn't wash. And I thought that kind of justice would come out in the courtroom.
Oh, my God.
But it's a cookie cutter, get them in, get them out. They don't care what your name is, what you do for a living. It's all this cookie cutter justice where they just want numbers, years, here's what you pay.
Percentage.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was being dragged into your case, and the stuff they were telling me, I almost wanted to do something crazy, because they were trying to prove that she had something to do with Anthony's success.
With us meeting.
And I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
That was just like, stop it already.
Just stop.
Would you be as mad? Let me ask you this. Let me get speculating. If it hadn't been like the way you got in, let's say she had been a fan of Opie's show, you really weren't that familiar with it, and she said, you should go in and do impressions with this guy. Or if she had introduced you, or if she had made it, if it was obvious that she had introduced you and made it happen.
Something? If there was an inkling in any way, shape, or form, I probably would, even if I didn't say it out loud, I would have gone, well, maybe.
I do have this
maybe there's something. It was nothing.
Nothing.
If anything, my brother should have divorced me.
Anthony, before we step aside for a couple minutes
here, he'd have been entitled. Yeah.
A little word association.
Mm-hmm.
Dominic Barber.
I'm supposed to just blurt something out?
Yeah.
Fat. Little. Bag.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was supposed to be one word.
He's a lover of what?
Wow. Douchebag.
It's the Opie and Anthony show. Hey, you want to go to a life changer? We got Matt. We're looking for more of these today. Matt, you're on the Opie and Anthony show.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Hey.
I love the show, man. You guys are awesome. Tonight at 8 o'clock, down on the green, I am going to propose to my girlfriend.
Oh, you're going to get married.
She has no idea? She hasn't been pressuring you?
No, she has none. The only two people that know are my father and my brother, because they came with me to come pick out a ring, and they helped me pay for it. It was a $5,000 engagement ring.
Wow.
And I tell you what, she better say yes for that ring.
Now, does she listen to the show?
Yeah, she does, actually, but she's not here. She's on her way back from Boston. She's on a plane right now.
Oh, she's on a plane, okay. And
so that's the main reason why I'm calling in right now. But, yeah, we've been together 4 years, and I hope it goes good tonight.
Look at that. There's a life-changing moment about to happen today. Now, how did you get her to go to Tavern on the Green? Is it her birthday or something? Or
No, a couple of weeks ago, I told her that my other brother, who's in the Marines, is coming home, and he wants to go out. And I said I'm going to take him out to out in the city, Tavern on the Green, I think go have a good dinner. I was like, if you want to come with us. She's like, yeah, sure, I'd love to come, and that's how I got her to go.
Wow. Well, let us know how it goes tomorrow, okay?
Hey, man, thank you.
Oh, yeah, congratulations.
She's not pressuring you at all?
That's
no idea?
Great. Marriage.
Not at all.
Hope it works out great for you there.
What's wrong, Anthony?
Hope it works out for you, buddy
People
boy.
can get happily married.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you knew on your wedding day that you were making a mistake.
An oopsie had been made.
Right.
Oh.
Is that what you're thinking as she's coming down the aisle? Like, oh, my God.
Aisle.
Coming down the hallway.
It was in a basement somewhere.
Oh, the whole thing was just a white trash fest. Oh. Awful from beginning to end.
You get married at like the Knights of Columbus or something?
I wish it was that.
Wish.
I got married at a Justice of the Peace's house, and then the reception was at a bar that is now a strip club in Comac.
Wait, which place?
The place right where Vets and Jericho split.
Where our old accountant?
Yeah.
That joint?
Yep.
And I used to go to an accountant that his office was in the back
in the
of
basement.
Strip club.
Yeah, it was kind of behind and underneath the strip club. It was wonderful.
I love the guy a lot, and he's probably listened to our show. I'm sure he's a faithful listener, and it was just made me a little paranoid.
Yeah.
I don't know if you should have your accountant working out of a strip club, but Anthony knows
exactly.
Anthony knows people who know people, and we went with this for a while. I'm like, oh man, this is a little too shady for me, man.
Yeah, I was like, maybe we'll move on.
And I'm sure he's on the up and up, but it was just the whole thing was a little weird because we're doing numbers, and then he's like, hey, you want to check out the girls? I'm like,
we'll go next door afterwards. And
I don't like mixing taxes with boobies myself. So
I brought back such fond memories. That's where I took my vows, where the pole is now. Wonderful. And
how long did you stay in that?
Their marriage?
Yeah.
9 years.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
dude.
Bill, just an idiot.
Dude, wedding night. A little tear.
Oh, I was like, my God, did I make a mistake? Did I make a mistake?
As his new bride was completely passed out.
I'm like, what a mistake. Oh, my God, was this a mistake? And then,
maybe it'll get better.
I figured I'd hang out for 9 years.
Maybe it'll get better.
Maybe
it'll get better.
Figured I'd hang out for 9 years.
Maybe when we go drinking this St. Patrick's Day, we'll somehow magically get some chemistry.
Well, thank God I got divorced, and I got divorced, and it's all over. Thank God there's nothing else popping up like me being served papers that I have to be in court on April 12th because they think I'm a liar and I'm not reporting all the income that I'm making.
Why do you owe her any money? You don't have any kids, do you?
What, Bill?
You're insane, Bill.
Bill.
Why ask questions like that?
Bill, you're so glib.
Matt, you're glib.
You're glib.
I thought...
Right.
If you didn't have any kids...
Which we didn't. Didn't own any real estate, didn't own nothing.
Beat it.
Yeah. I tried the beat it defense. It didn't work. They beat the money out of my wallet is what they...
Why? This is really going to make me mad. Why is she entitled to any money?
Because I am the one with male genitalia, and she is the one with female genitalia. And for some reason, that means you have to give her boatloads of money.
Why?
Because that's the way this country works.
Because when you're in a courtroom,
in a divorce,
I understand.
You live like a caveman. They have caveman rules when you're in court.
Because for every woman that says, "Oh, there's a glass ceiling, I can't get as high as a men can get in this company. We want our independence. We're powerful, strong women." Once they get into a divorce court, they're helpless, poor things that can't do anything. And I need his help. Oh, there's nothing for a poor woman out there. Get a job!
Does she work?
No. Hasn't worked since we got a divorce. Doesn't work before it.
Doesn't even drive, Bill.
Nothing.
Do you ever even talk to her?
No, I don't want to see her effing face, and I'm going to have to in court. I'm going to have to look at her.
That's the part that annoys me the most.
Can she even make eye contact with you?
I should make a thing where we have to be have a wall between us, like the old dating game.
Is she?
In her 40s
Does
somewhere.
she have all her digits?
Apparently, yeah, all festooned with claws from the 80s. These long fingernails that are just, I call them talons to pull the wallet out of my pocket. Wow. Like a bird of prey, she swoops down like my wallet's a rabbit. And just
and you're literally scampering across the plane like
I'm
a little
trying to
groundhog.
run. I just detect there's danger, and what happened to it?
When you go to court, you got to get one of those dog lampshades.
Oh, like I've been wounded?
No, just so you don't have to look at her.
Oh, that's a good idea. Or horse blinders, where I could just look at the judge.
No, I say you just walk in with one of those lampshade things on, so you can't look to the side.
Yeah, apparently I've been really good.
Has the judge ever said to the woman, have you tried to seek employment?
They don't do that. I wish they did. You know, and I said this during the divorce proceedings. I said, you would like to think that court is like TV, where every case is looked at on its own merits, and at the last minute a witness barges in and the judge is listening intently, and you have a story and they go, wow, that makes sense, yes, the case dismissed, or something like that. It's all cookie cutter. It's based on a slide rule formula, and they don't pay attention, they don't listen to you, they don't look at any individual facts. It's person A versus person B, and here's the math, and here's what happens.
Let me get this straight. She doesn't work.
Yeah.
You're paying her, and
now I have to go back.
Trying to get a job, and you have to give her more money. They don't think that you're giving her enough.
They don't think I'm giving her enough because they think I'm lying, that I'm not reporting all the income I'm making, because apparently they think we're making Stern money here.
Dude, they
are in for a big surprise.
Ever. I'm never getting married.
No.
Ever.
Never.
What is in it for the guy? That's what I want to know. I want to know what exactly
a
is
contract
in it,
that can only screw you.
My life is over.
Yeah.
I thought if you didn't have a kid and you walked away, it was like breaking up.
What are you kidding? It's hell.
I've heard people have told me that. Oh yeah, dude, you don't have a kid? All right, you're fine, dude. You're fine.
No.
I guess that means if you don't have a kid and you're a complete failure and you're not making any money, then you're failed.
Oh, then you're free to go.
No kid, no house, no nothing.
So marriage is an advocacy to become a complete loser.
The check he sends her, it would make your head spin, and she signs it on the back under protest. She's been doing this for months.
Yeah, so I knew something was
under
coming.
Protest. I take all this money from you under
and
protest.
I gotta look at that and go oh my God, I'm fulfilling my obligation here. As per the agreement, I'm fulfilling an obligation, and I'm getting bitched at on the back of my own check. And then I get served with papers saying, hey, pretty much to sum it up, saying, well, we don't believe that you are making what you say you're making. We think you're making more, so we're going to drag you into court now and prove it. And you know what? Oh, huge surprise they're in for. Huge surprise. Because
wait, will she have to pay your lawyer fees for dragging you in for this frivolous suit?
No, actually, she's looking for me to pay her lawyer fees. Which, by the way, you have to do in a divorce. Men have to not only pay their own lawyer, but pay the woman's lawyer. So it's like, could you screw me, and I'll pay you.
Is she trying to end up at the bottom of a lake in 6 different pieces?
It's just, something that does, you read about that in the news, and I would never advocate anything like that. I'm not that kind of person. I have too much guilt. I'm not like that. But let me tell you something. You do get a certain understanding of what these people were thinking.
Hold on. Speaking of which, because we do have to take a break, we definitely can continue with this.
I can't believe that.
This will lead to the guy who killed his wife, and we got the 911 call.
Oh.
Exactly what you're thinking, Bill. A guy did it overnight, and this is the priceless audio we'll play for everybody next.
I can't believe you guys don't have kids. You can't even get a damn job.
No kids. No, and we didn't have anything. The divorce took 3 years. 3 years. Like I'm friggin' Donald Trump.
Let me ask you this. Where are the pests in all this?
Where were they? We didn't have any because I really was, we were at NEW at the time and just trying to, pretty much eke out a show. Yeah, we got a break. Damn it.
We really do. I mean, they could continue for another hour.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they fought for, the divorce took 3 years. They had
3
nothing.
years.
And had nothing to his name when he got divorced.
Nothing.
Just basic crap that he could get at like IKEA.
This is yet another thing they should have taught you in high school.
Yeah, they don't teach you that.
But you know all about French history,
That's
don't you?
what I need to know. I need to know about Mesopotamia.
Right.
And Benedict Arnold.
Yeah, Benedict Arnold.
Yeah, right, Bill. They should teach all this other stuff.
Teach the real stuff.
Yeah, all right, we'll continue.
Wow.
It's Opie and Anthony. We did this story yesterday. Maybe we could get an update, but the jilted bride is on the Today Show this morning. Geraldo,
God,
Greg Geraldo,
this annoys me,
We
this
had
story.
this yesterday. So you got a bride. She's getting married, whatever. And the guy backs out because he finds out this woman had a lot of debt. And I'm sure there were other issues, but he's saying, he didn't want to enter into a marriage with this woman that had so much debt. So he bailed. She turned around and sued the guy. And won!
No.
150 grand.
Yep.
$150,000.
$150,000.
For what? What was the
A
fate?
breach of contract.
I don't know. Yes. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Officially? And she got to keep the ring and all that, and they're saying the ring was a pretty impressive
This
one.
is before you married now.
And he also paid off some of her debt before all this went down.
Now, before you're married, you can get screwed over.
Yeah.
Hey, how about that?
Yeah.
So now you got to get a pre-engagement nuptial agreement? What the?
Oh, man.
I have no idea.
You know, the one little bit of law that I remember, and I don't know why I remember this, is when it comes to engagement rings, if you give them, people always give them to people on a birthday or Christmas or something like that. Don't do that, because then if the engagement breaks off, they can keep it.
Because it's a gift.
It's a gift.
Yeah.
But if it's a gift in contemplation of marriage, if you just give it to them on another day and you break up, then technically you got to get the ring back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to inform people.
Well,
out
if
there.
you're kind of a little cheap,
yeah,
then you might want to combine the holiday and that, and then it leads me to believe it's not going to be a very expensive ring. Now, I'm doing this from personal experience. When I went to the jewelry store in Penn Station on my way up to Boston,
very nice,
to get engaged to my ex.
You know what? Most people don't realize you could get a nice engagement ring at Penn Station.
No.
Not many people did.
Right by the Orange Julius.
Oh, it was fantastic. And that was also a Christmas present. So I covered all my bases.
Yeah. It seems like a good idea. You save yourself, $100 on a gift, but then if you want the ring back,
well, Anthony,
I didn't need it back.
Anthony hasn't saved any money on this.
No.
On this.
No.
That ring ended up costing a lot more.
Mm-hmm. I could have bought the Hope Diamond.
Right at this point.
That's my own personal blood diamond that I bought in Penn Station. What do you need, an engagement ring, kid? Come here.
Getting more info about this lady. She left her job and moved. The award was equal to her salary, plus bonuses and benefits for a year. They were never married, my friend.
There's no reason she should have been given
married.
Anything.
Never married.
There's no guarantees. People are assuming that there's guarantees in life and in being an American, that you're guaranteed certain things. You're supposedly guaranteed, what's in the Constitution, your Bill of Rights, things like that. Those are guarantees, I guess, and even those aren't guaranteed. Anything else, it's a crapshoot. Oh, what? You don't have enough money? You don't have a good car? You don't have this? It's not my problem. People, just get me off this planet, please, aliens. I know you're out there. Sometimes I walk around and I look and I go, goddamn human beings. Like I curse I'm a self-hating human. Yeah. I'm a self-hating human because I don't like human beings.
What
Another alternative would be great.
What drives you nuts about human beings there?
The stupidity, hypocrisy, ill-informed asses walking around thinking they just know everything when they don't even know enough. You don't know enough to make a decision on anything.
We got audio of the jilted bride there.
Oh, was that the blonde one? The big...
Danny's like, I hate this woman. She was just on the Today Show. We've been talking about this the last couple of days. the guy decided to bail. He didn't want to get married after all.
Did Danny say, I hate this woman, or I hate all women? Not that he's gay. He's angry. Oh, kick the thing again.
Well,
Kick it.
Someone will get the hint, and they'll fix it. Well, here she is on the Today Show.
Rosemary Schell is with us exclusively, along with her attorney, Lydia Sartain. Good morning to both of you.
Where's the attorney?
Rosemary, first of all, your reaction to this jury decision of $150,000. Were you surprised by the amount?
A little bit, but I was thrilled. I feel like justice was really...
They weren't married.
Justice.
What are we doing?
Do you know what the word justice means, you dummy?
That's right.
I felt that justice was miscarried. Unless that's the next word.
This guy doesn't owe her crap.
I felt that Jesus would be very happy.
I feel like justice was really done.
You know, engagements, as sad as it is, are broken all the time. Why did you feel the need to take legal action?
Primarily because he made a promise to me.
Primarily because I'm
He made a promise to me. You know what? Promises aren't always kept. And it doesn't mean that he owes you $100,000. It means you could call him an ass. Worse, you could call him whatever the hell you want. But where does that then give her the right to get over $100,000 of this guy's money because he broke this promise to marry her? Oh, God, I hate this stuff.
Primarily because he made a promise to me, and I relied on that promise and gave up a lot of things because of that promise.
Well,
and I suffered significantly for it.
You gave up, in particular, a good-paying job.
Too bad. Maybe your judgment should be fixed.
Right.
Find other guys.
That's called life. See, people don't understand. It's called life. Life is this thing that you go through. Point A is being born, and then point B is croaking. And in between is something called your life. And there's no guarantee that promises are kept and decisions that you make are going to be good ones all the time, and that other people are responsible for those decisions. This bitch!
It's not going to be a smooth ride.
No.
It's going to have bumps in the road.
Of course.
Maybe she did deserve the money, though. I mean, like, if
what?
Jimmy!
If the
Come
guy...
here. Suck it.
No,
Come
no.
here. Come here.
I'll do that anyway.
Come here.
I'll do that simply for the gig. No, but if the guy promised to do a certain thing and she gave up a job, it's like his
doesn't matter.
That's her problem.
Her judgment on him. How trustworthy this guy is. Should she have said, you know something? I got a pretty good job here, fella. Maybe I'm not ready to give it up.
Yeah, but he promised to marry her, so she's like, I'm going to have this life with this guy, and he just dumps her. I mean,
I love Jimmy playing the reasonable voice of
swear
devil's advocate.
I want to take his cute face and smush it. I want to squeeze it.
Why? It's kissable.
I know it is.
I'm adorable when I
I
shave.
want to squeeze it.
Maybe it's time that men start realizing the ramifications of their actions.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, for too long, women have been dragged into these kind of situations with no recourse from the criminal justice or the legal justice legal system.
God.
I think this is a good thing. I think this is a movement in the right direction.
Good. This is good. Precedent-setting thing. This is great.
Let's have a cage match. Ant and I versus you two. Let's go.
This is...
Depends on what Geraldo has done that morning.
Yeah.
If he's healthy, all right, it might be a good one. But if he's on one of his wonderful runs, I take me and Geraldo anytime. I'll just stand behind him and watch him Tasmanian devil.
Yeah.
We got David Duchovny. He's walking up the stairs. So you want to get to the end of this clip, or you want to just wait?
Walking up the stairs, where?
Let's do that.
The elevator, you mean?
They said stairs.
Where?
It's very healthy.
I don't know.
Take the stairs.
A good-paying job.
Yes.
By moving.
Yes, a lot of things. And, you know, I just felt like people shouldn't be allowed to do people that way.
You know, Wayne Gibbs, your ex-fiancé, has said that one of the reasons he broke off the engagement is because when you moved back to be with him, he paid off a lot of your debt and then realized you had even more debt, and that gave him cold feet. Decided maybe I'm not going to go all the way here and marry this woman. What's your reaction to that?
That's simply not true. We discussed my debts before I left Florida. We discussed my debts when I came back from Florida. He had a list. He knew exactly what I owed.
So there is
That's
debt.
just kind of a smokescreen he put up.
Smokescreen?
Yeah.
Oh. She goes, no, that's simply not true. We discussed the debts. Oh, so you're admitting there were debts that he did pay. Ugh, this leech
just to take, you know how you get rid of her? You got to grab her close to your skin and then put a cigarette butt on her ass so the head doesn't break off under your skin and get infected. You're a tick.
We got to get the guy on our show.
Yeah.
Can we hunt him down?
Yeah, look for a man crying.
He'll have a
with his
different story to
checkbook
tell. We got more audio.
I think the bottom line is, though, like normally I would agree against it, but if the guy promised to marry her and then she gave the thing that convinces me is that she gave up the job, and if you give up that kind of money and the guy just backs out, it's like,
I thought you were kidding all this
You're
time.
not really.
So did I.
I was playing along.
Jimmy is just a douche.
Why?
Because how could you even defend this woman?
I'm not actually, and I know it's a weird position to take, but it's like only the job. The job.
First of all, it's the role. You're not. It's not even if you agree that she's right. Even if you agree that she's right, the question is, how could she have access to the courts? These are our tax dollars. So this is a system. The governmental system is now being used to settle private nonsense like this. I mean, it's
if she would have gotten married and left the job, that's one thing. I don't even agree with that, but that's what, at least she'd have a leg to stand on in this one. A promise like, yeah, look, we're going to have this great life together. We're going to get married. You leave your job. You come out. You move with me. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
That's what everyone says in marriage. It's not like, hey, don't leave your job because I don't know what the hell, where this is going.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be all full of sparkles and romance at that point.
We should explain. We got David Duchovny in studio. David, while we were waiting for you, we played audio. Yeah. I want to get your take on this real fast, then we'll get into the X-Files and stuff.
Is it me?
No, nothing.
All right, good.
We have a.
All right, good.
We have it's not on TV anymore.
Okay.
We have this woman. She was going to get married, and the guy at the last second decided he needs to bail. He's like, he didn't feel good about the situation. Right. She had some debt, and we're thinking maybe some other things were going on. She turned around and got a lawyer, sued the guy for backing out of the marriage. They weren't married. She won $150,000.
It doesn't make sense.
There was no contract of it. It was just a verbal.
They weren't even
But
married
he did
yet.
promise, and she did give up a good job.
Jimmy, I'm going to smack you in the head.
I promise? You promised?
But, I mean, it's like a contract. It's a verbal contract in a way.
What is a verbal contract?
Well, like she agreed to move and relocate
Well,
for
he's
him.
just a liar. But is that illegal?
Well, not illegal, but he's not being put in jail. But he is being taken to task.
Thank God, the voice of reason, David Duchovny.
I would like it better if he went to jail for fibbing.
For telling a fib.
But it's setting a precedent now. Now you could get sued before you even get married.
Well, then you just can't make a promise when someone's got a $150,000 job on the line.
Shut up. I don't like the way
we don't know if he's.
What about if
he's asking us or what?
But always used unkind.
I don't think he is.
He plays the devil's advocate all the time, and I want to really smash him.
What were you talking about?
With you off on the break, I was talking about moles.
Moles. And your divorce.
Yeah, I think I'm finally starting to get out of the weeds.
That's great. Good.
Seriously. You're out of the weeds now completely, right?
Well, very, very close. I have my divorce started in 1999, and I will be done pretty much next year sometime.
You know, I'm still being a wuss. I really am. I sent her a large chunk of money, deposited the large chunk of money on the day it was supposed to be deposited, right into her dumb bank account.
Dumb bank account. Oh, do I understand this?
Okay, and I detached from it. Mm-hmm. I said, "This is just a liability. This is the way it is. This is how people grow up sometimes."
Right.
And you know what? I waited a week. Not a thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to thank you. I just sent you a lot of money. Call me up. Thanks.
Thanks,
I got it.
Thank yous.
Well, but see, that's the problem. I can't live with that. So who texted her after 2 weeks? Hey, how you doing? Everything okay? Just checking that everything's okay.
Oh, my God.
All right? I did. I texted her to see if everything was okay.
Why would you do that?
Because I don't know. I don't know why I did it, Anthony, because I'm a wussy.
The only communications I've had with my ex has been on the front and backs of checks, like where you have to write your account number on it. Instead, it's something like, hey, only 5 left. And then I put a little exclamation point. And then her lawyer would yell at me, And my lawyer would yell at me, could you refrain from writing anything on the check? It's like, why can't I just write a note? There's a little section on the check. It says, note.
It's your checks.
It's my goddamn check.
You can write whatever the hell you want
I
on
want
it.
to write on the front of it. Because for a while, there was something on the back. I had explained this for a while. That when you write a check for enough money, I swear, to go out and perhaps buy a Ferrari. Yeah. And then you get that check back. You know how you get your canceled checks back? And it's signed and, been deposited. It's now out of your account.
Yeah.
And underneath it is cashed under protest. So that later on, I guess, I don't know how this works, but I'm guessing that a lawyer would tell someone to do that so that later on, if there's anything you want to pursue later, that the argument can't be used like, well, you cashed the check. You took the money, so it's like and I'm like, if you really want to protest, tear that sucker up.
Yeah, throw it away.
Rip it up. That's a protest. That's a '60s style. We're making some sacrifices kind of protest.
Burn that check.
Yeah, burn it.
Yeah, we're in different. We're definitely in different leagues because she could have maybe bought a Camry with the with the check I was sending. And that was the best I could do. But and it wasn't a payment thing; it was a lump sum. It was not. There was not as much animosity.
I've been doing this for quite some years.
No, I'm going to be out of it, and I felt better, after I sent her the check. But my problem is, and I don't know why I'm honest here, of all places, in the one place I will be judged as a wuss, but there's still part of me. See, you hate her. I got a problem. She left me.
Right.
And for no reason at all. And there's still part of me that wants to make her cry, so I know she still likes me.
Wow. All right.
All right. And then that's a sickness that I can't. I'm having a hard time living with it. Even the fact, like, I talked to her the other day, right? And I'm like, so we got the money. You got the money. We get in these conversations about lawyers and all this other crap. And then eventually we just start talking, and it's like nothing ever happened. And that's what I sort of stick on, right? And we rarely talk, but it happened again the other night. And I always think that because she wrote me, she's like, how you doing? I'm like, okay, great. I'm good. We're going to talk, and then, but in the back of my head, I'm like, it's just all going to be erased, and I'm going to, all right.
Oh, jeez.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I know you know.
And I talked to my brother. He's like, you idiot.
Of course.
Of course. Yes.
Your brother.
What are you doing? You can't talk to her. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's cool. And of course, after I do, here's what happens. It always turns out that whatever she's, getting in touch with me about has nothing to do with her missing me or anything else. It's always some weird thing that she's pissed off about that doesn't unfold.
How?
Huh?
How is she pissed off about anything when...
Because she doesn't like me talking about it. She doesn't like me characterizing her as the person that left me for no reason at all other than she was unhappy. I mean, come on, it's marriage.
You're supposed to be unhappy.
You write it out.
Come on.
And then now the new thing is, I'm like, so where are you? She goes, I'm here. I'm in New York. I'm like, really? So you got a place? Well, I'm staying at my boyfriend's.
Oh.
I'm staying at my boyfriend's.
Oh, you don't want to hear that.
Well, but twice, and it's like, and I don't even care. Really.
My boyfriend's my boyfriend's.
Yeah, I don't even care. I'm staying at my boyfriend's, fine. But what's weird is that, like, I've gone out of my way not to, like, I don't want to know who he is, but I do. I do. Of course I do. Because there's that whole thing, it's like, okay, she's got hold of somebody that's got a lot more bread than I do, that's younger than I am, that has, that's going to be nice and boring. See, I know my problem.
You want to, wait. You want a guy that is going to be worse than you, obviously.
They're all going to be worse than me. Look at me. Is there anyone like me?
But you want to see the guy to see that he's actually uglier than you. I think it comes down to just a
what it is, though? With girls, the physical thing is different. You want a guy that isn't as successful, is boring, isn't funny. That's the
and who's impotent.
Yes, completely impotent.
But no one has to be
a eunuch.
Are you like for me? I have such issues with the sex.
Yeah.
Like if you got like my ex and I broke up and I'm obsessed. Like, she's banging somebody. Look, they date. We date. If you guys get back together, like or ever.
No, I don't care.
Would you be crazy? Like she dated someone?
No. It's not even about that. It's not about the sexing. I know what I'm capable of. I know what I did there. I know the work I've done. I know the impact I have had. And I used to talk about it because I used to be a jealous guy. And I somehow cured jealousy, with mathematics. And I'm not even a math guy, because I figured, I've probably had sex with her, thousands of times over the last 8 years. So if she goes out and bangs some guy once, twice, I'm still winning. I still got the numbers on him.
Oh, you got more? Yeah, okay.
All right, there's that. But then there's also the thing is that she's so hot. I crossed the line in terms of maturity. With jealousy, that one time I was like, who's she, what's she doing? Who's she banging? What's going on? And I'm picturing her, banging like two guys. And I actually, it turned me on. So I actually started, masturbating to my jealous fantasies. I'm saying I turned the corner here. You know what I mean? Like I'm a grown up now.
Let that sit there for a second. They dumped out, and that's too good.
No, that's okay, because if you're taking,
it's too good.
If you're taking care of yourself, thinking about her with two guys, you're over it.
That's right.
Yeah. Wait, so do you throw in a black one and a white one? Sometimes that helps me get through it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. A black one,
and Biden.
Yeah, a black one, a white one, and another woman clapping.
No, it's Obama and McCain. It's about healing.
Yeah. And hanging over it, Jim, is a picture of me, and they all stop every few minutes and laugh.
Why don't you find out where he lives and just blow up his spot?
I'm not even. It's just it's.
Send
You know what the truth of the matter is? I thrive on spite, and I want to carry this burden of. I don't really want to know, and there's some part of me that wants her to be happy and to have a life. But the thing I dread, and the thing I know about myself, is the fear I have. I'm 45 years old. I got no kids, and on a day-to-day basis, there's part of me that's like, well, what the hell am I hanging on to here? There's those moments where you're like, what's the point of all this? Even if I'm getting laid, it doesn't matter. What I really want to know is that I am a hard act to follow. That there's some part of her, inside of her, that will never forget what we had, even if she is determined to make it sickness.
You know something?
That's the thing about
That's very good. That's a great point. That you made an impact and you're a hard act to follow. That is good. You gotta be, the hard act to follow, because no matter where else she goes in life after that, you want to think like,
I'm in there. I'm lodged in her heart like a blood clot.
Like a blood
that she cannot remove me from her heart. Because, when you're in, here's the other way I'm spinning it. Is that, she got me sober, I've been sober 9 years, and she brought me in. When I left my first wife, I was about to die from alcohol and cocaine and disappointment. I used to lay in bed next to a woman who loved me, who could not tolerate my drinking, just waiting for my heart to explode to the sound of snoring. You understand? And when I saw Mishna, when I met her, I was like, oh my God, she's perfect. And she got me sober, and she got me involved with that, right? So the new way I'm doing it, I'm going up to cats I know that have been through several rehabs. And I'm saying, all right, so since you've started trying to get sober, how much has it cost you? Right? So, I know one guy, he's like, I've been to 3 rehabs, I've spent $150,000.
Okay.
I'm like, that's about what I spent.
So
this is the cost
at it.
Right, it's the cost of my sobriety.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, it puts it into perspective.
Oh, you do rationalize it when you have to write a check.
You got to detach from that money, man.
I just look at it like a number, because if I thought that every few months I was going bum 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 and pulling up in a Porsche and going, here you go, rum 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 rum, here's a Lamborghini, there you go, rum rum, here's a Ferrari, take it away, I'd shoot myself.
Yeah.
You got to look at it as digits on a page, on a worksheet, on a flow chart, on a friggin' whatever.
Or an investment. It's a karma cleaner for me. Yeah, I mean,
is that what you think of it as?
I'm not blameless here, but the thing that gets me is that there's some part of her that you idealize these people, and she's not perfect in any way. And I know she's not buying cars. She's just sitting around in some other guy's apartment, wondering why she can't get her work done. What she's not doing is working. In the sense that I would, and I don't think that she should have to work necessarily, but I just know that I just bought her another year where she doesn't really have to do anything.
Dude, that same exact thing. I've been in the same boat where I look and go, a job, something, maybe work, but no, it was like I don't know what I could say here.
And I'm
still under,
I can't seem to bang her out of my heart either.
Really?
Yeah, I've tried, and on some level it works, and I'm involved. I've been seeing this other woman who she knows, and
really?
Yeah.
Plus,
well, that's why she's throwing boyfriend around, because you've already trumped. When you've done certain things with certain people's friends, it's very hard for them to compete with that. So they got to throw a boyfriend.
No, I'm not even. I understand that, and it's all fair. It's all fair play. If this is the table we're playing at.
You're subconsciously trying to hurt her.
Subconscious, I'm actively trying to.
Yeah, I guess that.
What do you?
You're right.
I'm very
You're
aware of what I'm doing.
He has a chart on a blackboard. My action to her tears.
Yeah.
But I didn't know how to get my self-respect back.
Do you like her friend?
Who? I don't know who he is.
No, I mean, do you like her girlfriend? That
Oh, the
you're
woman I'm
seeing,
dating
or
now?
are you just doing that as
No. Well, I did a couple times.
Yeah.
But no, the woman I'm seeing now, they weren't good friends. But yeah, I like her. It's very interesting and weird to be in a relationship, and it's a long distance relationship, which means there's a lot of arguing, and there has to be. It's difficult,
really?
but I like her. But I know there was some part of me though when the first one that I was with that she knew. Like, it was just it wasn't a coincidence, but it was somebody who was around and being supportive, and I was vulnerable and weak and angry, and it happened, and it was a big mistake. But in my brain, what you think as a guy, it's like, if she's going to leave me, the only thing I can do is sleep with one of her friends to get my self-respect back.
Well, that's like the thing. That's the ultimate, like, screw you thing. But it works better with the person that left. Like, if she leaves you and then sleeps with one of your friends or someone you know, that's worse than her leaving you and you sleeping with one of her friends.
Yeah, I don't know which one she slept with.
Jimmy just went like,
She went out of her way to tell me that plenty of my friends offered. She went out of my way to say, a lot of the guys, I turned down some offers.
Oh, that's nice of her.
But I didn't say who, what's their resume, what are their credits.
I'd want to know.
But if she left you, why?
That's it, and me too.
But why? Maybe she's just saying that. Like, if she left you, why is she saying that to you?
Because in her head, she was waiting. She wasn't going to file for divorce. She was going to wait till I blew it up, and I blew it up. And you know what that means? She can go, "You did this, but you left. Yeah, but you did that. Were you coming back? Doesn't matter."
Yeah.
This is hilarious.
Hilarious.
I don't know how this is the thing, like, when you talk about a woman and you think of the impact you had on her.
Yeah.
I'm just the opposite. Like, I really, my ex and I talked, my long-term ex, and she's like, yeah, I'm still hurting over it. I think I have no impact in a person's life.
Really?
None. Like, my self-esteem is so low that when the relationship is over, I figure that she's out banging and hooking up immediately because she's so happy to be away from me and so relieved. So anything she does is going to be better. So I feel like I'm suffering and I'm in pain, and I've had no impact. I'm like, you really do? Like, 6 months later, she was still hurting. She's like, yeah, of course. I'm like, really? I really was surprised to hear that.
They're not like us. They don't go out and just start banging people. I mean, not all of them. Why are you looking at me like that?
No, I think some of them do. Some of them don't.
Sometimes they get over it.
Yeah, but he's saying more guys than girls would do that. I agree.
Yeah, because
I agree with
we have a distance from it. It just becomes, I had
all right, how was
telling
he's remembering something real nice.
Well, no, someone said something to me before I really started in this other relationship and whatever is going on, when I was kind of going through them. And I was with this woman, and someone asked me, do you like her? And I said, no, but I like it. And it wasn't, it's not disregarding that woman. It's just like you like to have sex, and if sex can be just as addicting as anything else, that's an easy way to get out of yourself. I mean, if anyone finds the amount of time I spend on YouPorn is disgusting.
We were just
started the show with that today.
We were just talking about that. I spent probably last night, and I don't do this a lot, but it was like, it reminded me of something Jimmy had said, that he, was sick of himself for spending so much time in front of the computer doing this. And last night, I spent hours just perusing hardcore porno on the computer, just looking for one that was better than the next.
Yeah,
just doing that,
like a little rat in a cage, just hitting that button, replaying that
I'm a
money
chicken
shot,
playing tic-tac-toe. Pecking away.
Yeah, in the middle of something like that, if you really were just to sort of step out of your body for a second and look at exactly where you are and what you're doing, that moment is one of the most pathetic, shameful.
Yeah, it's just why am I doing this?
Yeah, because there's no joy or happiness in it. There's no celebration. You don't finish.
There's no shame there,
and it's fine if you go from like
there's not a lot of
Drudge and then CNN,
right,
and then maybe you check out some porn and just go, all right, well, I'm going to bed or something.
Right.
But when you look at the clock and go, oh my God, it's 10:30 already?
Yeah.
I've been here for 6 hours.
Yeah.
All right, a few more videos, a few more of these.
That's not like you. You really were at it for 6 hours?
Yeah, I'm weird when I'm alone in the house. The thing is, I'm not usually alone in the house.
Yeah.
But lately, I've just been alone. It's been me and my friggin' thoughts, which is horrific.
I wish I had the technology to, like, right when you finish, when you're watching a porn, everyone who's on the screen having sex stops and just looks at you and goes, "Look at you! Are you proud of yourself?"
You can't shut those browsers fast enough.
I know,
because you're convinced they might be live videos.
Sticky hand is
right. Listen, we got to take a break. That's really funny. Mark Maron's going to be at Comics here in New York City, 14th Street and 9th Avenue, COMIXNY.com for Mark Maron. Your thoughts in your house? Could you share that after the break?
Oh,
maybe?
yeah. We'll talk about
what you were thinking about last night.
When
that
I'm alone in the house.
That led you to the computer and checking out porn for 6 hours.
Absolutely.
All right. More with Mark Maron. Here we got Mark Maron playing comics here in New York City, and we love when Mark comes in.
I'm a marginal star, an acquired taste.
We didn't know how it was going to go with you, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, that's
because you do the Air America and the liberal thing, and
Well, that's the thing.
You can play different roles, which we like.
People, I come here to reveal my inner sick, perverse self, and then I go over there and I care about people.
Yeah,
it's cleansing in a way.
It's that mixture between selfish and selfless.
Yeah,
you gotta help the people that are angry about certain things, and then you just gotta help the people that hate themselves and need to masturbate.
You can't just walk around with the angel on your shoulder all the time. You need the devil to counteract a little bit.
Are you kidding?
Balance it out.
My devil's in my pants.
Anthony, so you're alone at home.
Yeah.
And your thoughts really bother you, and you try to distract that.
Well,
what have you been thinking about lately
really
in your
bother
house?
me. I just think too much. Like, that's what it is. I think much too much about things. We were talking before, about retarded individuals, mentally handicapped, whatever you want to call them.
Yes.
God's clowns.
We like God's clowns. That one's going to be used. We'll credit you, though, Mark.
And it's just one of those things where ignorance is bliss, and I delve into a little bit of everything, and I try to keep informed, and it just makes you, nervous. And your mind starts working and creating scenarios, and sometimes you got to tell yourself to just shut up and enjoy yourself.
That what's in your pants is a ticket out. I mean, it's a built-in stress release device. I don't know why people are judgmental about it. I mean, because when the world is overwhelming, make it simple.
Yeah,
you focus right here. Get locked in. I mean, here's the saddest thing about doing that because I've been a chronic masturbator since I was 12. I don't think I've gone maybe a day or 3 days.
Say taking care of yourself.
Yeah, because we want to keep this on the radio. We used to be able to use that word.
I keep getting dumped.
Yeah.
Right.
And we used to be able to use that word, and we should. Yeah, I'd be able to.
Of course we should.
I've been taking care of myself autoerotically.
Right. Very good.
Okay. Fairly regularly since I was about 12. Now, as I get older, I'm justifying it by saying, it's good for your prostate. I mean, you got to keep that thing working.
It is true. Yeah.
But here's where it gets sad: is where you don't really want to, where you just want to go to sleep, and you're like, "Oh God,
here we go.
Yeah. Let's do this."
You ever do it? You ever do it when you're just gravely sick with a fever and laying in bed?
Oh,
and
yeah.
You're sick, and then it's just like, I'm bored.
Yeah.
You're too sick to even get up to go to the bathroom or do anything.
You're in the middle of a fever dream.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, I'm having sex with the devil.
You just have to do it. We're just slobs, man.
Yeah.
Just slobs.
Yeah, but why not? But then I see, I was in Colorado, which is the whitest, most sexless, most weird Aryan culture I'd ever been in. I was staying at some fancy resort hotel. But look,
Overlook.
Yeah, it was exactly like that place.
Love that place.
The Overlook Hotel.
Yoss is trying to elect.
You've always been here, Mr. Torrance. That's the best thing, where he sees himself in the picture.
Pack your pig mask.
When he sees himself in the picture from the 20s.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that guy says, "You've always been here." That's what I used to say to Jeff Ross. Yeah. In terms of show business, you've always been here, Mr. Ross.
There's a picture of him holding up a little martini glass.
Yeah, exactly.
1921 was the year in that photo.
It wasn't really? Wow.
Good one,
But I'll tell you something about the people that don't masturbate or aren't, don't take care of themselves.
Yes.
And don't do it regularly or find it shameful. They're very well insulated. They have boundaries. They're very uninteresting. See, I prefer people who are a little bit self-hating, kind of crazy, ungrounded, and need to eat or do that just to keep their sanity. To me, that's an interesting person. Somebody who's all convinced that God's going to take care of them and they don't have to do that kind of stuff. To me, you may get a lot of work done, but I don't find you very interesting.
It's a little outgoing.
Yeah, it is. When your needs are so deep that you have to take prisoners. That's what I'm talking about.
So what were you thinking about yesterday?
Although,
with your mind just not turning
just
off.
Being alone in the house is an odd thing for me because I most of my life has been spent in relationships. I've been in live-in long-term relationships for most of my adult life, if not all my adult life. I've always had girlfriends, and they've lasted in the years.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
But how many years longer than they should have?
Too many. Much too many.
What is that about? Can we talk about that later?
I don't know why, but I've done that, and then I'm really at this stage of my life, I've decided, hey, I'm not doing that anymore. So I'm not gonna jump right into another relationship again.
Like I just did.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I almost did.
Yeah.
Like a couple of times since I broke up with my girlfriend, my last girlfriend, I was with for 8 years.
Yeah.
We lived together in a few apartments. I got this house. I bought a house. And we were there for a year or so. And then she decided, I'm leaving.
What?
I'm taking off.
Why?
She, as far as, she told me, she was bored. She just kind of, I met her when she was 19.
That's what happened.
She was 29 at the time, that we're breaking up. And she just kind of fell into this thing where it's like, you don't really,
She became a different
I
person.
don't really like you like that anymore.
Daddy.
Or something, Daddy. It was just one of those situations where it was weird. So she just kind of, she left. And it was one of those weird things where I wasn't really broken up about it. I felt a little weird and a little like I had some questions.
Did you cry at all?
No, not at all. And I swear I'd be honest.
Oh, yeah,
I would have. There had been situations where girls broke up with me and I was a wreck. Yeah. But in this situation, I saw it coming so far down the line that I just knew something was up. So, then I get myself into this other relationship thing, which was, a crazy girl that shows up in my driveway at 3 a.m.
That's exciting.
After we've broken up already.
Yeah.
She won't allow me to break up with her, and her mother's calling me.
The mother.
Dude, it was insane.
Mom called you?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, he talked about
her mother
that.
called me.
What did she say?
Yeah.
What am I doing? You don't understand how hurt she is, blah, 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 blah. All right, look, I effed up. I shouldn't have done that. But
you should have said, all right, how much?
Yeah, what? But it was one of those situations where, again, I was falling into exactly what I do. Exactly what I do. And then I hook up at some point with, the traffic girl on Channel 11.
I think I heard about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, fell into the same situation where I'm all of a sudden boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I constantly doing this. So finally it was like, no, I can't do this anymore.
And you got to ride out, now you're just riding out the loneliness, the pain, and you do it, you relieve
now
yourself.
It's like I'm alone in the house, but I find it, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
You know why it's good? I'll tell you why. And because I've had to deal with this. The reason it's good is that you can finally, sit, and this is going to sound a little Dr. Phil-ish, if you don't mind.
Dr. Phil's great.
Yeah, but you can.
Shut up.
He's helped Jim a lot.
I like how Jim tries to put the straight face on and nod, but his smile is like
I'm telling you,
boyish grin.
It's important to sit with yourself and all your own crap, and to sit with your feelings and to feel.
But I don't. I sit with pornography on the computer.
Yeah, but
I'm not sitting pondering, my life.
But you just said you were. That moment before you decide to go to the computer where things get overwhelming, that's what you got to stay in for a few more minutes.
I hit the wine.
Oh, really?
Okay, well, it's a little bit everything. It's just and I don't know if it's this big. It isn't this big deep thing. I'm such a deep thinker. I get bored.
Right.
I'm bored. I walk around and it's not like, oh, poor baby Anthony. Believe me, I have my hobbies. I have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I do fun things. I've been given a lifestyle which allows me to have a lot of fun and do things and have toys and whatever. But there are these moments where you're just going like, all right, what are you doing?
Is this it? That's the one I have.
What are you doing? You have, is this it?
Yeah. Is this
I don't know if I've had a is this it moment.
But you have a what are you doing?
I've had a what are you doing moment. I've been like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing? All right, I'm surrounded by some pretty cool stuff. I'm having fun. I am, and it's not this fake plastic put on a mask fun.
Yeah.
It's legitimate. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, I'm having a good life.
But then this thing kicks in. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, why are you sitting here?
And then I look around and go, what?
And that freaks
What are you
out.
doing?
For 6 hours.
I'm just sitting here in front of a computer looking at hardcore pornography, and then I go to bed and I go to work.
You know what? You have to get a pet.
And
You have
no,
to get
out of here!
You have to get a pet.
Every one of these stupid girls too that
have to get a pet.
I've almost become boyfriend with a girl, they've almost become my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Every single one of them want to bring a menagerie of animals into my nice house.
Yeah, I'm in the animal
I
game.
walk into their apartments
Yeah.
and they're a wreck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything's scratched up. Something's been urinated on by an animal.
You wake up with a cat on your head.
A cat's there. There's hair on every bit of clothing you have.
Yeah.
I went out. I was like, I got to get a suit for an event. And I decide, I'm doing well. God bless. I feel good. I got a nice Armani suit.
Treat yourself.
I wanted to dress really nicely.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking to myself, if I still had a girlfriend where we had a cat, this thing would be covered in cat hair.
Or pee.
Or marking the... Yeah. They do that, and then the other one.
Where do you guys put your suits where a cat's going to jump all over? And
They
hang up?
get everywhere.
The hair gets everywhere.
That
it
hair
floats or something.
It goes into your air conditioning system
It
and
just
blows
floats
out your
around.
vents and stuff.
It's sad. You don't realize you have a problem. It's like
That's
a drug
a
problem.
nightmare.
Like I got like in LA, I got 6 cats. And people come over and they're like, "What the hell is wrong
do you
with
have
you?"
6
I'm like, "What are you
cats?"
talking about? They're my friends."
I bought a rug for the living room at some point. This was when I was still with my ex.
Yeah.
We had a cat. And bought a rug because we were starting to decorate. There was nothing in the house except a rug and like a couch. This cat clawed up this rug
immediately.
It was a $4,000 rug, which had every bit of pile looped out of it from cat scratching. You know where it is now?
Where?
It's on my garage floor, and I park my cars on it. That's what happened because of one effing cat. And then this other girl that ended up in my driveway. She had these delusions that she was moving in with me at some point.
With
she
her
started
mother?
hinting towards it. Wait, don't laugh. Almost. It got to the point where she wanted to come over with her mother to decorate my house.
Oh.
And they didn't live in the area.
No, very far away. She
you hit
had
that well.
Dude, she had cats and 2 pit bulls.
That she brought with her when she traveled?
No.
Okay.
But this was what was going to... And then when I said, what are you talking about? Like that? I wouldn't have that in my house.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have... And that turned into a big thing.
What was the thing?
And I'm just like, hey, and that's when I was like, all right, pull the friggin' thing, Maverick. You're punching out.
Wait,
We're
were
in a
you going to
flat
let her
spin.
come in and stay for a while, though?
No, because before that it got
a little
crazy,
weird?
because it started getting really weird, where it was like, no, that's the reason I'm here, is because you're here and not where I am.
Yeah, it's good to have that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but then it's like what are you doing?
Yeah. What are you doing?
So now I'm alone in the house, walk around, hey, talk to the construction guys. How you doing? Hey, what's going on down here? Hey, the guys came to cover the pool the other day.
But that's
hey,
that's better than having the cat, because that's what he's saying. You get a pet because I got these cats and it got a little weird because I'm alone. She left me. I'm sad.
Start talking to the cat.
I'm having philosophical discussions.
Yeah.
Like I got a cat. This little cat, LaFonda. Enough. Don't bring it up. LaFonda. I'm laying on the couch and LaFonda gets on my stomach and starts doing that thing with her clawing.
Making biscuits, we used to call it.
Yeah. But you know what I
that's
said to
adorable, Jimmy.
You know what I said to the cat? I said, "What, am I fat? Are you saying I'm fat?" I actually said that to a cat, and that was for me. It was like, "What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?" Yeah. And I'm saying, "What do you think I should stay here?" And I'm talking to cats.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Having philosophical conversation.
Are you knocking on the neighbor's door yet?
No, I
Just
don't
to get
want
some conversation
Got
going?
some sugar? Can I borrow a pint of sugar?
No, I don't think I want company. I know. I just
You
kind of
should
want.
get a live-in maid or something.
No,
Just like on the other side of the house.
live-in
I don't
maid.
speak Spanish.
But you
First
just
of all.
run into her every once in a while, like, how's the laundry going? Just dumb stuff.
I do. It's called Keith.
Yeah, that's true.
Keith comes over and does that. But so I find myself when I'm not doing anything, I usually wind up going out and buying a gun.
I went to a gun shop in Vegas.
At least you're handling it well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another thing you don't know about. I grew up with guns. I got no problem with guns.
Yeah, I like my guns. They're fun.
All right, we
Go to
got
the range.
We got to
Blast
take
them
a
all.
break. So, what do we want to do here, Jimmy? You got a lot going on. Why don't we start with you?
Well, I want to whore myself again. Down and Dirty, the final episode on HBO tonight after Bill Maher's show. Tonight is the Patrice O'Neill episode.
Are they going to give you more, Jimmy?
I don't
The numbers
know.
are good, I'm hearing.
The numbers actually were good, so I'm
Can I do
hoping.
it next time?
I didn't have booking power. Of
Who
course you
did,
can do it.
Nina?
No, it was people in L.A., actually.
Oh.
And 917-267-2602 is a number you can call me at and leave messages, and I actually do listen to them.
Yeah.
And I can actually call fans back.
I keep pre-ordering I Hate Your Guts by Jim Norton on
Yeah,
Amazon.com.
pre-orders are available now.
Can I plug too?
Oh, yeah, you got...
MV as in Victor, SLive.com is the Marin V. Cedar show every day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You can VOD it later, and comics this weekend.
Here in New York City.
Yes, sir.
COMIXNY.com. All right, if you're bailing, have a great weekend. If not, we'll continue with Mark Maron. Stay there.
Well, let's get into this.
A little news.
Little divorce stuff we're going to do right now, Lou.
Yeah, but this is usually when we delve into that, I lose my mind.
Yes.
I talk about things, and this time I'm not going to, because this is a happy divorce story.
Well, I'm just going to read.
Oh, they all are.
Dominic Barbara, who was involved in Anthony's divorce.
He represented my wife.
Yeah.
That's well documented in news stories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dominic Barbara, who has made a mint litigating other people's messy divorces,
Certainly
got into his own marital spat earlier this week when his wife threw a plate of spaghetti at his head. Police records say.
Ooh, she's ripping off my dad.
Police records say. The police were called.
Records say.
But Dominic can't handle himself. He had to call the police.
Ow! Spaghetti!
She's throwing spaghetti at my head. 911. 911. No, not for the assault, for the wasting of that spaghetti. I'm starving.
It didn't hit him in the mouth. We could have scooped it up. Walrus.
The divorce and defense lawyer who helped make Long Island infamous by representing the likes of Joey Buttafuoco and Jessica Hahn and someone else.
What, they put her in there?
No.
Oh.
Suffered a small gash on his forehead when the woman, who is both his third and fourth wife.
There's where you can tell someone's real smart.
They divorced and got back together?
Oh, that always works.
Starting at number 3? You're number 3 and 4?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I almost would understand 1 and 2.
That doesn't make...
Almost.
She's going for a dynasty.
But that's like saying...
A three-peat. Let's go for the three-peat.
It's like saying Bush is the 40th and the 41st president, doesn't that not?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
These...
Same marriage.
Third and fourth wife broke the plate on his head.
Oh, wow.
She broke the plate on his head, according to this article in Newsday.
Good. It's his fault.
According to police and court documents. The couple ended a 5-year marriage in 2007 and then remarried that same year.
That, to me...
Marry a plate thrower once, shame on me. Shame on me.
That just shows some kind of weirdness going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you get divorced and go through all that and then get remarried again the same year...
That means the same thing every single time. It means the guy cheated and she left, and then she spent 2 days in the cold realizing that she needed his cash and came back. That's what that means every single time. Every single time.
Yeah, wouldn't you be bringing a lot of baggage to the remarriage?
Yeah.
Certainly would.
Like, you're going to just...
every reason you got divorced.
Yeah, you're going to forget all that stuff that you went through?
No.
Mark Maron was saying when he was in here that he's talking to his ex and he's like, you kind of miss him after a while. You know, he was like, I still have feelings.
You'd get
People get remarried.
nostalgic is what it is.
Yeah.
It's nothing but nostalgia. And you think about all the good things. You know, when we were at Disney World at Epcot and the fireworks were going off, we were both looking up at him and smiling.
And then you blamed me for forgetting where the car is.
Right. That all forgets.
Yeah, you forget all that stuff.
You forget all that.
And we fought in traffic on the way home.
Couldn't get the sweet, could you? Yeah. The fireworks.
No, it's like nostalgia for the 50s. Oh, great. There was segregation.
Yeah.
And, no
National
sex.
Guards being brought in because somebody wants to go to school.
Yeah. That's a good old swinging time.
Yeah, it's a time of innocence.
Oh, the happy days.
Dominic, 63, would not comment on whether they are planning to divorce again.
Really?
Leslie Barbara.
Yes.
Does she look familiar, Anthony? She's 44 years old.
Certainly does.
Why? Anything you can say?
I do believe she kind of looks exactly like the woman that was in the court a lot of times when Dominic wasn't in there doing, the representing. I believe she was a coworker.
She a lawyer?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I do remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
And not, no one associated with Dominic is really one of my favorite people, any of my favorite people, because they put me through one of the worst times in my life.
One of?
What was the other one?
Ultimate worst
It
time
has
in my
to be
life.
the worst.
There probably isn't even a close second.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
If there's a worst time, it's been blocked out by childhood memory.
Of course.
Yeah, we can't call Richard to make sure this was the worst time of your life.
Times.
Leslie Barber, 44, also a divorce lawyer. Okay,
Yep.
was arrested and charged with second-degree menacing after the incident Monday. That sounds like
Menacing.
Dominic had to call the cops to help him out.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it.
Well, he's a lawyer.
I wasn't there.
He knows the deal. You're a lawyer. Something happens. You call the
You
cops.
call the cops right away and get it on
She gets
record.
arrested. It's on record. It helps out in the case or
Yeah.
something.
How great. 2 divorce lawyers with the police involved in their marriage. Could anything be better?
You gotta love it.
She spent the night in jail.
Ah, what a shame. I could only hope. Oh, could I only hope. It was like the scene with Linda Blair in Caged Heat. Put her in the laundry room. Some matronly woman with a broom handle.
Oh, it's good to know this guy's in hell.
Oh, yeah.
I knew it.
That phony smiling face everywhere he goes has to be hiding misery. I was in Atlantic City. I'm at the Borgata. I'm trying to wolf down something to eat before I hit the tables. And his gut comes into my peripheral vision. And I turn my head and he goes, "Hey, how are you? How you doing?"
Oh, my God.
Like big
Really?
smile. This is the guy that
The guy who sued you with your ex-wife?
I had to cut a check for.
And he thinks you're going to go, oh, you know
Yeah.
what, though? Nice to see you.
And
though,
I was
seriously.
like, and I'm just like, I'm eating. Hey, how are things going? Good?
Ew.
Yeah. Just turning the screws on me.
Oh.
And I'm like, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to see you.
My favorite part of that story, though, is wolfing down food before.
Oh,
just
yeah.
being angry that your bodily needs are in the way of your gambling habits.
Exactly.
Just get this
let me tell you.
protein in me so I can gamble,
That's
please.
how it is. And then that's like at 8 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And I'll be at the tables until 8 in the morning,
Right.
where I'm cursing my bladder for not being bigger.
Yes.
Like, I got to go to the bathroom. All right, I'm going to wait for my turn here.
You'll hold it that long, actually? When you're gambling, you won't pee?
No,
There
I'll
has
get
to
out.
be dudes
Believe
that
me.
have catheters and Coke bottles in their boot. There has
But
to be.
I hate like
Depends,
when
maybe.
when
Yeah.
the button passes me,
Yeah.
then I'm like, I'll go. But if the button's like, good, it's taking a while to get around, I'll sit there and wait.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Well, she spent the night in jail. Dominic himself bailed her out.
Oh,
There you go. Holy crap, this gets better and better. We didn't want to read this ahead of time. We wanted to enjoy every line as we read it for the first time for everybody today.
Dope.
So she hits him on the head with a plate.
Of spaghetti.
There's a gash. There's police. She goes to jail. And then this dummy goes and bails her out.
He got stitches?
I don't know if he got stitches.
Oh.
I'm sure he's the type of guy that would listen very closely to us. Go
I'm
screw,
sure.
fatso.
Whatever.
And you are still fat, even though you allegedly got your stomach stapled. You'll always be a fatso. She spent the night in jail. Dominic himself bailed her out Tuesday morning. But she was promptly arrested but she was promptly rearrested. Okay.
Whoa!
Wow, this gets good. But she was promptly rearrested when police said she violated a restraining order by going back to the couple's Glen Cove home.
You know what's hysterical? He probably bailed her out knowing that he had the restraining order.
Yeah.
Took her home.
Didn't tell her.
Here you go, honey.
Go
All right,
inside.
go inside. 911. She's back. She's back.
That's probably exactly what happened.
Oh, yeah. It's brilliant if that is the case.
Sure.
You might have to give him that one. The usually flamboyant Barbara said only, I hope she gets the help she needs.
Oh, boy.
What?
He's kind of making these suggestions that perhaps she needs help.
Yeah.
and clearing him
Yeah.
to look like the guy that was, hey, I'm a normal, great guy, and this woman perhaps needs some help. And
doesn't he need help if
he bailed her out?
Doesn't he need help if he was married 5 times and married twice to the same woman?
Yeah.
That sounds like a guy that might need a little help.
Whenever whenever someone needs help, it's never good. It means that there's something they're doing that's horrible.
All I recall is her wheeling in that giant hand truck of files.
Jesus.
Dude, a hand truck of files about my effing case.
Jesus.
Which, by the way, and I've said it on the air before, no kids.
No.
We were married for, just short of 9 years, I guess. No kids. Didn't own a house. We were renting. Leased cars. Just not the proverbial pot to whiz in or the window to throw it out of. Nothing. And there was files like this was, a Hollywood divorce case.
Like the Star Report.
And I went on the cheap, and I had a lawyer who was just like, he had one folder. He was like me in school. You got a pencil and a piece of paper? Like, that was my lawyer. And I got ski-rude.
Wow.
And I to this day, I'm like, I should have just gotten Ralph Felder and just gone all out.
Did you pay for her lawyer, too?
Absolutely.
So she can pick any lawyer she wants? And
that seems to be what women can do in divorce cases. They could get whatever high-profile lawyer they want because you'll be paying for it.
Yeah.
You're paying the guy.
And then you got to save money by getting
you over.
You got to save money by getting a bad one for yourself.
One on the cheap. It just let me pay for a good lawyer for her, and then I'll get the crappy one. This is how the laws are written in this country.
Wow.
It's bizarre, but it is good to see when some karma comes back, I guess.
I'll bet you half those files were empty. I'll bet that's an intimidation thing they do. Like, there's probably enough about the case, but there's probably half of them are probably just paper.
Yeah, man, you didn't
filing
look through that
things,
stuff.
so it looks like, my God, they're going to litigate forever. I can't fight this.
You know something? That's very good.
He makes a really good point. Because who would be able to read all that stuff?
That is, if you think about it, you didn't go through that box.
No.
So that's a really effective...
That would be good, because who would go through it? And if it's old legal documents...
No, it's the same thing as Kenneth Starr dropping the papers for the Clinton report on the steps of the house, which nobody uses that entrance for anything.
Yeah.
And with a whole van full of papers. He just did it to be flamboyant.
Yeah, sensationalism.
Yeah.
All right, finishing
I
up.
never even thought of that.
So she's got a lawyer, and the lawyer's saying that there was a misunderstanding because she thought she had permission to have her car picked up from the couple's home.
Uh-huh.
So her car was back at Dominic's and her.
Oh, I thought you said that you wanted the spaghetti careened off your skull. I'm sorry.
That's
I
weird.
misunderstood. You said past the Shasta.
Past the Shasta.
The lawyer said that in his client's exhaustion after a night in jail, she misunderstood the court order and went to get the car herself. Police arrested her there.
Wow.
Would they put her out in the friggin' field like Gans? What kind of exhaustion do you get sitting in county or whatever it is? She was in just some lockup.
We wish him nothing but the best, right, Anthony?
Please,
nothing but the best.
Nothing but continued success with your marriages.
Marriages, nothing but more miserable marriages for your future.
That's it. I'm done with that marriage thing. You're not going to get me again.
All right, we got to take a break. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You're enjoying the omelet there, Lou?
Enjoying it.
I haven't been able to stop eating even during this break.
It's part of my DNA already.
The food's ridiculous. Weehawken in New Jersey, the Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
I had some extra steak on the side. It was
Did you?
Good, right?
It was really. I would say it was delish. It was very good.
Hey, we got to take a break, but...
Ruth's Chris is hard to say. Let's go to Ruth's Chris.
I know. Yeah.
It's an apostrophe, a bunch of S's, a foot sound. How do you know? How about Ruth Chris's?
Yeah.
Where are we going? I'm going to Ruth's Chris. There's Chris, but this is Ruth's Chris.
Ruth. Got to sneak
It's
that
possessive.
Ted's going to dinner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
I'm going to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
I got a text from Steve this morning saying we're getting food from Ruth's Chris, and I thought at 5 this morning I was like, ugh, what a mess.
Yeah.
Ruth's Chris.
Oh, they think we're talking bad. We're not talking about it bad about your food. It's just hard to say the name.
We don't know how to say it.
Yeah, Ruth's.
Is there an apostrophe there, or is it plural? Is it possessive or plural? For Christ's sake! Where am I eating?
You're eating at Ruth's Chris.
For Christ's sake! Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I can't say it. I struggle and I get a little bit of drool on the right side. I look like I'm antidepressants.
So they're cooking omelets up for everybody because it's Roland's last day.
What if there was a spirit at that restaurant? What would it be called?
Oh.
You know, something spooky.
Ruth's Chris House of Ghosts.
Gotta listen for that last S there, Lou. That's the bit. Ghosts.
Ted is an ass.
Right, Ted's just trying to say things right. He was beaten as a child because he said things wrong. So he's trying to show off his smarts.
He should have been beaten.
One of your old friends is on the line, Anthony.
Really? Who?
Well, Dominic Barbara.
Oh,
Dominic.
wow.
Mr. Cumia, I need bail money. Come bail me out, Mr. Cumia.
You need bail money, Dominic?
When's your wedding anniversary, Mr. Cumia?
I forgot.
Now, let's see. Dominic Barbara was involved in your life for way too many years, Anthony.
Yes, it was probably a little longer than 3 years of the worst years of my life.
3 solid years?
3 solid years of this guy being involved in my life. And
to divvy up everything you had in your marriage, which was I think a used car and a rental property.
Yeah.
But it took 3 years to figure all that out.
Yeah, a rented house.
Not to break down businesses you might have had together and try to figure out what you're going to do with the kids and sell a house. And
we didn't have the proverbial pot to piss in or the window to throw it out of. Yet I had to deal with 3 years
of Dominic Barbara.
Of Dominic Barbara and his legal wrangling. And now apparently Dominic going through what is being called a messy divorce. Oh, messy divorce.
Oh,
see, this is karma, man.
Karma's a bitch, man.
It certainly is. It certainly is when the fucking chickens come home to roost.
Oh, I hate that one.
I know, I do too.
Because I don't really know what that means.
It's when you throw out a bunch of chickens.
Yeah.
And then they come back and...
Yeah, I understand.
When you fleece a bunch of chickens.
No, I understand they're coming back, but wouldn't that be a good thing? Chicken is delicious.
I love chicken.
So why would that be a bad thing that they're coming back to roost?
Come back to roost. I can now have some chicken.
Or are they coming back to make all that obnoxious fucking sounds?
You just, in a way, said what Malcolm X said. Like, when you throw something out there, when it comes back to you, it means you're kind of getting what you throw out there. Chickens are coming home to roost. They always come back.
Right.
And that's what Malcolm X said when JFK got shot.
Yeah.
He was told, shut up, don't say anything, by Elijah Muhammad. He said, I'm never sad when the chickens come home to roost. That makes me glad. Like you were just saying, it's normal.
Am I just like Malcolm X?
Look at you.
Well, hopefully after a speech at the Audubon. But yeah, that got him in big trouble saying chickens go home to roost. Who did he get a talking to for that one?
Certainly did.
Because there's nothing wrong with chickens coming back.
That's what he said. It's an old farm.
As long as you can handle fucking butchering them in the backyard of your fucking farm.
If you put out violence, violence will come back.
I hear
upon
you.
you.
Well, this karma thing with this Dominic Barbara, because he's really just a scumbag. I don't know what Anthony could say, but I could certainly say it because I lived through it with Ant.
Well, he's
I saw the shenanigans that he was pulling, and it's kind of nice to see that he's suffering a little bit.
I see it this way: as he is a public figure, he has been on entertainment programs. He's had his own TV show.
He's a regular on Howard.
On Howard, and the persona he puts across is not as a very nice person. And my dealings with him on a personal level, I personally did not find him a nice, pleasant person. Mm-hmm. And to see this happening to somebody that was involved in me going through years of misery,
For nothing. I got to keep saying for nothing. You guys had nothing. You barely had a bank account. You didn't have a house together. You had no kids together. And you only had one car in the family.
It really was kind of a hey, let's get as much as we can out of him, even though right now he really doesn't have much. And I didn't have anything because of the $40,000 that was, kind of taken.
Right. When Dominic got involved with your divorce,
from day one.
He was, her lawyer, obviously.
Yes.
Anthony had zero in the bank.
Nothing.
Zero.
Zilch.
Zero, because someone advised, I guess whatever. But you had zero in the bank.
Nothing left.
Nothing left.
And, and then you go through things where, of course, a lot of divorces, when the wife secures a lawyer, you are to pay his legal fees.
Mm.
You are to pay support for her during this tumultuous time in her life where, she has to live the lifestyle in which she is accustomed to, and you get to live some other foreign lifestyle that you are not at all accustomed to, except for one thing, which is going to work and earning the money.
Correct.
That's the lifestyle I was accustomed to, and that's what I did. And to see this happen, I don't like doing things where karma might turn around on me, but this seems to be some type of cosmic justice coming back to Dominic Barbara. He is going through a messy divorce with one of his numerous wives.
I don't know how many, but
third, fourth, I have no idea.
Who knows how many he's up to?
The wife seems to have had a restraining order against Mr. Barbara, which he then allegedly violated by sitting down at a table in a bagel shop that she was sitting in and striking up a little conversation. Long Island divorce lawyer accused of violating an order of protection by approaching his ex-wife in a bagel shop. Nassau County Police said Dominic Barbara was charged with criminal contempt. His clients have included Joey Buttafuoco and Jessica Hahn. They say he sat down with his ex-wife Leslie on Sunday while she was having coffee with a friend. Leslie Barbara told Newsday that her ex-husband walked in with a police officer and demanded that she be arrested for stalking him. Dominic Barbara told the paper that she had indeed been stalking him. He was scheduled to appear for a hearing in Glen Cove Court on Wednesday.
Oh, he's in one of those fucking divorces.
I demand you arrest her. Arrest this. What are you doing to me? Why are the cuffs on me?
Oh, God.
Is there more to this, Danny?
That's
a great paragraph right there.
You go in, arrest that woman. Hey, why me?
He's in one of those situations.
Yep, with the arrest her, arrest him,
my God,
restraining orders, oh, God.
A few of us have been in those situations, huh? In that situation.
See what you did? See what you did to yourself?
Oh, my God.
You son of a bitch. Look at you.
So this cocky guy goes in with a police officer like, I'm going to watch what I do.
And let me tell you something I have seen, my opinion on Dominic Barbara. He is the guy who is constantly smiling and laughing out in public. He's got the big smile on, like, it's all right, the pat on the back, the hey, how you doing? No matter how much hatred there is towards him by whoever he's approaching, it's always, hey, how you doing? The big smile. And behind that has to be just misery and loneliness and a messy divorce, which I don't care who you are. If you're involved in a messy divorce, you aren't that smiling guy.
You're in hell.
He's putting on this fake face of happiness when he's out. I'm sure he smiled when he walked in with the police officer. Arrest that woman. Ha ha. I got one. Chalk one up for Dominic. Hey, why are the cuffs on me? And there he went. Off to jail for violating an order of protection. How about if you want to do something like that, you call the cops, you tell them what happened, and have the police go to her.
Right.
And you don't get within the certain amount of
restraining order. Thank God, knock wood. I've never had a restraining order against me.
This has been going on for a while with him, and
I guess you got to pay attention to it.
It sounds like she's a bit of a nightmare, which is just perfect.
Well, here's the problem.
Which is just perfect.
I know her too. She worked for Dominic, and she was the one that was in the courtroom 90% of the time
for your case,
for my case. And when I tell you, this is a no-nonsense broad.
Really?
Wowie kazowie.
Oh, is she an attorney?
Oh, yeah. He was married. I believe this is how it went. He was married to his wife at one point, and then he got mixed up with this Leslie girl that worked for him. And they hooked up, wound up getting married, and she is a divorce attorney. So she knows every trick in the book. I've seen it. I've had experience with this woman.
She wasn't pleasant.
And,
it wasn't fun.
When I saw her, it was almost like I didn't know who I wanted to see less, her or Dominic.
Wow.
That's how bad it got. With the hand trucks of fucking files they would bring in. Hand trucks.
What the hell was she going to do with that?
I don't know, but my lawyer would come in like I would go into history in high school with one sheet of paper and a pencil.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey.
Did you feel like
I have to borrow it?
Did you feel like you were fucked?
Oh,
really?
Spread them, Anthony. Spread them.
Your lawyer's coming in with one folder with two pieces of paper.
It's pretty much what it was.
And one paper is falling out, and now he has to awkwardly bend down and pick it up.
He's citing cases from television. My lawyer, Jiminy Cricket.
Perry Mason was his best friend.
Oh,
yeah,
horrid. And then, Dominic would come in and really, with hand trucks of those big brown lawyer boxes that hold all those big brown envelopes and pulling out, whack, whack, wow, on the table, just wham, wham, these piles of files. I'm looking at them going, what could that possibly be?
I bet that's intimidation, half of that. They're
It's
probably
like blank
bullshit.
sheets and
Sure.
shit like that.
And you're a lawyer?
one piece of paper would come folded and crumpled out of his pocket.
With just handwritten notes on it.
With a broken pencil. You got a sharpener, Your Honor? No.
Did you have faith in his ability?
No!
Things he wants to accomplish that day in court.
I just knew. I'm trying to think.
Oh, my
like,
God.
maybe I could save some money by not paying two really good lawyers. So I'll just pay her,
Really good lawyer.
And
save money on yours.
And save money on mine. And hopefully this will be over before people realize whose lawyer is better. No, it didn't work that way. 3 years I was with my cousin Vinny. It was just...
Is that how long you had your lawyer for?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
man. 3
And
fucking
that's how
years.
long I had to pay for her lawyer.
That's disgusting, man.
It made no sense. It was disgusting. When the whole thing's over and you like have a settlement that, of course, you can't talk about the ins and outs, but it's a settlement.
Yeah.
It hasn't gone to trial. The judge hasn't made a decision. You and the other person settled on an agreed contract. And then you realize that in that contract, you then have to pay for every screwing you got by
annoying.
her lawyer. Like every time you walked in there and the wife's lawyer fucked you over, you paid for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's beyond me. And to write that check, you're biting your lip, you're biting everything, you're biting your hand, it's just too much to deal with.
Why does the court system allow this to happen?
It's lazy.
I just don't understand it.
I think it's lazy.
I don't understand.
It is laziness.
But
It's
someone
they
should
just want cases they want cases in and out. Get them in, get them the fuck out.
But yours
That's
wasn't
why they
in
don't
and
want- No, exactly. It wasn't in and out because I wanted to deal with it on a level of a court with a judge that listens to your side of the story, listens to their side, and bases her decision on what she hears, and not two lawyers and lawyers' accountants talking facts and figures that don't even exist yet, which might be in the future, maybe, with this great dependable business we're in. Oh, wow, just the fucking, the security, the job security we have.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, I believe right after we settled, we got fired which was great.
Oh, so you didn't have to pay, obviously, because it was...
No, you still have to.
Oh, no, Ann had to pay.
It was just
oh, boy, did he pay.
a nightmare. And the fact that he is going through this, I know that no matter how he smiles and the how he presents himself in front of the cameras and on Howie's show and everything, I just know that no human being can go through that situation and not be miserable and not be stressed out and just have it occupy your mind 100% of your day. And that gives me a little solace, as they say. I do like seeing karma come and bite someone in the ass every so
If he's
often.
trying to get her arrested in a bagel shop, you know he's going
You
through
know
hell.
it's evil.
You know it's evil, right?
And like I said,
Right, you know it's evil.
this ain't her first time at the rodeo, boys. You know, she's been around the block when it comes to legal wranglings.
She was pretty cold in that courtroom.
Oh, my God.
A bit frigid.
Just sitting there.
So you had to see the ex?
Arm around the ex-wife when she'd get a little upset. Oh, yeah.
Comforting her.
Comforting.
And what'd you get on your side?
I got the one sheet of paper, and Anthony, do you have a pencil? That was it. Hey, how you doing? Well, we're going to fucking...
You were just watching your lawyer's hair fall out because of
oh,
all the stress he was going
yes.
through, not the stress you were going through.
Oh, yeah.
When did you realize that your lawyer was in way over his head?
Day 3.
Really?
Yes.
Just like
Day 3. When I realized their file pile was getting very thick and mine was remaining the same.
You were hoping he would find some files to balance it out.
Something.
And
he seemed to be a lot more concerned with the crown molding going up in his office.
Oh, really?
That I was, writing checks for, I gather.
He liked discussing that?
Yeah, look at that. And I'm just like...
the crown molding.
And meanwhile, you get charged by the 10 minutes with lawyers. If it's 11 minutes, then you're 20 minutes.
Right.
It's every 10 minutes you're getting charged.
So they don't back it down to 10 minutes? They go up?
No, there's no rounding down.
They never round down. They always
round
up.
Up. If they do a fucking 1-minute phone call, it's a 10-minute phone call. And believe me, it doesn't sound like much, but it adds up pretty quickly.
Sure.
And then you just you're sitting there as he's going. So how's the show going? And how's this and that? And I'm just go tick tock, cha ching, cha ching. I don't want to talk about the show.
Right.
I want to talk about the fact that I'm embroiled in a horrid divorce, and I need you working. It was terrible.
Oh, God. Well, it's over, though, thank God.
Oh, God, thank God it's been over for a while.
This is a good question. Let's go to Rob in Garden City. Rob?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
All right, Rob.
Yeah, Anthony, have you always hated Dominic Barber, even before the divorce hearing? Because I'm just curious why you didn't try to get him for yourself instead of this guy, that, like you said.
Well, I made a rookie mistake, is what I did, and went on the cheap, thinking that because there were really no assets at all, there were no children involved, I had a leased vehicle, and I was renting a house in Huntington. I assumed, silly me, that this would all be done very quickly.
Lickety-split.
Lickety-split. I have my job, and I understand there would be some type of support payment. But I didn't think it was going to be dragged on for 3 years, so with postponements, so that my contract would come up for renewal, and they could use that as leverage against me. I thought it was the second we split up, from that point forward, didn't mean anything.
Sure.
It was just from that point back.
Well,
during the marriage years, that's what you base your settlement on. But no, apparently it was based on my millions upon millions of dollars of potential future earnings
Oh,
as
but-
I was being ushered out the door by Viacom.
Right. And by the way, Dominic, we never lived up to that potential.
Yeah, Dominic, thanks. Thanks for figuring. I like your accountant was real accurate.
I think you said we were going to make $150 million each or something. And
Well, you were going to make a little more, apparently.
Oh, really?
That was something that was figured in.
Pushing these buttons is a very tough job.
That I think it was. It
Didn't
was.
he?
Yes.
I'm sorry. No, didn't he try to also get like if she died, like her family get paid or something like that?
Yeah, I can't go into the ins and outs of things, but there were certain things, and there are in many divorce settlements, there are certain things that each lawyer side will come up with that are ludicrous. Just ridiculous.
So I guess it's safe to say that you made like one of the worst assumptions in your life.
I made an assumption that I could get a lawyer kind of on the cheap, and then when I heard that she had retained Dominic Barbara, I started shitting my pants a bit because from listening to Howard and listening to Dominic on Howard for many years, I understood then that I was going to be dealing with a problem, which it abso-fucking-lutely was. This guy likes the limelight. He wasn't going to back down. He is that smiling guy that'll pat you on the back. Hey, why don't you do that imitation of me? You do me. Your Honor. You got to hear him. Yeah.
He actually said that in the court?
Dude, he is looked at by other lawyers like this guy that comes in. He's the TV and radio guy and stuff. And I've seen lawyers shake their heads like, oh, my God. This guy, what is he doing?
He wanted you.
Your Honor, he does an impression of me. Go ahead, Anthony, do it.
He wanted you to do that?
Yes.
Did you do it?
No.
You should have.
Yeah.
Might have knocked a few 100,000 off.
I know. Maybe that was a mistake, too.
I would have lost.
should have fucking put on some tap shoes and done fucking. I should have done river dance.
Right out the door.
Just out the
You should have said, okay, do you have an apple pie? Just eat like a big fat fuck.
Yeah, I'll imitate you.
Yeah, give me a buffet. Judge.
Anthony, I'm sorry. I find it hilarious that when you're in, you ran into him in AC and he's trying to act like your buddy and stuff. So,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
like looking at him with like total disgust. Like, how can you even approach him?
Yeah, I was still paying off the ex, and he comes into a restaurant.
Whoa. Why don't you back up before that, though, and then you could tell that part of it. Right after the settlement, it finally goes down after 3 hell years for Anthony. The guy calls our show the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to be like Aunt's pal.
Anthony was a complete gentleman
through this whole process.
I must say, yeah, I was a gentleman, all right.
Anyway, so he right off the bat called after the settlement.
Yeah,
and then
he likes publicity.
Then a few years later, you saw him in
a
AC.
casino. He just walked up to my table. Anthony, how you doing? Hey, you got any luck? Any luck here? Yeah, why? I'm trying to win your bill, motherfucker.
You should have said, no, you're still standing, so I guess I'm still having bad luck.
And then it just reminded me that no matter what blackjack winnings I was making that night, I wouldn't be able to really keep it.
Jeez.
Would you, if you heard that he went to jail for something and was brutally raped, would it sadden you?
Let's see. If he went to jail and was brutally raped, I don't think I'd be upset.
And let's say the details came out. One of the guards found it in action and said that apparently the man was fucking his bottom and then his mouth and then back to his bottom.
Oh, ass to mouth?
Yeah.
Back to ass with some tearing of the rectal tissue.
A lot of it.
No, I don't think it would upset me.
Almost like when the gentleman pulled out of the anus to go to the mouth, he pulled ass skin like loose toilet paper.
Jesus.
It looked like a kite. His asshole skin looked like a kite hanging off the man's dick.
A kite tail. That's what it looked like. Just a big pink sock.
Yeah, with that.
I've been pink sock.
Would that upset you?
Oh, Jesus. No, I don't think that would upset me that much. No.
Well,
no.
Let me go to Ed. You're not going to believe this one, Anthony. Ed, what do you got for Anthony?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, Ed.
What up, Ed?
Yeah, listen, I used Dominic as my lawyer in my divorce, and you want to talk about an ass fucking? Oh my God, Anthony's totally on the money with the boxes of paperwork.
Yeah.
And hand trucks and stuff like that?
Yep, hand trucks.
Oh, my God, it's unbelievable. But that's not what I called for. You know, Anthony, some of your divorce was in some of the local papers, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Well, Dominic has those paper clippings framed hanging in his office.
He has the news clippings framed in his office.
He has clippings from Jessica Hahn's divorce, all like high-profile divorces that he did, and you have made the wall of Dominic.
Oh, wow. Look at that, Ant.
I'm honored. I must say,
Congratulations, buddy.
I'm honored. Is it the one with me walking out of the courtroom looking like a complete beaten man?
Something
with a cigarette in my mouth and my hands in my pocket. It was like a cold day, and I'm at the top of the stairs, and it's the same stairs. I wish I would have gotten, who was that, Bruno Tattaglia's fucking finish on the stairs, or was it?
Was that Stracci?
It might have been Stracci, yeah, at the top of the courthouse stairs, because it was the same courthouse from The Godfather, where he gets shot, yeah. Coming out of the courthouse.
Yeah, yeah.
And he gets shot on the stairs.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. I was walking down those stairs, and I'm thinking, I just would have rather had the fucking hitman come out and just level the gun at me.
That would have been better than what you went through.
Yeah.
All right, Ed. Thank you, sir.
Have a great day, guys.
Goodbye, Eddie.
Oh, let's say hi to Jeremy in Kansas.
Jeremy in Kansas.
Jeremy, let's go.
Yeah, I was, Dominic married Leslie, then he divorced her, then he remarried her.
Oh, is that the one he married twice?
Yeah.
Wow. This guy,
that doesn't seem smart.
Is she pretty?
Would you ever...
I couldn't see beauty in her.
Do you have a picture of her?
I couldn't see beauty in her. It's like saying a tiger is a wonderful animal, isn't it? But if it's ripping your throat out, you can't look at it and appreciate its beauty at that time.
You're absolutely right.
All you're thinking is, this tiger is ripping my throat out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to look at the nice coloring and the eyes and
wow, why would
wonderful coat.
Why would you go back and marry her a second
Oh,
time?
dude, I don't get it.
Would you ever marry your ex a second time? It looks like he's going to kill me.
I couldn't speak for a second. I swear I couldn't speak when you asked that for a second.
Look, we all make mistakes, but why would you go back to your mistake?
Oh,
nice
one, Jimmy.
Son
of wet.
Let me.
Feels that way too.
Oh, God. There was no way in hell.
Let's go to David in Charlotte. David.
Hey, this tells you how subhuman some of these attorneys are, that he could come in and tear you a new asshole, and then the next fucking day act like he's your best friend. That's just amazing.
He was acting like he was my best friend, like, through the whole thing. That's what it is. Like, it wasn't... I didn't want to look or hear from them unless it was some type of legal talk. But I think a tactic that he used is this buddy thing, where he'll come up and he'd grab your shoulder and kind of hug you like, hey, and pull you back and forth. So you just kind of like, why he's doing this to... Like, I interpreted it as he's doing this to put me down a notch. Like he's grabbing me and giving you a little, like, how you doing shoulder hug. And meanwhile, you're the guy that's is destroying my life at this point.
There's no how you doing.
No, go ahead.
None.
You take your hand trucks of shit.
None.
Pile
ever.
them on the table, and let's get these proceedings on the fucking road.
Yeah, let's go to Kim on Long Island. Kim.
Hey, gentlemen, how are ya?
All right.
Long time, first time. I just want to say I'm a lawyer from Long Island. I live in Jersey now, but I used to work out of the family court, and Dominic Barber, when he used to walk in, it was like put the crown and the robe on. It was like he thought he was just the king. But
oh, yeah.
A lot of the court staff really didn't like him, thought he was a jerk, and a lot of the judges would just be like, oh, I got to deal with this guy. On top of it, I went to law school with his son, and he is a budding Dominic. If I could
really?
tell you, he strutted around the law school like his shit didn't stink. So it was really pretty funny.
Another one in the pipe. Great.
I'm sorry. Yeah, another one coming up and coming, his son. And I just have to say, I used to practice family law. I don't do it much now. But, Anthony, I really think what happened to you in your divorce is disgusting. I have worked with a lot of women who really, in this day and age, really should not be getting the kind of alimony that they get. And it's really uncalled for at this time when you have opportunities for education and employment to be leeching off your husband like that. So, ladies, get a job.
Well, yeah, a lot of women have this, they don't want the glass ceiling in place in the corporate world, and they want to be treated as complete equals. You could get fucked in the workplace if you hang up a picture that they find offensive. It's this whole thing where, they want to be treated as complete equals in the workplace. They want their say. They want, if something insults them, they want it taken care of immediately. Just like the boys. But when it comes to divorce, it's just this archaic system of the poor damsel in distress that can't do anything by herself, and please, the man has to help me. And in every other aspect of life in 2010, it would be an insult to treat a woman like that in the workplace, at home, anywhere. But in a divorce court, you turn the clock back. You turn the fucking clock back, and the man is obligated to take care of the poor little waif that can't do it for herself. And it's disgusting.
Did your ex better herself in the last 10 years?
I absolutely have no idea what she is doing.
She had a great opportunity. I wonder if she bettered herself with the money she was making.
You got to wonder because in the realm of things, I believe it was a lot of money. So hopefully, for her sake, she took care of things.
Sorry.
And,
Thanks, guys.
bettered herself. Maybe got an education.
Yeah,
just things like that.
Yeah. Well, that would have proved she was the victim, if she moved on with her life and
exactly
got an education and learned to drive, and
that would have been good.
Somehow got herself in a place where she was sufficient.
That's why, Opie, I only wish her the best.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, and I hope she did sock some money away enough to keep the house and get an education and perhaps go into a career instead of just a job.
Sure.
Something like that. So I'm hoping
that's nice of you.
I'm just hoping for the best.
Yeah. That's really quite sweet, Anthony.
Yeah.
That's good.
Wish her well.
Yeah.
I only
no hard feelings.
Sounds like you're over it, which is nice.
Only have the best intentions.
Is that our new bit?
Yeah, apparently. It seems so.
Poor Aunt's neck. Poor Aunt's got a sore neck, apparently.
Yeah. I gotta stop. I got a crutch that is killing me.
What?
I gotta stop saying apparently.
Why?
I'm noticing I'm saying apparently. It's got to be 30 fucking times a show.
Apparently, you're saying apparently too many times.
I've noticed it, and it's bugging the shit out of me. I just keep saying it.
I say apparently when I'm talking about my parents.
You asshole.
It is a weird... Apparently, it's something that a lot of comics use when they're trying to sound smart. Although I certainly don't think that's what you're doing.
It's just within the past, I don't even know how long, but it's just come up like... Yeah, so apparently he's doing this, and then apparently the terrorist, and apparently the police were... Shut up with the apparently, Anthony.
Here's why.
Apparently, you're an asshole.
Litigious society. It's when you're so paranoid about being sued. Apparently, it's an automatic thing. Like, well, from what I hear, I say that a lot. Apparently, from what I hear, it's such a reflex.
Yeah,
reflex.
That's a good word to say a lot.
It
keeps you safe.
Clit hat's better.
Sure. Let's go to John in Florida. John.
Hey.
Apparently, John's on the phone.
What's up, John?
That's right. I hear John's on the phone.
Apparently,
that guy in. He was from Michigan. He had 4 kids, found out 2 of them weren't even his biologically.
Oh, no.
Judge said keep paying.
So this guy gets a divorce. He has 4 kids, and he's paying child support. And then it comes out after the case or whatever that 2 of the kids weren't even his biologically, and the judge said, "Well, that doesn't matter. You still got to pay child support, right?"
Ugh.
Right, that's Michigan. Michigan's the worst state in the union.
That's pretty amazing, huh? Ant? Can you imagine that? Now you're
No.
paying for somebody else's kids,
Paying for someone else's kids.
Wow.
Fuck that.
Suck.
Could you imagine?
No.
All right, why don't
I
we
wonder if he bailed himself out. He probably did. He's got enough money. He probably got arrested.
Oh, Dominic?
Yeah, I wonder what the
I'm
resolution.
sure he's out
I wonder
already.
what the resolution of that
You know
is.
what?
If he,
We're laughing here today. He probably loves it. He's like, because now he knows he's in the papers again, and maybe on some local TV, and he loves that shit.
He does seem to.
He probably
love,
did it on purpose. I don't know, certainly, but he probably did it on purpose because he's like, oh, I haven't been in the spotlight in a while.
Yeah, he does seem to love being in the public eye, and for some reason during the divorce, he would bring up in the courtroom things like his TV show that was coming up. Remember, he had some kind of legal TV show.
Honestly, I don't remember.
It was on Court TV, I believe.
really don't even remember.
And he would talk about cases and shit like that. But, like, why would that come up in the courtroom?
I don't know. Has nothing to do with you.
But he would just come up with this stuff that had nothing to do with the case or me or anything, but just would take up time.
Yeah, who knows?
It's terrible. Oh, God, does that sound like my first marriage?
Oh, really?
My only marriage, actually.
She was never wrong?
Yeah, never wrong. And I was usually doing the apologizing just to stop the fucking problem. Because if I kept going, it was just going to escalate into said World War III.
Doesn't that suck that logically that is the easiest path?
Yeah, it does suck, but it is.
But you know,
the path of least resistance.
You know, all right, I'll apologize, even though I had nothing to do with
Nothing
this
to do with
shit.
this.
But at least it'll calm down the situation.
It would start off with like a look, I'm sorry about the whole situation thing, and I'm seething.
Yeah,
seething inside.
And does she throw in a little? Well, you should be.
Yeah, it's like
which makes it even harder to like do the part you don't feel like doing.
Oh, it
well, you should be.
Yeah, it wouldn't so much be you should be.
Right.
It'd be like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's like, well, I tried to tell you. We didn't even need to have this argument because I was telling you right from the beginning, and all I'm thinking is, yeah, you were telling me the thing I still want to fucking argue about.
She's giving you a couple.
I'm being magnanimous here, so shut the fuck up.
She gives you a couple more shots as you're trying to just calm the situation down.
That's right. I dropped like 8 C-bombs when she walked away. Under my breath.
I loved it when she walked away. Did that make you feel better to do it when she was walking away, though? See, I would have to do it right to their face.
No, if you did it to her face, it was a problem.
Yeah, I understand that.
Then a cigarette machine was going to get dented.
Jesus. That's a tough broad.
You know what happens.
I would have said something like, yeah, well, why don't we you take that right there?
I did. A lot of times. Had to, Chip.
Yeah, I don't apologize for nothing.
It was just so infuriating to have to do that and then have to take the shit that happened after just to stop the arguing. Or it wasn't going to stop. Like, especially late at night, like it would start getting very late and I'm laying in bed, I want to sleep and just and I'm just thinking, unless I just give up, I'm not going to go to sleep.
Yeah, I don't understand some of you women out there where you decide that you need to bring up some pretty heavy shit right as your head is hitting the pillow. And you think to yourself, really, right now? We're going to do this right now, which means at least another 2 to 3 hours before this could calm down.
And it would usually start, like, in the house, downstairs or something like that, and it would just start getting kicked up. And I would think it would be best for me to just go the fuck to bed. So I'd go to bed. And then, like fucking Joan Crawford, she'd be standing in the doorway going, well, we're just going to let this sit overnight?
Is she backlit at this point?
Yes, totally backlit with
backlit
kabuki makeup on. And I would just sit there like, Oh no, it's come to me. The argument has come to me now, and I'm not sleeping.
Why can't you just go, yeah, we're going to just let this sit? I'm tired. We'll pick up in the morning.
Opie. Oh no,
No
it
shit.
doesn't work like that.
I know.
How about something like this? You know, I think your drinking is getting out of hand, and we should talk about this when you sober up.
In the mirror, I should do this. Or
would that have worked?
No, because it would turn out to be it had nothing to do with the drinking. It was whatever point was being made, which would promptly be forgotten in the morning. But it had nothing to do with the drinking. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Out at bars with my dumb fucking thinking it was going to work preface. All right, we're going out. Let's keep this in mind. We're okay right now. Look, me and you, we're fine, right? There's no problems? No problems. Like, surprise. Like, what?
Why would you say that?
Where's this coming from?
Yeah. Why would you say
no
this?
problems. And I'd be like, no, I know. Well, no problems. Let's just remember during the course of the night that we're going out to have fun, and there's not a problem. So we shouldn't get into any problems, is all I'm saying. All right? Yeah, okay. Well,
Yeah. A little look
Okay.
like, that's weird. Why would you say that?
Okay, everybody, in your head, imagine your best oldie-time movie of the minute hand spinning and the hour hand spinning in fast motion a couple of hours later.
Has to be in black and white.
Yeah, in black and white.
Okay.
Don't get to the calendar pages peeling off yet. Okay, a few hours goes by. You got it? What the fuck is your problem? I see. Give me that fucking look. What's the fucking look? No, you think that shot's a good idea right now? The one you okay, fine. No, it is good. Fine. I'm fucking fine. You're the fucking asshole. Yeah, I am. I'm the asshole. And then slowly turn and look at my embarrassed friends turn their head away really quickly.
They're all too scared to tell you. They'll just dump the bitch.
Would they ever be embarrassed for you?
Oh, always embarrassed for me. I could tell by the quick way they turn their head away. They just zipped their head away real quick, but not quick enough for me not to see that they were looking and probably talking amongst themselves about, oh my God, look at the hell he's dealing with.
Cuttenzilla's at it again.
I got to raise my hand. I was one of those guys.
Oh, of course.
I'm like, I don't know how to tell this guy.
Oh, here.
And then I'm thinking, well, I got my own fucking issues, so who am I to say?
I think this fucking shit.
Wouldn't you want to yell at her for talking to you like that in front of your friends?
Oh.
Like we're in public.
I couldn't do anything.
It was easier not to. I saw it go down. Now, there's a couple things there, Anthony.
Yeah.
Now, you like to party a lot, obviously, but I
like it. It's fun.
Your personality doesn't change that much when you get really fucking rip-roaring drunk.
No.
Her personality certainly did. But you were smart enough, even though you were partying hard, to realize that, like you said, you think that shot's a good idea. In your head,
yeah,
you knew that she couldn't handle her alcohol like you could handle your alcohol in those situations.
Shot, not a good idea.
But you would never think shot, not a good idea, right?
No, I would. A lot of times I would set up something with the bartender to just give me water in a shot glass.
Oh, when people were still coming around?
Yeah. I go, if someone wants to buy me a shot, I go, and believe me, it wasn't because I'm, a teetotaler. It was because I was already hammered. I didn't want to keep drinking shots. I wanted to keep drinking beers all night. But if I did shots, I knew I would be so fucked up, I wouldn't enjoy myself and my night out. I'd get sick or whatever. So I decided, I would just drink some water, because if you say you're not doing shots, the guy that wants to get you the shot is just annoyed you're not doing a shot. Give me the shot.
I always felt guilty about that because you knew the bartender was still paying the guy. I mean, charging the guy for the shots, even though one was water.
Then he'd pocket the money. So who cares?
But realistically, especially back then when we were hanging out more,
yeah,
it was impossible to do all the shots that were coming your way. Yeah. It was physically impossible.
Windows.
But she couldn't handle her booze like you could.
No.
And her personality definitely changed drastically.
She
actually was very nice when she wasn't drinking.
Yeah,
and she was very nice through the first few drinks even.
Yeah. That was the whole Jekyll and Hyde
I
thing.
remember hanging out with you guys, and you would just see the moment,
The line, right.
where it would turn, and then, man, everyone was watching their shit.
I was like, oh,
everybody.
boy.
She would yell at her own mother.
Oh, yeah.
And her mother was sauce, too, half the time.
Oh, yeah.
But she would go after her if she had to.
It just happened in a second. Like I could turn around to talk to somebody, and she was fine.
Right.
But then I'd turn and look back, and I'd see the eyes. The eyes are the first thing that went. They just start wheeling in her head like pinwheels.
Oh, man.
And I'd be like, oh, no. Oh, she's past the point of no return. And then I'd just see more shots coming to the bar or something, and just go, oh, my life, my night.
Good God.
It's just done.
That's why in the end I love that you're living your life differently.
Oh.
Because I know where you've been.
I
know exactly where you've been.
I had quite enough, my friend.
And it's extremely different now.
Oof. Yeah, thank God.
It's very, very different now. Jim Florentine, everyone.
Yes.
Who is
The
now
married.
a married man.
What do you think, Anthony?
Good luck to you. I sincerely mean that. I like you.
I think
I hope everything goes swimmingly
But
for many, many years.
Can I jump in? I think it's easier to get married when you're older, though, too.
Yeah, that's true.
You got married pretty young.
Nah, I didn't.
Considering 30's young.
Nah, not for getting married.
I
That's
think
like when people go like, "Oh, I gotta get married."
30 is.
30's 30?
Yeah.
30's still young, man.
How long did it last?
Oh boy.
Well,
It depends who you
how
ask.
long was it good, or how long did it last?
Last.
It lasted much longer than it should have, because I had a brand new career I was working on, radio, and that took up all my time that would normally have been spent in misery with the woman that I shouldn't ever have been with. So 9 years.
All right, so 30 to 30. All right, so you hung on. Yeah, but I think if you would have done it now, you know what I mean, it would have been different.
He's a bigger piece of garbage now than he was then.
I am despicable now.
Well, you're making up for lost time.
Oh, I certainly am.
He ran his life a little differently.
I'm
than
about
most.
a piece of shit.
Yeah, but see, he could have done his piece of shit years from age 30 to 39, which I did, basically.
I should have.
So then one time you get in your 40s, you're like, all right, I'm done with that.
But he felt like he had to be married because he was turning 30.
Yeah,
And that's one of the reasons why he got married. He knew it wasn't
I felt like
the
that
right
was
situation.
my step to responsibility, because I was always, very irresponsible.
But you're a really smart guy. Why would you think that would work?
Oh no!
Seriously, why?
Yeah, never go with that age thing. At
No,
this
but-
age, I got to do this, I got to do that.
I've heard all the stories. At 30, he gets married. He cries on his wedding night because he knows it was the wrong decision, but he still made the decision because he thought it was a way of growing up.
Like, did I make a fucking boo boo?
You cried on your wedding night?
I was sitting there like, it wasn't like, but it was tears of utter frustration and despair. Like as I'm laying there, pouring out of the corner of my eye,
On your back, yeah.
as I'm laying on my back, staring at the ceiling, thinking, "What the fuck?" Yeah.
And your new wife probably thought you were happy. That's why the tears were flowing.
No, she was passed out already. Fucking hurt. She was married previously to Jack Daniels, a man named Jack Daniels.
Did you eat her ass on your wedding night?
No.
Did you have?
She ate mine for fucking the divorce.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just.
Did she ever know that you cried on your wedding night because you knew it was a?
I don't think so. No.
She probably knows now.
Maybe.
No prenup?
No, I was a tin
Prenup?
knocker.
So
when I got married,
you weren't even on the radio yet.
No. It was just fucking knocking tin. I was making $27,500 a year, and yeah, I want a prenup. You know, hey, come on.
I'm getting my fucking good hammer out of this marriage.
Yeah. You're getting my tin snips.
He didn't even have a car really when he got
My
married.
lefts and my rights.
He had a car on blocks when I met him.
Oh, it was the old
He didn't even
Dodge
have a
Aries.
car
I had
when
a
I met him.
Dodge Aries K car, a 1986 Dodge Aries K car that was my sister's that she gave to me, and I had nothing. I did not the proverbial pot to piss in nor window to throw it out of. I had nothing, so prenup wasn't even a consideration, and I don't know why I got married. I don't know why. I kind of got roped into it I was in the moment, and she like immediately started the marriage thing. The second like we started really hooking up, she was like wouldn't stop with would you ever consider?
Wait, how long
marrying
into
me?
dating? You never told
months.
You never told us. Just a few months.
Yeah.
So how long did you date her before you married her?
Let me think. I think it was probably 6 months.
6 months?
That's it?
All right, I fucked up.
Jesus.
Come on, I fucked up.
6 months.
I fucked up, all right?
That's it. Did you know her longer than that?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit?
Was she like the hottest chick that you were with at that point?
Bar. No.
Not even.
No.
I could see, like, you get one way out of your league, like a 9, and you're a 5, and you're like, "Fine,
And you
I'm
put
not letting this one
blinders
go."
on, right?
Yeah.
You don't give a
Was
fuck.
she amazing in bed?
She wasn't bad. I'll give her that.
Right.
You know? Yeah, she gave me a fucking great blowjob. The first time we hooked up. It was fantastic.
Where were you when you get your blowjob?
In her room. She was renting a room in a house. And I went over there to watch like Oprah or some shit with her. That was always my little guise to cheating on my girlfriend to go fuck this one. I had a girlfriend at the time that lived we lived together. It's like 2 blocks away.
You lived with a girl when you met your
Yeah.
future wife.
And then
she
I went
knew.
over there.
And she knew.
Yeah, she knew I had a girlfriend. So then I went over there once, and it was like, oh, we had a couple of cocktails, and before I knew it, she's fucking
Whatever happened to the other girl? You never brought this up before.
Oh, that
Love
was
new info.
that was Carrie.
Is she still around?
She's the same one when I built that stun gun from stuff I got at Radio Shack, and I wanted to see if it worked, so I hit her with it, and it worked.
You could have killed her.
Let's see. I don't know.
Was she mad because you met this girl, and 6 months later you guys were married? Did you ever see her after that? And she was probably pissed.
She was none too happy, but she was one of those kind of just go along with whatever the fuck happened thing kind of girls, Yeah.
Whatever happened to Carrie?
I don't know. She just kind of.
She's got to still be on Long Island somewhere. Right?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Some people just can't leave Long Island.
Wow.
It's
Does she
like a
realize
force
how
field.
close she was from the lottery?
The lottery.
Does she realize?
I know. She was one away.
One lousy
One
girl away.
That's like when the fucking the wheel of fortune is going around. Tick, 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 tick. Oh, you just missed.
Were you considering marrying her?
No.
Why?
I wasn't considering
Why, though?
marrying because I was dead set against marriage.
But what? Was Carrie hotter?
No.
Did you have a better personality?
I really was exclusive to Long Island white fucking trash.
So the ex was better, looking back.
Yeah,
at the time.
At the time, the ex-wife was better.
So that was a step up for you.
Yeah, the
Okay.
ex-wife had a pretty decent body on her when I first met her and shit. She worked at a bar. She was a bartender, and all the fucking Long Island construction workers scum were always, gawking and stuff. She had great tits on her and nice ass in those fucking jeans and shit. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, when you're a barfly and you can get the bartender, that's
strong,
bad.
right?
Pulled off a big one, right?
Yeah, it was a
absolutely.
biggie. It
Because
was
everybody's fucking wants to
You're
fuck her.
right,
As soon as she
too.
walks away, everybody's checking her ass like, I'm fucking
You're
that.
absolutely right.
Yeah,
that
that's
was
a big
coup.
score for you.
I was like big man on campus there in Green Lawn. Let me tell
Yeah.
you, I was the king of Green Lawn for that one.
Wow.
And you guys had the reception in that bar?
It wasn't that bar. It was the bar my mom was working at, which was later turned into a strip club.
Hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Had the whole fucking shindig at that.
I love your wedding story.
They're
Oh.
the greatest. His engagement ring story is even better, though.
And then my dad showed up for the wedding.
He did?
He showed up. He came into the bar, and at this time, it was like the first time my mom and dad had been in the same room together.
For how long?
Had to be years.
But about
Fucking years.
5-6 years?
Longer than that.
Longer than that, wow.
Yeah, maybe 10 years.
And you were still a little pissy eyes later that night.
See what happened? Actually, thank God he didn't see me. Son of a bitch. Knock it off. Be a man, faggot. And then my mom was with Sal at the time, I think they had gotten married. Yeah, they had just gotten married. And my dad tied one on and just started singing Secondhand Rose in the bar. Saying that my mom Rose was secondhand Rose because because he had banged her prior.
So he's just singing that at the bar?
Yeah. Wow. He's
What a
drinking
great
just
guy, man.
secondhand Rose.
Wow.
Second son of a bitch.
Was Sal annoyed?
Nah, Sal was a happy-go-lucky.
Did they
guy.
get along or no? Sal and your dad?
They just kind of cordially spoke to each other, but it wasn't really a...
Was that the last time your parents were together?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
it?
That was probably it. Yeah, after that, he went back to California and never returned. I think he had to leave the city pretty quick. He had to go in and out. I think there were still some wants and warrants.
Was that the last time you saw him?
That he had to. No, I had gone out to California after that. Yeah. We all went out. We fucking went out a few times after that. Yeah, it was fun. But let me think. Yeah, all right, so I married her, and it just fell apart within how many years? I guess right when I started radio, I really started realizing, like, uh-oh. Because then that's when the hotties started coming around. Oh.
And that made you realize some shit, huh?
The Kahlua girls at the fucking Club Cadillac. Fuck.
But you probably didn't get out of your system. That's why.
No, I was always long-term relation guy.
You
long-term relationship guy.
Florentine's panicking.
No, I'm not panicking.
What are you doing over there?
Saying,
It's just funny Florentine picking out these little. It just makes me laugh.
Yeah, because he definitely didn't. He didn't put up some good numbers.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I really didn't.
It helps that you put up good numbers.
Yeah, and he needed to. And then when you got back out there, and all of a sudden, these chicks were all over you.
Right.
Yeah.
Going to the bar at fucking 5:05 when you get off at work at 5, you're not going to get that much box.
No.
He came out.
He did okay, but then all of a sudden you get on the radio, and then all these girls are coming by, and you're doing these live remotes,
and you get the drink girls that are fucking in the slinky little dresses, and they're hot as fuck, and they want to fucking toy around.
He came out of retirement.
I did.
Exactly.
You came out of retirement.
You never got a Kahlua girl while you were sitting at the bar after you just got off of work in your fucking construction outfit.
No.
They wanted nothing to do with
They
you.
didn't. Looking at my Apollo air conditioning shirt, I don't think that really fucking. Yeah, straight out of Bayshore, motherfucker.
There had to be problems before you got into radio, though.
Yeah. There were many an evening I had to fling her over my shoulder.
But you figured what? It wasn't going to get any better, so I'll just stay in there. But then when the radio thing happened, you realized, wait a minute, this could get better.
Yeah.
Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I hung in there.
Did she ever embarrass you publicly?
Oh, God. Don't.
It just didn't end.
Really?
Can I
end?
Do I have permission?
Oh, please, go ahead.
We were at the Halloween bash at, what was that club in Boston? Not that it matters, but it's where all you guys play now. It's a comedy club.
Oh.
The big theater.
Yes.
The Wilbur Theater.
Wilbur Theater. Okay, sure.
Right.
Jocks?
Oh. And Aunt's ex had a bit too much to drink and decided she needed to nap at the foot of the bar. Literally on the floor. And Aunt went off begging. Like, do you understand? There's salespeople, there's clients, my boss is here. I felt so bad.
I used to have these talks with her before we left the house to go out. I was like, I had to have these talks, which I knew wouldn't work because they never did. But it was something like this. It was like, look, we're going out. And she would instantly start rolling her eyes like, oh, God, you don't have to tell me this. Meanwhile, I felt I had to.
Of course.
Every time it was like, look, we're going out. I go, there's no problems right now, right? She's like, no, there's no problems. I go, okay, so after we go out, after a few drinks, it's going to still be just like this. There's no problems. So there's no reason to fight. I go, are there any reasons right now to have a fight? No. All right, so if I remind you of this later, if something does happen, will you remember that there's no reason to fight? Yeah, you don't even have to, whatever. And she was a light switch. Like she could be fine. A couple of shots later, I swear I could turn my head to look at the clock, turn back and be like, fuck, she's off. Just gone. And then the face would change. It's like this smirky half eyes and fuck you. I was like, all right, look, remember what we talked about before? I don't want to fucking hear your shit. And it would just turn into this fight over nothing.
Now, how was she the next day? Was she apologetic or no?
Nothing ever happened.
Nothing happened.
And why would I want to bring it up?
Right.
It's over.
Do I have permission?
Oh, please, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
He's allowed to talk. The statute of limitations is over.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
no.
I'm just fucking.
He now talks about my ex, too, so it's good. It's very therapeutic. I remember at NEW, when we were in break or whatever, or had to play our music or whatever, she would call the hotline. And like he's describing, like nice as pie, just real nice, and go, hey, I'm heading to the happy hour. And that would put a a switching ants.
God, I remember that.
And then you would beg her, like, look, before I get there, just have just a couple. Could you just have a couple?
Because I would get off at 7, so I would be down
happy
at the
hour
bar
starts
maybe
at 3:45.
Right.
So she would call maybe 4 and go, I'm heading to happy hour, and the panic in his voice because he knows that it might ruin his entire night if it's not handled properly.
I'd go into
so
the bar.
Bad for him.
My buddy Randy would look at me the second I walked into the bar and roll his eyes and look like, you got your hands full now. And I'd be like, and she'd turn around, hey, what's up? Yeah. Oh, fuck.
That's making me uncomfortable.
And there was one time I had to, I was still knocking tin, and we were at the bar, and I was like, I got to go home. I got to fucking leave. I got to get up for work in the morning. Nah, I don't fucking want to go. I'm staying. Fuck you. And I'm like, if you stay, I don't know how you're getting home. You're hammered. I can't I'm not going to be able to sleep. Fuck you. All right, I'm leaving. I went out to the van. I started up. I'm pissed. And now I'm just thinking I'm going to go home and lay in bed staring at the ceiling, not be able to sleep because this dummy's out somewhere. So I just opened the van door. I walked back into the bar. I grabbed her physically off the bar stool, over my shoulder, into the van, and we drove away. To the applause, by the way, of
People
everyone
were
on the bar.
clapping.
Really? They were applauding.
And you took it.
Yeah. Oh, it was
was she screaming when you picked her up or carrying her out? What was she doing?
Rambling on about something. I think she was completing the story she was telling on the bar stool. Oh, like an officer and a degenerate.
So you had to move her to Boston when you guys started doing radio up there.
Yes.
So you had to move her out of Long Island, her comfort zone. So she must have been angry at you.
No, she was happier than anyone could be because we were moving a mile away from her mother.
Oh.
Who lived up in Ashland, Massachusetts and loves Grand Marnier.
Look, we have different. I liked his mother-in-law actually.
Oh my God, I liked Judy. I mean, but she was a handful.
I lived with Aunt's mother-in-law way past the point I should have.
Now it was 2 of them. Now I'm dealing with 2 of them. They were of the same mold.
But we all moved into the mother-in-law's house because we didn't have apartments yet.
Yeah. Oh, so you guys were all... Oh.
Yeah, and they... And it's a side story, but I just want to tell Jim. And his wife at the time, they got out within, a couple weeks maybe?
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, man, I'm not going anywhere. This is kind of
lived
good.
with my mother-in-law.
Yeah,
just you and her?
A while.
Well, my girlfriend at the time,
okay.
and we could get into that another day. She had a tough time leaving Long Island to go to Boston and have a better life. So it took her a while. So I'm like, well, fuck that. I'll stay with the mother-in-law for a while. There's food in the fridge, and I got laundry downstairs.
It was an odd situation. And man, I used to, we worked from 3 to 7. So at 7, I would get off, and it wasn't a long drive to Ashland, so I'd be back there by 20 after 7 maybe. And she was always at her mother's house, and I had to go in there, go down to the basement where they were watching videotaped episodes of General Hospital and Days of Our Lives, and then Friends would come on, and I'd be done with work and have to sit there while they watched this drivel because she didn't drive, so she had to go home with me. So I'd just sit there, just downing Captains and Coke, just fucking
watching Friends,
watching Friends, Days of Our Lives, and General Hospital. Yeah,
One after another. You didn't want to watch them.
And I'd have to listen to like, that Joey is so funny.
Can I back him up? Every night he had to do this.
Every night.
It wasn't once in a while. It was his routine after the radio show. He had to go and watch those 3 shows before they could go home.
So you couldn't just go to your house and go, hey, come by whenever you're done. I'm going to go chill.
She didn't drive.
No, she didn't drive.
So Aunt would have had to go back.
So I'd had to go back and get her, and I've been fucking pounding booze just to dull the fucking pain.
When did you be? This is the interesting thing about Anthony, because you're not that guy at all now.
No.
What?
No, I'm not, motherfucker.
But what changed, from being this codependent slob who is caretaking and worried and panicky and okay, we're not mad, to going, I need a gun and fuck everybody.
Yeah.
That's a great question. Great question.
What did change?
You didn't have guns or any of that shit.
Yeah.
I think it's life experience, but I'm trying to think of a defining thing that changed.
Because it's really like, if I had the chance, I would say to Hitler, like, when did you give up on art? Like, when did you realize that painting wasn't working out for you?
Exactly. Wow.
You didn't even have escape routes back then or nothing?
There was
See, that's where he was probably planning all that shit.
I think it might have started with a little sexual deviancy as far as the threesomes went and stuff. She was into chicks.
Right.
And, I was much more than willing to oblige getting a couple into the, relationship there.
Do you ever get your prick sucked by two at once?
No, nothing like that. I mean, I got it sucked at one point and then, had another one on my, not a prick, but I had a vagina on my face.
Was there rules where you couldn't fuck the other one?
Yup.
Yeah.
There were
I know
rules.
there's weird rules they just make up along the way. There's no guidelines to
But let me tell you something. When I was fucking laying in bed and then the wife would get up to go take a shower, pounding the fucking other one.
And that was against the rules,
That was against the rules. Not unless, they were in the bed.
So you had to get off her before she came back out of the
Oh,
shower.
yeah.
Where would you blow your load?
Shoot. Right inside.
Well, you couldn't blow.
You're my hero.
Were you allowed to come with the other girls? Was the other girl allowed to blow you and you can come?
Yeah. It got to the point where it was so fucking, like, my wife got the tip of my index finger. I would just diddle across the bed.
Right.
And then the other girl would just get, like, fucking every bit of passion I had in me.
If your wife would have fell off the bed, would you have been happy?
Oh, please. Yes.
I had an ex that we had a threesome one time, and she got mad because I was allowed to fuck the other girl, and I was fucking her, and afterwards she got mad because she said I fucked her the same way I do her, and I'm like, I only got one style.
That's all I know.
I fucking go 100 miles an hour.
Am I supposed to go switch to southpaw?
Yeah, because even if I did switch to southpaw, then she would have got mad. Like, how come you don't fuck me like that?
You don't fuck me that new way.
So I figured just do it the same way.
Yeah.
You do bang, you do fucking move when you fuck.
I slowed
so
down.
Weird
over
that
the-
Norton knows that.
I switched it up.
What's his style, Jim?
I'm like an aging veteran. Like I throw a knuckleball now. I'm like Wakefield. At first I was a fastball pitcher. Now I throw knuckleballs.
Yeah, he's turned into fucking Phil Negro.
I want to prolong my career, so I go slower.
One of the oddest.
My mule comes in crooked like a fucking knuckleball.
One of the oddest situations that happened. It was like it was the first time. Having a threesome with the wife there. It was some chick, and I was still knocking tin at the time. I was able to pull one of those off.
That's fucking
even knocking tin.
See, that's Hall of Fame fucking material right
really
there.
Is. It really
when you can
is.
fucking when you can install air conditioners and fucking have a tin, whatever the hell it is.
Tin knocker, yeah.
A tin knocker, and you're pulling threesomes.
Pulling off a threesome. It was pretty fucking pretty sweet. But we went back to my house, or apartment, whatever the fuck, and it was the wife, another girl, and me, and I was like, I'm going to take a shower, and let the girls kind of, fool around a little. And I come out all nice and clean and jump right in the fucking mix. So I do that. I come back out. Of course, you don't get dressed. You just have the towel on, easy access and shit. Of course. So it worked out like everybody's just unclothed at this point. The wife is laying on her back on the couch. The other girl's on top of her. They're face to face. And now I'm behind with the new girl.
The ass and the pussy in your face.
Yeah. I'm behind like fucking the new girl.
Yeah, that's
like
right.
you're backwards.
Okay. Yeah.
But now the wife is looking at my face, so I'm trying not to look like I'm having that good a time.
Yeah.
Like I can't put on the ultimate fuck faces.
I know, like this is unbelievable.
Because the wife's looking at me, I'm like, if I look like I'm really digging this too much, it's going to end, and I sure don't want this to fucking end.
So would you?
So I had to be like, meh.
You should have been. I love you, honey.
Yeah.
You should have been mouthing the words. I love you.
This is great. Oh, no, it's not that good. It's fucking. That's what it is.
That's classic.
Yeah.
So wait, would you dip down and stick it in the wife for a second and then back up?
I don't think I switched back and forth much. I
Who
did
was it hard to
one
put
and
the
then
condom
other
on
one.
and take it off?
But I thought you were allowed. I thought you weren't allowed to fuck the other girls.
It's a condom. Oh, I could, as long as they were in the room. She was still in the room.
Oh, she was still in the room.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
And
She
you
was in
could
the
come with the other girls.
Yeah. I remember I had a condom on that first time, and then I just disappeared somewhere. I didn't know where it went. I think it went into.
Yeah, you took it off and you threw it under the bed.
Well, yeah. I actually didn't. It just came off. It's like, oh fuck, where'd that go? And then for days I was wondering if it was just inside one of them. I didn't know.
Jesus.
Were these girls hotter than your wife?
Either equal to or
so like
hotter.
7, 8,
fucking
6s. All right.
Look.
It doesn't look. If there's another one in the room, even if it's a 2,
again,
still.
The only thing I had to drive was a company van. And,
yeah.
There's no shame there.
I used to have to. I used to.
There's no shame whatsoever. You don't have to explain it. Even if she was bringing home 2s, that's like an inside the park homer. It still's a fucking homer in the box score the next day. It still fucking counts. Doesn't matter. You don't have to explain anything.
Inside the park homer.
Yes, you don't have to
exactly.
explain
Oh, that's funny.
Exactly.
Looking forward to it.
Oh my God. Yeah, it was. I used to drive around a company work van. The Apollo van was all I had for transportation. It was loaded. You go over a bump and you just hear all the tools and screws and metal rattle around in the back. And I wasn't allowed to drive at off hours, but I did. And it had one of those, how am I driving, with a number to call and then a code number that was your van. So I used to take black electrical tape and alter the numbers on the back. It looked perfect. It was like black, and the letters were the same dimension as the electrical tape on bright yellow.
But you would just add a number, so it was
So instead of a 5, it was an 8.
Yeah, I would turn like an F into an E.
Right.
So it was like F329. I would turn it like F829. So they'd call in this fucking van if I was driving like an asshole, which I did all the time, and they'd be like, "Oh, we don't even have that number. Someone must have fucked up." You know,
there's only 2 vans. There was G.
Yeah. Whoops. They kept getting in the same wrong van, driving like an asshole. It's like, why are one of your vans backing a jet ski into Ashroken? I used to have a trailer hitch on it, and I'd get done with a job at like noon and hitch up my jet ski and just back it into the fucking water. I'd have the Apollo van fucking axle deep in salt water. I give a shit.
People calling in. There's 2 drunken 6s in the passenger seat. So wait, can you bring back? Was it the same girl all the time? Was there ever repeat customers, or was it new ones?
There was some repeat customers.
Did she get nervous that maybe you were going to fall for them and leave her?
Yeah, she did, and then she was right.
Should have.
She did, and then she was right.
She was right.
Yeah,
because then she thought that maybe the girl would call you on the side, and you would fuck her on the side without her there.
Yeah, she gave me an ultimatum. It's either me or her, and I picked her.
How long into it was that, the threesome?
It was an entire summer. The wife let it go too long. See, it
was probably
she let
3
me
or
get
4
attached.
months, right?
It's like a puppy. I didn't want to give it away.
How many different girls would you say you guys had threesomes with?
Probably not that many. Probably 3 over the course of
just that one
years.
summer. That was it.
No.
Okay.
It was a few years, pre-radio and then post-radio. Yeah, up until like '99 when we were at NEW. And that's where it all ended. I was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna stay with this girl. Bye.
So when
and then he was all in with her.
Yeah,
he was all in.
Wait, what made her give you the
magic
ultimatum?
number of 9 years.
What was happening?
He was a good boy for like 9 years.
Yeah.
What was happening that she gave you the ultimatum?
She saw I was getting a little attached. Yeah, she saw I was
Why?
like, I was, calling, and she noticed. She just noticed. I was spending time like I wasn't coming right home from work, and she knew I was meeting her.
And did she ask you meeting her and you said yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so this was. Oh, I see what was going on. So this was.
Yeah, it turned into I was going out with this other girl.
That was part of the threesome.
Yeah.
Wait, you would have alone time with her eventually? Like you both worked it out where I can have her and then you can have her?
No.
Okay.
It just worked out to be no more threesomes, and I'm with the new girl, and I want no part of you.
When you were with the new girl, like you guys would just hook up, did you ever go, hey, we got to throw the old one back in the mix? Throw a bone?
Nah, it got to the point where the new girl was just like, I don't even want to fucking deal with her anymore. we were both in agreement. And then there was a defining moment where me and the new girl were hanging out on my couch at my house out on Long Island that I was renting. And my wife came stumbling through the door and fell flat on her face through the screen door. And we just turned around, looked, started laughing, and continued watching wrestling.
By the way, there's never been a better white trash description.
Oh, yeah,
than what
yeah.
You just gave.
I know. Watching wrestling.
Watching wrestling.
Unless you were with your
through the
sister.
screen.
Right.
Unless you were fucking your sister.
The wife falls through the screen while I'm watching wrestling with my girlfriend.
It's hilarious, dude.
And that was that. Yeah.
So did she freak out when she found out that you were the one you guys were having the threesomes with? That's when the shit hit the fan.
That's when she said, it's either me or her. And I was like, okay, I'm breaking up with you. I'm divorcing you.
How did you tell her? What words did you use? Do you remember?
I just said, if you're giving me an ultimatum, then I'm leaving. She's like, okay. And then it wasn't okay. Then she,
You thought it would be okay?
I thought it would be okay. Wasn't okay.
Wasn't okay.
Divorce took 3 years. 3 fucking years. And I got fucked. But, it's all in the past now.
You got some threesomes out of it. Look at the bright side.
That's true. I did. That was pretty entertaining, to tell you the truth. I remember that first time. Oh, my God. The first time, it was a girl named Cindy, and we were at a club. I was actually playing that night. I'm pretty sure I was playing with my band.
Were you?
I think so, right?
No, that was
doing an after party.
No, we were. I remember it this way.
You were there, yeah.
It was when we were working at BAB and we got the gig, and they threw a little thing together for us to say goodbye to us. So
was that it?
Yeah, man. Because all of a sudden, I'm like, "Where the fuck you going?" And you took off with, and then you showed me why, and I'm like,
I got this fucking 2 checks. And then I had been drinking at the bar, of course. This is when I used to really drink and drive a lot.
She was cute.
And, Cindy, she was
cute.
She was nice. And then I had to drive home, and all I'm thinking is if I get fucking pulled over, I'm going to have to run from this cop because there's no fucking way I'm going to jail on a drunk driving charge when I got this first opportunity for this to ever happen. So I'm just like, oh, please don't get pulled over. So there I am clanging around the Apollo van, driving home as nice as I can. But I was so eager. I was like trying not to speed, but I'm just like an animal.
You could have taken a cab.
Not back then.
No?
No, I didn't have any fucking money.
Nah, Long Island's
BAB. Okay,
Long Island.
Long Island's weird for cabs.
It was Long
too.
Island.
Okay.
I didn't even think about things like cabs or.
You're so much safer to drive drunk than get a cab driver on Long Island.
Oh man,
that's telling you,
they're all fucking
crazy,
homicidal maniacs.
Sorry to the guys because I'm sure they listen to us, but they're
crazy.
Nuts.
So you made it home.
Yeah, I made it home, and that's
that was
when
the first
festivities started. She had actually at first sold it as I want to come. She like this Cindy girl brought it up. She came over to my wife and said, I want to come to your house and watch you two fuck. And then the wife came over and approached me with the idea, and I thought it over.
How long did you think?
Oh my God, the word yes didn't come out of my mouth fast enough. Yes.
Okay, so she was a friend. It wasn't just someone you picked up in the bar.
Yeah. We had known her for a while. Yeah. And I used to look at her like, so I was like fucking chomping at the bit. Oh my God. And then we would fucking, no matter where we went, we'd end up fucking. All of us just over friends' houses. Didn't matter.
So you guys did so how many times did you say you fucked the other one?
Oh man, probably fucking dozen.
Nice.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, because usually, like you said, and eventually that's what happened. Usually the girls think, all right, they're going to fall for the other one, so they stop it.
Yeah.
After like 2 or 3 times, usually the most.
I think the first time the threesome girl kind of put a stop to it. I think 'cause she was like, I'm not going to bust this fucking marriage up.
Right.
Because she, could tell. I was like, yeah, let's fucking do this. And I was trying to fuck her, outside of the marriage, outside of the threesome. I was always trying to get outside of that.
See, that's against the rules. Like you got to look at it from the woman's standpoint. If she's going to let you fuck her friend, the least you could do is not do it when she's not there.
Well, you know what?
And that's fair. That's fair.
You're right, but you know what?
But how do you play it that way?
Nah,
I
went through that phase.
Gotta be crazy.
No, I went through that phase, and there was like 9s that I was working, and I just wouldn't even. Once it was over, it was done. Yeah. I wouldn't even acknowledge them unless it was in the situation.
Yeah,
but wasn't that tough?
Not really, no, because it was a treat for me. It was a treat.
Mine, it was a meal. It wasn't the treat. It wasn't a dessert. It was needed. It was sustenance.
It was an all you could eat.
Just
get as much in as you can.
Yeah. I just knew that the marriage was not very good.
Right. If you
If I'm doing that, I mean, really, think about it.
Yeah, because you come across as pretty loyal in general with your relationships.
I am when they're going well, and things are good. Fuck yeah.
I couldn't believe when you and your ex broke up, because when I came on board, you were going through the divorce, and Opie would reference it, like funny stuff in the paper, and you would go like,
oh yeah,
panicking, and
that was always good.
I never saw you and your ex chick fight. Never.
Oh,
and then
yeah,
you said
yeah.
you guys got sipped at each other about wine spilling on a plane. We were coming back from somewhere.
Oh yeah, yes.
That was the
yes,
first
yes.
time in the years that I'd known you.
Yeah, that's when things started getting a little
that him and
dodgy.
his ex, the girlfriend, started
you mean
fighting.
with the newer one, the new one after the ex?
The one he left for the ex,
Yeah.
Melinda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who I
Yeah,
knew,
they never fought at
I
all. It was
never-
a completely different relationship.
I
from
couldn't
his wife.
picture you fucking.
We
with
had a great relationship. Me and Melinda had a fucking great relationship right up until the end, and then it just kind of got a little fucking
Was
weird.
it threesomes there too?
No. She was the threesome girl.
Right,
though.
I know.
She was the last threesome girl.
But there wasn't any.
No, after that, no. I was fucking monogamous.
He was a good. I really was.
That
He was a good egg.
She was fucking.
No,
great.
I remember seeing you guys out a
She
lot.
was
yeah.
great. I had no issues with her. I still don't. She's a little wacky. I mean, I tried to keep a friendship with her after we broke up, and then like a year went by, and then kind of trying to keep like a friendship thing going, and then one day, like, she threw a glass at me in the jacuzzi. I was like, okay, look.
Yeah.
You gotta go permanently now. I can't even.
Why did you
fucking
throw a
see
glass
her.
at you?
It's another,
You don't wanna know?
they're
You
all,
don't wanna say anything?
every one of them are batshit crazy.
But you had to do
Every
something
fucking-
in her mind.
No.
No, in her mind.
She'll even admit, no, I didn't do anything.
This is a year after you guys were just friends. She threw the glass. at you.
Yeah, probably more than a year. But we still text, we still text every so often.
But she
She'll
just out of
hear
nowhere
something.
threw a glass?
Yeah,
You don't
I
wanna
was
talk about
talking.
it,
No,
probably.
we were talking about something.
I'm just confused.
And it was something so inane, it didn't matter, kind of a thing. And then she fucking threw a glass at me in the jacuzzi. I caught it. And then I was like, yeah, you gotta go. I go, this just isn't at all fucking gonna work as friends.
Did she have to leave your house all wet?
I think so. Yeah, it was just like, you gotta go. You gotta fucking
Like
go.
right now.
She like put fucking her pants on and her fucking shirt.
Was she cursing and
wet
yelling?
hair. Yeah, she was pissed. She was like legitimately like, fuck you. Threw the fucking thing at me. I'm like, why am I dealing with this? Why am I fucking dealing with this? We're not going out or anything. And that was that. But it's been much better since we haven't seen each other. A few texts here and there, nice. I still her sister Jen and her sister's husband Buddy and their kids come over my house and go in the pool. They're really fucking cool.
What if she said she wanted to hook up again? Like she just
Like
contacted
hook
you
up
one night.
in what way?
Like fuck one night.
Like fuck?
Yeah.
Nah. No. No. Serious. Just
Really?
no.
How about if she just wanted to eat your rear?
Maybe eat my. Oh wait a minute. It's Melinda Haber. Hold on.
Oh boy.
She's saying
she wants her side out.
it was like 4 years later, and I was mad. What were you fucking mad at?
Oh, she just texted you right now?
Where are you? Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Let me call her. Hold on. Let's put this on fucking speaker. See if she picks
You
this
think
up.
you have a feeling it was Anthony's fault she threw the glass?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
No way.
No.
No way.
No.
No, probably not.
Hold on. See if she picks up.
This is crazy.
Sounds like a ring.
You're calling?
Hi.
Hi.
You're on the air, by the way.
Hello, Air.
Now, do you remember what you were so mad at that you threw a glass at me in the jacuzzi?
It's the most ridiculous thing.
It was a ridiculous thing, right?
It was completely ridiculous, but I'm going to admit it was extreme jealousy.
Wow.
Because, you know how I make little noises, like, if something happens and I'll be like, oh, and you used to make fun of it, and you used to like, oh, it's so cute, she'll just be like, oh. And
Yeah.
you said the same thing about another girl, and I totally freaked out because I was so drunk.
Oh, I kind of equated something that she did
to another girl.
Ah.
And wow.
Yeah.
That's Melinda. That's pretty fucking weak.
I told you it was so ridiculous. I was so trash, and I just got really mad because I was like, wow, he really moved on. Why am I in his hot tub? I was like, I'm just going to fuck him over.
He moved on. Why am I in his hot tub? You know, that's a damn good point, Melinda.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Ronnie B always loved you best, by the way.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah. What are you doing?
I'm driving to work.
Work? What the fuck? You're working? Oh, shit.
Hey, Melinda, how good was Anthony in bed on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 being the best. Be honest.
How good was Anthony in bed on a scale of 1 to 10? Is that what you said?
Yeah, 10 being the best.
You know, while we were having sex, it was the best thing ever.
Well, give a number.
It was the best. It was a 10. It was a 10 while we were together. Absolutely. I didn't want to be with anyone else. We were totally compatible. It was awesome. It was the best thing ever.
We used to fuck like 5-6 times a night.
Really?
Really?
It was insane.
That's a week of my fucking.
I know.
Remember at your when we were living at your mom's?
Hey, she was living at my house, okay?
Yeah, whatever that was. It sure seemed like we were living at her house. This is when I left.
Pull us aside and tell us, look, I can hear you chatting at night.
Yeah, chatting.
Oh, really?
She's
what she said?
Chatting.
What were we talking about? She's like, shut up, you know what I'm talking about.
The walls were so thin, I'm trying not to make any noise. She's hearing my fucking guttural grunts and moans.
And
as I'm ravaging her little girl.
5. Now, is this pre-Viagra and Cialis days?
Oh, yeah.
Not even horny goat weed?
I've never used it.
Not
Never
even horny
used
goat weed?
Not anything.
You blow 5 loads in the night?
It was crazy. I felt like I was chafing. Oh, yeah.
We wouldn't be able to walk for hours, but we would do it again anyway.
We would be literally driving down the West Side Highway, have to pull off the road and just fuck in my truck. It got that crazy.
Remember that one time we were done and we were like, oh my God, there's an entire construction crew watching us.
Yeah, there was a construction crew watching us fucking because we just had to fuck. And then in Brooklyn, we were going to Lemore's and we just pulled over on the side of the road and fucked out in Brooklyn. I just threw a rubber out the window. We did a lot of that fucking.
Oh yeah, that was not a problem.
Damn. I'm ready to throw a glass of you while you broke up with her. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Well, she broke up with me. We were at the Borgata, and I was playing some blackjack, and she walked up to me and she goes, Anthony, I'm leaving. And I was like, okay, here's the key to the room. She goes, no, I'm leaving. I thought she was just leaving the table. And she packed her shit and fucking left.
Did you get up from the table or did you keep playing?
Did I get up or did I keep playing?
No, you kept playing.
I was on a streak. Come on.
You're doing really well. Now I don't blame you for not getting up, but you were winning.
Yeah, I think that run paid for my pool. Yeah.
And then some.
And then some, yeah. All right there, Melinda. Have fun. Have a good day at work.
Woohoo!
I'll talk to you.
Talk to you later, bye.
Bye, Melinda.
Wow.
She's a fucking
So you were on a
pussy.
hot streak and you weren't getting up?
No, and I knew there was no reason to. Why leave the table?
Yeah.
You know, it was over.